Does God exist? Folks, tonight on a very special edition of Late Night Counter-Apologetics, we review the all-time classic debate between William Lane Craig and Christopher Hitchens. You do not want to miss this shit tonight. Let's go.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They'll say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got.
Is a disgusting,
as you can see,
evil,
we've had our
violent,
stupid
religion for imbeciles. And
I don't believe for one second that I am the only one smart enough to pick up the Bible and figure out that we're not.
Pick up this book and read it and see how stupid it is. And then pick up this book and let the tears roll down your face and say, this is the Word of God. It's got power. And then pick up this book, Islam, there's no comparison. And then pick up this book, following God. And then pick up this book, this is the Word of God. And then pick up this book. You know what's hateful? The gospel.
As you can see, we've had our eye on you for some time now, Mr. Anderson.
I don't believe for one second that I am the only one smart enough to pick up the Bible and figure out that we're not supposed to mourn when homosexuals die.
One of these lives has a future, and one of them does not.
So what?
So let's just do a quick check. Let's make sure that none of our Bibles have been tampered with.
I just take pleasure in their death. God has darkened their heart and blinded their eyes. Look, if God darkens your heart and blinds your eyes, you can't believe. You can't believe. Washing our feet in the blood of the wicked in the New Testament. I'm starting to just realize the uncomfortable truth. Who here really struggles hard to be a homo? I mean, it's really hard. And you know what? These people are going to be burning in hell for all eternity. The victory is theirs. It's not ours. They've already won. We've already lost. It's already been written. We've already read the last chapter. And we know
I don't love God.
You kind of caught me off guard here. Okay. Now, thank you, Lord. Let me pray. Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what. Oh, yeah. Well, for example, that's really none of your business. But, hey, you listening to me? Let me give you another example. And I prayed about it, and I thought, back when, and I might add another thing, too. It's a misunderstanding. I'm talking about the Bible. God, I get excited talking about it because I love it. I had to learn this, the demons. Abraham was very, very willing to learn it. from him, from the Bible.
There's a foundation in the Bible.
Wait a minute now. The blessing of Abraham. Abraham was extremely wealthy, and he had a covenant with God. I'm talking about the Bible. Oh, God, I love this. And I started out standing my grandfathers. I love the people. Those are the demons. And I understand that, and I love them with all my heart. If you go into the old covenant, and it's full of meanness, it's just full of hell on earth. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it. I love your eyes. Face to face, personally. Just the same as Jesus is very real devil. Rulers of the darkness of this world. God bless, Father bless. But it's a biblical thing, it's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. And it's full of miracles, and signs, and wonders. It's full of unseen things. Jesus, people, I love people. Dragging some woman down an aisle, it made me so mad I wanted to punch the guy out myself. We wrestle not with people. And I have a lot of natural gas.
Except that Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans. And...
Well, sure he did. As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
So guys, where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere.
I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement. Paul had a revelation from heaven. That's the end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it. Seriously, this is absolutely
I agree.
Profoundly
no, it's connected to the statement that was raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
This is a threat to our system. You know, for instance, go back to the book of Corinthians.
Paul was talking about.
Paul was, the women should remain silent. Shut up! Doctrinal standards. The women were over talking the message.
You know, maybe they were
standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
And a woman can't teach over me. And so there's an order.
Sparks are coming. Sparks are coming. Fireworks. I promise fireworks.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
Uh-oh. Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome everyone to Late Night Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the Atheist apocalypse. The only man to have his vestments blessed by Pine Creek. The absolute one and only. The most Check it. high apostle. Are y'all ready? The United States champion of word wrestling entertainment is here. Prince. What up, Casey and Randy? I see you. Jesus, who can save us? Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker. BUNDY. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to watch one of the all-time classic Theist versus Atheist debates? Word Wrestling Entertainment is on tonight. Let's go! I make them hot. I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. Oh, this your jam. Boy toy. Boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Hey, hey you. Yeah, you. Are you watching me? Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. The champ is in the building. Boy toy. Hang on, baby. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. Uh-oh. I'm not your boy toy. Uh-oh. It's time to be scared. I'm just a sexy boy. Here comes the vestments. Blessed by Pine Creek, descendant of the blind man himself. Uh-oh. Time to be stirred. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Woo! I don't know why that makes sense. Oh, I muted it. I figured it out. I know what I'm doing, guys. I promise. I'm an audio engineer. I definitely know what I'm doing. I definitely have the sound game under control. Welcome, everyone. Whether you are a heathen or a believing, I want to welcome you to a very special edition of Late Night Counter-Apologetics. You are officially rocking with the Late Night crew, and you tonight are getting the red light special all through the night. Now, don't act like y'all don't remember that TLC record. That was a goddamn banger. Stam is in the house. Liberty Bell, the most sexiest U.S. championship there's ever been, is in the house. The Marquis de Sade is in the house. The Refiner's Fire is in the building. And of course, if you want to trigger the Republican Party, folks, you have got to do it by casting the galaxy anywhere you go. And to do that, you must be Jewish. Space Laser. Give it up for my main man, Jewish Space Lasers in the house one time. Now, folks, as you know, it is not a game. I am here, and in order to do what I do as the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. Yes, folks, it's what it sounds like. I am the real pope of the official atheist church. Who the hell is Matt Dillahunty? Who the hell told him he could use my moniker? No, I'm the Most High. He has not had his vestments blessed by Pine Creek. He does not have a dual PhD. He does not have on a robe. And he is not the U.S. champion of word wrestling entertainment. And beyond that, he is certainly not the fastest rising star in the Counter-Apologetics community. And I've seen his little crew, his little, we've got the transatlantic show and the Sunday show and the hang up and the eight. Nobody cares. I got Tux. I got No Name. I got Lena. I just added James Apperson to my roster of ministers. I've got Tux. I've got my one black friend. I am putting the atheist experience to shame. They should be ashamed. They should just delete the whole network right now. I'm taking over the internet. Thanks for holding it down for the boomers, but the new crew is here. Look at my ushers. Y'all ushers can't keep up with mine. I got Cameron. I got YouTube Punk. B.S. Lewis is here. Who are the first three people? Look, I owe some people some pocket change, folks, but before that, let's go straight into our communion ritual, because we've got a serious program, folks. We've got big name, big time, big money debates on the docket today, so we can't waste any time. Folks, grab your glass, okay? If you're smart, because you're an atheist, it's got alcohol in it, okay? If you're not, because you're a theist, well, I'm sorry, but go ahead and grab your glass anyway. Raise your glasses, hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may get your drink on. Amen, hallelujah. I feel so refreshed in the spirit of doubt, folks, but I feel like I'm not ready. There's something missing. I feel like I can't start the broadcast yet. Okay, first, folks, I'm not even gonna lie to you, okay? We need a moment. We gotta have a moment here, all right? You know what we need? We need to bring the lights up, folks. We haven't done this in a while, but this is serious. We gotta bring the lights up. Now listen, theist, I know you're not used to this. You're not used to the house lights coming up in the middle of service. When the house lights come up, my community knows it is time for radical transparency from the pulpit, okay? Why you don't get that in theist churches? That's what you need to go ask your minister. I can't answer that question. Folks, the thing that is seriously missing is my bell. Okay, we have our first official mystery of the cult of the flying man. I don't know where my bell went. And I feel naked without it because it's part of my kit of ministerial doodads. And I feel like I can't properly administer the ritual rites of this atheist church without it. So I bought a new bell. It'll be here in a day or so. All right, no worries. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Folks, before we get into the debate tonight, we've got to enjoy our communion time. And so, folks, I need you to run, don't walk, to itsairplanemode.com. Woo!
Ready for takeoff?
Definitely smoking. Definitely smoking. Oh no, I've got plenty of flour. Just missing my bell.
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't have shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams to the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Just the John on them jets cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island.
Dragging my feet.
So good, get back to the top.
This is a church. We have to fellowship. We have to have worship time. We have to talk to each other.
Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up.
You know, you theists have never really appreciated foreplay. Whoa!
Days in red roof for my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just a front, nigga. Goddamn.
Had to go up quick.
I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I
can't be up here counter-apologizing sober. You know what I'm talking about? All right, but look, I got to award some points.
Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started balling now, Chris, Paul, and Cass. Got them steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll.
All right, here we go.
Call him back, and that's all fact.
I'm going to have to give out $1 million to... Oh man, it reset my thing. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
All right, I'll do it once we get started with the debate.
Securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits.
But I'm giving out $1 million for first, $500,000 for second in the chat, and 250,000 stacks on stacks on stacks for y'all hitting us up in the first in chat. All right, appreciate y'all. Let's go ahead and get into this. Man. All right, y'all, here we go. Also, I'm gonna open the room up later. I might break this into 2 parts. And I'll open the room up later if people want to jump in and chat with me about this.
Good evening and welcome to
maybe
Loyola
you can do a better
University.
job of convincing me that God exists than William Lane Craig does.
I'm the director of the Master of Arts program in Christian Apologetics here. And I'm honored to be the host tonight to get things started.
Hey, I think it'd be pretty hard to do a worse job.
The gym is packed with nearly 3,000 people.
All right, folks, we're skipping this intro because I hate this intro. This is like the intro where they talk about how great they both are and how amazing Dr. Craig is. And, oh, this president of the student government comes up and we have this great debate about the greatest question there could ever be. Does God truly exist? Look at the freeze frame shots, though. They're pretty priceless. Yeah. Hey guys, don't harass Christopher Hitchens after the show. He's got to get out of here and go somewhere really important tomorrow. He's got to be up early, so just get your book signed and move on. Oh, sorry, I got to come up too. Then there's this guy, then there's this guy. I mean, come on. All right, here we go.
Good evening. I am very excited to be participating in this debate tonight. Jan and I used to sit in those very bleachers right over there watching our son John run up and down this court as a forward on the Biola Eagles. And so I feel like I'm playing on the home court tonight.
I bet you do.
I want to commend Mr. Hitchens for his willingness to come into this den of lambs and to defend his views tonight. On the other hand, if I know Biola students, I suspect that a good many of you, when you came in tonight, said to yourself, I'm going to check my own views at the door, and I'm going to assess the arguments as objectively as possible. I welcome that challenge. You see, the question of God's existence is of interest not only to religion, but also to philosophy. Now, Mr. Hitchens has made it clear that he despises and disdains
debates need wrestling intros. I brought you one. You're welcome. You know, but I couldn't agree more.
As a professional philosopher, I'm going to approach tonight's question philosophically, from the standpoint of reason and argument. I'm convinced that there are better arguments for theism than for
my typos in the bot got beef.
In tonight's debate, I'm going to defend
bots got beef with everybody.
Contentions.
Uber moderator.
First, that there's no good argument that atheism is true. And secondly, that there are good arguments that theism is true. Now, notice
stop the tape. Now, we might have to break this into parts because this is going to happen a lot, but this is my channel, so go fuck yourself. All right. First problem already out the gate is because here's my problem with William Lane Craig, and we're going to break it down as the evening goes on. Okay, it's pretty revolutionary, guys. Hold on to your butts. Get ready for this one. He's not good at what he claims to be great at. All right? Now, if you were really going to be doing this for real, you would, of course, acknowledge that atheism is simply the claim that you're not convinced that a God exists. You lack a God belief. That's by definition what it means to be an atheist. Therefore, as not being a motherfucking claim, it does not require evidence to refute it. Now, he's going to go ahead and put up, the strong thing or whatever. You got to prove there is no God. But we all know that's a classic shifting of the burden of proof. So it's just like clumsy out the gate, right? But hey, let me make sure I'm really charismatic. Let me make sure I stroke up the good old band with the Biola University, which to me is like, Scrooge McDuck Light State University. You know what I mean? Scrooge McDuck Bible University Light. You know what I mean? It's like the way out there remote campus or whatever. But anyway, roll the fucking tape.
Limits of those contentions. We're not here tonight to debate the social impact of religion or Old Testament ethics or biblical inerrancy. All interesting and important topics, no doubt.
Yes, Rebel Nazarene, that's exactly what it means.
Debate, which is the existence of God. Consider then my first contention that there's no good argument that atheism is true. Atheists have tried for centuries to disprove the existence of God, but no one's ever been able to come up with a successful argument. So, rather than attack straw men at this point,
the funny thing is, I gotta give
his arguments
Rebel Nazarene
and then
pocket change for being first.
In the meantime,
so here's $1 million.
To my second main contention.
Welcome to the Atheist Church, inspired by the Luciferian theories.
On your program insert, I outlined some of those arguments. Number one, the cosmological argument. The question of why anything at all exists is the most
my man
profound
KCA Randy was second.
Philosophy. The philosopher Derek Parfit says, no question.
Oh yeah, none of them 10,000 pine points. 10,000's cheap and pine points aren't real. Oof. Oof.
Typically, atheists have answered this question by saying that the universe is just eternal and uncaused. But there are good reasons, both philosophically and scientifically, to think that the universe began to exist. Philosophically, the idea of an infinite past seems absurd. Just think about it. If the universe never began to exist, that means that the number of past events in the history of the universe is infinite. But mathematicians recognize that the existence of an actually infinite number of things leads to self-contradictions. For example, what is infinity minus infinity? Well, mathematically, you get self-contradictory answers. This shows that infinity is just an idea in your mind, not something that exists in reality.
No, it doesn't expire.
David Hilbert,
although when we start the monthly competition, that leaderboard will be set.
Is nowhere to be found in
I'm giving the 500,000 to Cameron because he was here next.
Provides a legitimate basis for rational thought. The role that remains for the infinite to play is solely that of an idea. But that entails that since past events are not just ideas, but are real, the number of past events must be finite. Therefore, the series of past events can't go back forever. Rather, the universe must have begun to exist. This conclusion has been confirmed by remarkable discoveries in astronomy and astrophysics. In one of the most startling developments of modern science,
I want to talk to a flat earther.
Strong evidence that
pause the tape. Rebel Nazarene, if you want to talk, let me know, and I'll put the link up early. Also, you can try your darndest to convince me that the Earth is flat, and I will listen charitably. But probably expect it to be chopped up and remixed into very funny videos. Just fair warning. Roll tape.
That the universe is not eternal in the past, but had an absolute beginning about 13 billion years ago in a cataclysmic event known as the Big Bang. What makes the Big Bang so startling is that it represents the origin of the universe from literally nothing. For all matter and energy, even physical space and time themselves, came into being at the Big Bang. As the physicist P.C.W. Davies explains, the coming into being of the universe, as discussed in modern science, is not just a matter of imposing some sort of organization upon a previous incoherent state, but literally the coming into being of all physical things from nothing. Now, this puts the atheist in a very awkward position. As Anthony Kenny of Oxford University urges, a proponent of the Big Bang theory, at least if he is an atheist, must believe that the universe came from nothing and by nothing. But surely that doesn't make sense. Out of nothing, nothing comes.
All right, Hillary's emails, 250K for being third.
Nothing. Where did it come from? There must have been a cause which brought the universe into being. Now, as the cause of space and time, this being must be an uncaused, timeless, spaceless, immaterial being of unfathomable.
All right, guys, pause the tape. We're going to have to go back and review this because I'm going to be making a video just to let you guys know. We're going to make a video on Pocket Locker, and then we're going to release it on J Bundy to promote our channels. But we're going to be talking about the Kalaim cosmetological argument. The Kalaim cosmetological argument, like most cosmetological arguments, is designed to make the apologist look much smarter than he is, right? Because the apologist suffers from what you might call emotional dissonance. On one hand, the apologist needs to remain loved by Jesus. Yes, right? He needs to be a soldier in the army of the Lord. I'm a soldier in the army. One of them motherfuckers, right? But then at the same time, he needs the adoration and the admiration and the intellectual respect of the masses. He must be praised for his intellect. And so he constructs a carefully constructed philosophical argument that makes him look oh so good. But today we are gonna put a bunch of fucking paint thinner on that motherfucker, strip that sumbitch down, and show you that cosmetological argument ain't nothing but putting lipstick on a big old pig.
Power.
Now let's hear more of this in detail.
Now, as the cause of that out of nothing, I must believe that the
proponent
of the Big Bang theory,
proponent of the Big Bang, at least if he's an atheist,
must believe that the universe came from nothing and by nothing.
Laying out the straw.
But surely that doesn't make sense. Out of nothing, nothing comes. So
pause the tape. Atheists don't believe this. This is what we call a motherfucking straw man. Now, y'all could be pissed at me if you want to, but I'm not the motherfucker that got up here with the audacity to debate Christopher Hitchens in public and let people record it, and then out the gate lead with the straw manning. Nigga, go talk to Lawrence Krauss. Go talk to all the real cosmologists. They're always like, nah, man, the energy and the matter and all that stuff, it's kind of always been there. And, you know, this whole, the Big Bang thing, it's like just a nickname. You know, it's like a nickname we got for, you know, our understanding of like the beginning, you know, the earlier stages, right? And what we mean by beginning is like, that's when like our universe began, right? And it came out of like whatever was, you know, there, whatever banged. You know, let's call it the banging stuff. Right, there was some pre-bang stuff, right, and then it banged, but it was all there, right? It was there, right? So our universe comes from the bang stuff, right? And Christians are like, no, atheist, you must believe. They don't ask us what they believe; they tell us, you must believe the universe came from nothing. Sam, why aren't you laughing? Isn't this fucking atheist silly and funny as shit? No, really, it's not how it goes. All right, Dr. Craig. Well, why don't you correct this? Can you tell us where the universe came from? Oh, the word. Oh, the word, you silly atheist. The word has been eternal. The word. And so God spoke it. He spoke it. And when he spoke it, it just poofed into existence, completely formed as a fully formed universe. And yeah, he did it. But when he did it, right, he just made it look like all the science that it's taken us 100 years to figure out. I know the book don't really say that that's how he did it, but clearly that's how he did it. I mean, obviously, come on now. And you think the universe comes out of existence from nothing. Fucking silly ass atheist. Roll a tape.
Why does the universe exist?
Why does the universe? Because God's word wants it to.
There must have been a cause which brought the universe into
Pause
being.
the tape. No, there doesn't have to be a cause. Oh my God. Y'all, this shit is so triggering. Like, it would be a lot better if I could punch William Lane Craig in the face, slap him over the head with the chair, pin him 1, 2, 3, or at least set up a gangbang on his wife. You know what I mean? Just a couple of different options to work out the frustration I have with this man. All right, but in the meantime, it would be helpful if he got a fucking clue. Which, by the way, we'll do another little William Lane Craig video, up to date, and we'll catch up with the current version of William Lane Craig, and we'll see if he's updated his arguments any. Spoiler alert, of course this stupid piece of shit has not. All right, now, folks, I don't want to shit all over William Lane Craig, okay? People are going to think I'm not being charitable. Jay, you're not listening. This is the channel for me to talk. You want me to listen to charitably? Invite me on your channel. All right, now, I don't want to straw man him. So let me steel man him. Okay, let me steel man Dr. Craig. He has said some incredibly brilliant shit that you guys would never have been able to figure out on your own. Okay, so don't stunt, okay? Don't act like William Lane Craig has never taught you anything, okay? Because he has definitely come up with some impressive insights that will absolutely blow your mind, okay? And if you don't believe me, I'm gonna just drop one of them on you, okay? And y'all know what I'm about to say. Hold on to your motherfucking butts. Because when I drop this William Lane Craig gem on you and you realize, oh my goodness, I had no idea until he said that. Right, that's what you're gonna feel like. You're gonna feel like William Lane Craig has just had the victory, right? So hang on, folks. Are you ready? You ready for this?
There are no married bachelors.
That's true. I can't even argue with that shit. Wow, this guy's so fucking smart. Roll the tape.
Now, as the cause of space and time, this being must be an uncaused, timeless, spaceless, immaterial being of unfathomable power.
Y'all heard what he said, right?
Moreover,
hang on a sec. I agree with him. Don't rewind this shit. Listen, I'll say it again. I agree with him. I agree with him. I agree with him. I said it 3 times because some of y'all Christians are Trinity related, and y'all don't understand shit till you hear it 3 times. I get it. It's the Trinity. I know. All right, now listen, folks. What do I mean by agree with him? I actually agree with him. I agree with him that God is a timeless, spaceless, and immaterial being. I have no disagreement with him. It's the conclusion that's the fucking problem. I also believe God is a timeless, spaceless, and immaterial being, because that nigga don't exist. Roll the tape.
Personal as well. Why? Because
he's also personal. Because he exists in your goddamn imagination, which is the most intimate, personal place the nigga could be.
Now, there are only 2 kinds of things that fit that description. Either an abstract object, like numbers, or else a personal mind. But abstract objects
I do believe a personal mind is in your brain. Unbelievable. Wow. Okay, I didn't think we were going to find common ground like this.
Thus, the cosmological argument gives us a personal creator of the universe.
Wrong. Wrong conclusion. See how we just threw in the wrong conclusion right there?
Teleological argument. In recent decades, scientists have been
All
studying
right, so first argument was bullshit.
The initial conditions of the Big Bang were fine-tuned for the existence of intelligent
Not a scientific
life
thing.
with a precision and delicacy that literally defy human comprehension.
Nah, they don't really say that.
This fine-tuning is of two sorts. First, when the laws of nature are expressed as mathematical equations,
Pause the tape. William Lane Craig, you're not a scientist. Stop pretending. Go fuck yourself. Isn't it amazing how apologists, they're like, yeah, I didn't want to bother with any of them public universities. You know, they're all corrupt, okay? The public science universities, okay? I didn't want to go study that stuff, okay? I went to Bible University, obviously, where I became a triple doctorate of theology. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So you're going to definitely, like, just keep your professional public speculation to theology. No, fuck out of here. In Bible college, I definitely learned that all the anthropologists and the archaeologists don't know what the shit they're talking about. All the biologists are wrong. All the historians are biased by the conspiracy of naturalistic religion. And all the mathematicians assume that numbers are real, and we all know numbers aren't real things. So even though I just went to theology and got 3 PhDs in fucking Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but at least they made people really excited and useful. Like, I don't know, it's fucking Harry Potter. I shouldn't have shit on Harry Potter like that. I'm sorry, yo. Anyway, but no. In the meanwhile, through osmosis, I learned more about all those other disciplines than the people who spent their whole life studying those things, because I'm William Lane Craig. And I'm humble, too, by the way, in the name of Jesus, hallelujah, because I'm a Christian man, and I'm definitely humble. Definitely humble. Roll a fucking tape.
Appearing in them certain constants, like the gravitational constant. These constants are not determined by the laws of nature. The laws of nature are consistent with a wide
Jesus
range of values for these constants.
Alakazam.
In addition to these constants,
Wingardium Levioso. I don't even know the fucking shit.
As initial conditions on which the laws of nature operate. For example, the amount of entropy, or the balance between matter and antimatter in the universe. Now, all of these constants and quantities fall into an extraordinarily narrow range of life-permitting values. Were these constants or quantities to be altered by less than a hair's breadth, the balance would be destroyed and life would not exist. To give just one example, the atomic weak force, if it were altered by
nobody thinks this.
Out of 10 to the 100th power would not have permitted a life.
How the fuck would we know this?
Now, there are 3
Pause the tape. This nigga acts like we went into the lab and we were like, yeah, here's what we're gonna do, right? All right, go into you got the universe simulator, right? Yeah, all right, cool. Hop into the universe simulator. All right, here's what I need you to do. I need you to keep everything the same as the universe, like the whole, we gotta do the full thing. It's gotta run what is it, like 80 gazillion years or whatever? Yeah, that whole shit. Yeah. Keep everything the same except just bump up the gravitational force like 0.0000001. Okay, everything else the same. Run it like a gazillion times. So we need statistical power. Oh my God, life never came about once you modified it. Oh, okay. All right. Well, all right. Gravitational force is fine tuned. All right. Cool. All right. What about the weak nucleic force? All right. Everything the same. All right. This time. All right. We're gonna alter. This is the most unscientific shit I've ever heard. Roll the fucking tape.
Explanations of this remarkable fine-tuning.
Remarkable fine-tuning.
Chance or design. Now,
nigga, your argument is less impressive than your fucked up tie.
Quantities are independent of the laws of nature. In fact, string theory predicts that there are around 10 to the 500th power different
right. Notice the nigga has no problem trying to lecture you incorrectly, by the way, about fucking string theory.
Well, the problem with this alternative is that the odds against the fine-tunings occurring by accident are so incomprehensibly great that they cannot be reasonably faced.
Pause the fucking tape. Some of y'all falling asleep. I know William Lane Craig is boring than the motherfucker. This is why I don't do a lot of debate coverage. It's very difficult to listen to stupid-ass theists for a long time. It really is. Like, don't worry. It's going to pick up. When Christopher Hitchens get up there and be like, oh, shit, this my jam. This my jam. But you got to, like, sit through these, like, long intervals of fucking theism. And it's like, oh, my God. Oh, my God. This nigga is like NyQuil. All right, but look, let me just make sure y'all stay with us, okay? Basically, what he's establishing here is not the goddamn thing, right? Because we're gonna listen to him. We're gonna listen to him about as charitably as we fucking can. But let's just, so you can stay with him. Let's just assume we gonna rock with him. We're gonna rock with him for a little bit, and we're gonna go, all right, William Lane Craig, the universe is super fine-tuned, and it's like balancing on a knife's edge, and if you like change any fucking thing, the whole shit just implodes, and there would have never ever been a universe. It don't get you to God. Well, wouldn't it improve the odds that theism is real? Because it would no. There's no such thing as a scientific theory of theism. Whether the universe happens to be fine-tuned or not is the question of fucking cosmology and astronauts and math and observation and some bullshit that y'all are too lazy to do. And if it just turns out that the universe is fucking balanced on a fucking knife's edge, it just gets you a universe that we happen to be in that's balanced on a knife's edge, that we figured out is balanced on a fucking knife's edge. And then you know what we do? We celebrate the fact that we figured that shit out. And we go, God damn, science, you people are impressive. And what do you fucking theists do? To God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. Yes, y'all sing like shit. For the things we have done. It's awful. It's awful. You just wrap it all up. Give God credit for it. Nigga, if the universe is fine-tuned, if anything, you should appreciate the fact that you actually exist in a fine-tuned universe and motherfucking people, motherfucking ape-ass, monkey, primate people figured that shit out. But y'all don't appreciate shit. You just want to wrap everything up in your fucking fairy tale. Play the fucking tape.
The probability that all the constants and quantities would fall by chance alone into the infinitesimal life-permitting range is vanishingly small. We now know that life-prohibiting universes are vastly more probable than any life-permitting universe. So if the universe were the product of chance, the odds are overwhelming that it would be life-prohibiting. In order to rescue the alternative of chance, its proponents have therefore been
I want to listen to him so we get to the Christopher Hitchens part.
Hypothesis. Namely, that there exists an infinite number of randomly ordered, undetectable universes.
An infinite number of universes. Pause the tape. Nobody talks about an infinite number of universes. Folks, I gotta do this. I don't know. They'll be like, "Oh, Jay, what if people don't understand and they're not educated enough?" Look, I'm gonna tell y'all. I've literally never in my life heard of actual physicist or person who studies this shit for a living suggest anything like an infinite number of universes. If anything, most of them don't think an infinite number of anything is actually possible. Roll the fucking tape.
Ensemble or multiverse of which our universe
I'm gonna change the name of this channel to Counter-Apologetics, Counter-Science, because they're not even talking about theology. They're just fucking up the naturalism.
One such world. Now, wholly apart from the fact that
I guess when straw manning is what you do for a living,
that such a world ensemble even exists, the hypothesis faces a devastating objection. Namely,
yeah, I've seen this debate a few times. It's a classic, but maybe people haven't.
A member of an infinite world ensemble,
Ooh, that's a
then
decent
it is
idea.
overwhelmingly
I got
more
the little,
probable that we should be observing a much different universe than what we in fact
I
observe.
think I got the,
Roger Penrose has calculated.
Not a sec. It kind of disappears sometimes. It's 1 to 3, 4 to 7.
In order to rescue the survival and
All right, where is my,
we do not then our chicken. Penrose has calculated that it is inconceivably more probable that
I don't know
our
where my
solar
thing went.
system
I had a plug-in
should
that let me
suddenly
speed
form
it up.
through a random collision of particles than that a finely tuned universe should exist. Penrose calls it utter chicken feed by comparison.
Tell me what that shit's called, though. Maybe I disabled it or
If
something.
our
I don't know.
universe were just a random member of a world ensemble, it is inconceivably more probable that we should be observing an orderly region no larger.
But like I said,
than
I'll break it
our
up into
solar
parts if
system.
I have to.
Observable universes like
The
those
D key.
are simply much more plenteous in the world ensemble than finely tuned worlds like ours, and therefore ought to be observed by us. Since we do not have such observations, that fact strongly disconfirms
Did that do
the
it?
multiverse
How do I tell?
hypothesis. On atheism, at least, then, it is highly probable
Oh,
that
good
there
shit.
is no world ensemble. The fine-tuning of the universe is therefore plausibly due neither
I like
to
the little
physical necessity
interface,
nor
but
to
this'll
chance.
rock for now.
It therefore follows logically that the best explanation is design.
The funny
Thus,
thing
the
is he
teleological
sounds
argument
like
gives
really
us
natural
an
sped up
intelligent designer
because
of
he
the
pauses and
cosmos.
spaces himself out so much. He is a good speaker.
The moral argument.
I'll give him that.
If God does not
Especially for
exist,
public
then
consumption.
objective moral values do not exist.
But
By
preachers be like
objective
that.
moral
You know what
values,
I'm
I mean
saying? He's a
moral
preacher.
values which are valid and binding, whether we believe in them or not. Many theists and atheists agree that
Oh,
if God does
boy.
not exist, then moral values are not objective in
Pause
this
the tape. First off, no, they don't agree about this. They don't agree about this. It's just more straw manning, more telling people what the other side believes totally incorrectly. And again, even the idea, this is actually where people got to watch out, because this is a straight up appeal to emotion. Folks, wake the fuck up, grow the fuck up. Just imagine a world with a serious objective morality. Great. All right, now imagine one without a serious objective morality. Fantastic. Give yourself a pat on the back. Notice any fucking difference? Not really. This is one of them shits that in all practicality in day-to-day life matters that much. And again, let's say we proved it. There's an objective morality. Yeah, we all discovered it. Oh, we did the fucking experiments. Imagine this. They'd say we proved it because we did the science experiments, right? We do the science, the naturalist experiments, and then they'd say it proved their theological argument. Right. But let's say that fucking happened. It wouldn't prove that the objective morality is God. Matter of fact, if anything, it would just prove that the Bible is not moral, objectively. We'd finally be like, yep, we've been trying to tell y'all niggas that this Bible's evil, right? But now we got objective morality, so y'all not gonna sit here and try to justify genocide anymore, right? Right? Okay, cool. And you're definitely not gonna be misogynistic anymore, right? Right? And no more killing gay people, right? No more of this blowing niggas up over sacred territory, right? Right, Christians? Because we're all on board with the objective morality, right? That we found through naturalism, right? That proves okay. Roll the tape.
way. Michael Roos, a noted philosopher of science, explains, the position of the modern evolutionist is that morality is a biological adaptation, no less than
No, Rebel Nazarene, it means blame the motherfuckers who did it and don't assume it's part of a grander plan.
About an objective something, ethics is illusory. I appreciate that when somebody
maybe you
says,
should go in your
"Love thy
room,
neighbor
cry
as
for a little bit,
thyself,"
think about that.
They think they are referring above and beyond themselves. Nevertheless, such reference is truly without foundation. Morality is just an aid.
Pause the tape. Also, unlike you, theist, I'm not afraid of clowns. I once gave a little porcelain clown to a girl I was dating, and she started crying. True story. Which, by the way, that makes her a bitch, right? Because, I mean, it was in front of our whole class. Like, I had just given her a gift. It was really cute. She didn't have to, like, start crying and run out of the room. You know, it's pretty embarrassing. Pretty embarrassing to a young Jay Bundy. But anyway, I'm not afraid of clowns. So calling Christopher Hitchens a clown is like, yeah, I do. I find him very entertaining. He makes me laugh. I definitely would pay him to show up at my birthday party if he wasn't dead. I'd probably give him a bunch of hugs. And if he made me like a zoo full of like balloon animals, I'd fucking keep them shits forever. All right, roll tape.
Survival and reproduction, and any deeper meaning is illusory.
Thanks, Nazarene. I'm glad you love that serious production value we got around here. We're a completely viewer-funded channel, so link in the description.
Imperfectly evolved primates we call Homo sapiens is objective. And here Mr. Hitchens seems to agree with me. He says moral values are just innate predispositions ingrained into us by evolution. Such predispositions, he says, are inevitable for any animal endowed with social
Hillary's emails,
instincts.
you might call that an intelligent design even.
On the atheistic view then, an action like rape is not socially advantageous, and so in the course of human development has become taboo. But that does absolutely nothing to prove that rape is really morally wrong.
Ooh.
On the atheistic view, there's nothing really wrong with raping someone. But the problem is that objective values do exist, and deep down we all
Pause the tape.
know it.
Imagine being on stage, right, in front of a whole like auditorium of motherfuckers or whatever who have paid to see this shit or whatever, and literally saying that your interlocutor, in this case, one of the most respected journalists in the whole fucking free world, has a worldview under which rape isn't really wrong. And somehow using that as an argument somehow to prove that your God exists. Just listen. The point of this, let me tell you the point of this. I don't think William Lane Craig is that smart. See, here's the thing. I don't think IQ tests make you smart. I don't think 500 PhDs make you smart. I don't care how many papers you've published, who peer-reviewed them, how many books you've sold, how many people watch your channel, how many Jans inspired you and changed your life, how much your grandkids look up to you. If you want me to give you credit for being intelligent, then your monkey ass needs to get your fucking lazy son of a bitch self together in public, say some intelligent shit, and then argue for it intelligently. If you get up and you tell me, oh, I'm so fucking smart, and then you get your monkey ass in the car, and before you fucking make it to work, you deliberately drive yourself into a tree, I'm gonna be like, that was some dumb shit to do. Now, if your monkey ass gets up there the next fucking morning and does it day after day after day after day after day, and then you tell me, well, hey Jay, I got 20 million followers on YouTube because people just tune in every day to see if I can really keep crashing my car into a tree every day. And so, hey man, must be pretty brilliant, huh? How much you making at that public university doing that research and teaching, huh? Who's really the educated one now, huh? That's what these motherfuckers do. They literally wake up in the morning, argue for some dumb monkey ass bullshit, get corrected by literally tens and hundreds of thousands of people and some of the leading experts in the world. And then they get their monkey asses up the next day, put on their tacky ass fucking ties, their cheap fucking shoe, and their cheap fucking shoe salesman / contemporary Mormon preacher stick, all right? And do the same bullshit day in and day out, year after year, decade after decade, and they refuse to take in new information. Well, I refuse to tell you that they're smart. I'm not gonna do it. Stupidity needs to be called the fuck out at every turn. This motherfucker is stupid. Let him prove me wrong. Bet you he can't.
Moral experience, we
because he is on some bullshit.
Moral goods and evils. Actions like
he has not made one good point.
Aren't just socially unacceptable behavior. They're moral abominations. Some things, at least, are really wrong. Similarly, love, equality, and self-sacrifice are really good. But then it follows logically and necessarily.
Exactly. They clapping because they're on his team. Like he said, he's in the home. He's on the home team. He's playing on the home court.
Jesus of Nazareth was a remarkable individual. Historians have
God's about to come on me. We have a powerful cumulative case that William Lane Craig is an idiot.
Stand and speak in God's place.
We do, actually.
He claimed that in himself the kingdom of God had come. And as visible demonstrations of this fact, he carried out a ministry of miracle working and exorcisms.
About your position.
But the supreme confirmation of his claim was his resurrection.
I love using
from the dead.
William Lane Craig sounds against William Lane Craig.
From the dead, then it would
That's
seem
secretly
that we
why I
have
did
a
this.
divine miracle on our hands, and
Whether
thus
you
evidence
like it or not,
for the
whether you
existence
think
of
it's
God.
explanatory or
Now,
not.
most people probably think that the resurrection of Jesus is something you just believe in by faith or not. But there are actually three established facts recognized by the majority of New Testament historians.
Thank you, Satan's little helper.
Explained by the resurrection of Jesus.
Yes, that is today's theme. Go fuck yourself, William Lane Craig, in the words of Gin and Truth.
By a group of his women followers. According to Jakob Kramer, an Austrian
I will drink to that.
By far, most scholars hold firmly to the reliability of the biblical statements about the empty tomb.
Right, except for all the most respected scholars.
We have a powerful cumulative case.
Sorry, y'all. My air conditioner was in liberal Democrat mode. You know, it was all trying to be eco-friendly, and it's hot up in this. All right. But seriously, like, you could pick up like a serious scholarly Bible and it'll just tell you about the unreliability of all this shit in the actual footnotes of the Bible, right? So the people whose job it is to just, you know, publish the most plain and best understood interpretation of the Bible possible for consumption of all the people. Even the really, I could go, I'm not going to waste my time, but I got really scholarly Bibles in there and they all do, it'll say it in the Bible. So, like, the Bible will tell you that these parts of the Bible are not reliable. But this motherfucker will get up somehow and just tell you, oh, everybody knows they are. Oh, everybody knows that. Roll the tape.
Fact number 2. On separate occasions, different individuals and groups experienced appearances of Jesus alive after his death. According to the prominent New Testament critic Gerd Ludemann, it may be taken as historically certain that the disciples had experiences after Jesus' death in which Jesus appeared to them as the risen Christ. These appearances were witnessed not only by believers, but also by unbelievers, skeptics, and even enemies. Fact number 3, the original disciples suddenly...
Pause the tape. Listen, Rebel Nazarene. I know you're in denial about how intelligent Christopher Hitchens is. You should know in his later years he became notably more conservative, but you're okay here. We're friendly atheists. We talk a lot of trash. We like to have our fun. We might smash you upside the head with the steel chair or slam you through a table, but it's all in the spirit of wrestling. You'll recover eventually. It's okay. But at the end of the day, I just want you to know that those atheists that hurt you, they were wrong. Okay? I know you're just a Christian because you're afraid to sin, right? You're worried if you like smoke the weed, you'll get a little too high, or if you like, you might drink too much, or you might actually have sex with a woman and be like, oh my God, like having sex with people I'm not married to is amazing. Like, I know you just want to not sin. Okay, I get it. You just want to not sin, and you tried to be an atheist, and the atheists abused you, and they were mean. All right, we're not like them. All right, that's all I want to say. All right, roll the tape.
finally came to believe in the resurrection of Jesus, despite having every predisposition to the contrary. Jews had no belief in a dying, much less rising Messiah. And Jewish beliefs about the afterlife prohibited anyone's rising from the dead before the resurrection at the end of the world.
Yes, that's exactly what we say, Rebel Nazarene. That's pretty much it. You've got it. You've summarized it beautifully.
From the dead, that they were willing to die for the truth of that belief.
Yep, you're
N.T.
right.
Wright, an eminent New Testament scholar, concludes, that is why, as a historian, I cannot explain the rise of early Christianity unless Jesus rose again, leaving an empty tomb behind him. Attempts to explain away these three great facts, like the disciples stole the body or Jesus wasn't really dead, have been universally rejected by contemporary scholarship. The simple fact is that there just is no plausible naturalistic explanation of.
Now, what's funny is, yeah, I know, Rebel Nazarene, you're really right. We're like, as humans design things for us, sometimes intelligently, sometimes not so intelligently, kind of like the rationale of your comments, you know? But nevertheless, designed by a person. And we've got all this experience of like humans designing stuff. You could tune into my stream tomorrow when I'm programming. I'll be designing some things, you know? But yeah, we've got no experience of a more complex, impressive nature being intelligently designed. So it's just really weird. And then you guys are like looking forward to the Christopher Hitchens circular reasoning and non sequitur. Totally not like William Lane's Craig, like the Bible said it's so, so it's so because the Bible said it's so. And definitely not like the non sequitur of, all right, guys, so you got the cosmological argument, the Kalam argument, that has nothing to do with showing that God exists or my God and more in particular. All right, you got the teleological argument that also doesn't show anything about my God existing or any God's existence. You got the argument for morality, which has absolutely dick to do with anything. Oh, and if you need to tie it to my God, well, now you've got there's no body in the legendary tomb of Jesus who we're not even sure existed. And if he did, wouldn't have been buried in a real-ass tomb. And empty tomb still has nothing to do with the other three, nor would an empty tomb prove that there's a God or that Jesus is the God he claimed to be. So, but yeah. I'm sure Christopher Hitchens is gonna be dropping them straight non sequiturs on us anytime now. Roll a tape.
Of these facts. And therefore, it seems to me the Christian is amply justified in believing that Jesus rose from the dead and was who he claimed to be. But that entails that God exists. Finally, number 5, the immediate experience of God. This isn't really an argument for God's existence. Rather, it's the claim that you can know that God exists wholly apart from arguments, simply by immediately experiencing him. Philosophers call beliefs like this properly basic beliefs. They aren't based on other beliefs. Rather, they're part of the foundation of a person's system of beliefs. Other properly basic beliefs include the belief in the reality
that
of the
William Lane Craig is a
world,
stupid motherfucker.
The belief in the existence of the past and the presence of other minds like your own. When you think about it, none of these beliefs can be proved. But although these sorts of beliefs are basic for us, that doesn't mean they're arbitrary. Rather, they're grounded in the sense that they're formed in the context of certain experiences. In the experiential context of seeing and hearing and feeling things, I naturally form the belief in a world of physical objects.
Articulate
and thus
and
my
confident
beliefs
way of
are
saying
not
the dumbest
arbitrary,
things.
but appropriately grounded in experience. They're not merely basic, but properly basic. In the same way, belief in God is for those who know him a properly basic belief grounded in our experience of God.
There's no realistic reason to believe in God.
If this is right, there's a danger that arguments for God's existence could actually distract your attention from God himself. If you're sincerely seeking God, then God will make his existence evident to you. We mustn't so concentrate on the external arguments that we fail to hear the inner voice of God speaking to our own hearts. For those who listen, God becomes an immediate reality in their lives. So, in conclusion then, we've seen 5 good arguments to think that God exists. If Mr. Hitchens wants us to believe instead that God does not exist, then he must first tear down all 5.
I'm not even gonna lie, Nazarene, I feel bad for Christians. I really do, because sometimes your worldview is lacking, how do I put this? Proper basic beliefs. These are things that are fundamentally grounded and basic to a proper understanding of reality. Here's a good example. Intelligence is a property of minds. Minds evolved. Therefore, to propose that there was an intelligent mind that designed the universe billions of years before there were minds doesn't make any fucking sense. And if you think it does, straight up, I feel bad for you. Like, I wouldn't even want to clown on you because I feel like you're lacking educational tools. Like, you're lacking major comprehensive abilities. Like, you can't comprehend basic shit. And so I feel like I was, fighting somebody like maybe I should fight with one hand behind my back or something, But I don't think it's that you guys don't understand. I think it's that you refuse to accept. Because again, you think that you got a special relationship with a fucking magic being in the sky that just is gonna, redeem your understanding of the world against all logic and reason and evidence, because you literally just against all logic and reason and evidence. Roll the tape.
5 of the arguments that I presented, and then in their place erect a case of his own to prove that God does not exist. Unless and until he does that, I think that theism is the more plausible worldview.
Yes, he's done. Oh my God. Woo! Oh my God, he finally shut up. Oh my God, yes, that's not even enough applause for him shutting up. That's not even enough applause. Oh my goodness, I need more. Let's clap again for him shutting up. How do we feel about Christopher Hitchens, y'all? Woo! Woo!
Thanks for coming out, as Senator Larry Craig actually did say at his press conference.
I'm gonna turn it up. We got to the good part.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt.
I'm totally unbiased,
totally unbiased. Dr. Craig, for being among them very many Christians who have so generously and hospitably and warmly taken me up on the challenge I issued when I started my little book tour.
Yeah, he did.
Welcomed me to your places to have this.
No, don't refrain from spamming symbols. We're taking that off.
I can't express my gratitude enough.
Taking that off.
And,
spamming symbols
thanks
is the
to
point,
the very nice young ladies who I ran into at the Elephant Bar this afternoon, where I hadn't expected a posse of Biola students to be on staff, but where I thought, God, they're everywhere now.
All right, I turned that off.
Now, what I have discovered in voyaging around this country and others in this debate, and just debating with Hindus, with Muslims, with the Jews, with Christians of all stripes, is that the arguments are all essentially the same for belief in the supernatural, for belief in faith, for belief in God, but that there are very interesting and noteworthy discrepancies between them. And one that I want to call attention to at the beginning of this evening is between those like my friend Doug Wilson, with whom I've now done a book of argument about Christian apologetics, who would call himself a presuppositionalist. In other words, for whom really it's only necessary to discover the workings of God's will in the cosmos, and to assume that the truth of Christianity is already proven, and what are called, and they include Dr. Craig with great honor and respect in this, the evidentialists. Now, I want to begin by saying that this distinction strikes me first as a very charming distinction.
Pause the tape. Yeah, he's going to get into how the difference is that there's no difference. But in some sense, I think they're all precepts. You're all fucking precepts. telling me you're an evidentialist is literally telling me you're retarded. I'm probably being too raw. I'm probably gonna lose a lot of fans, but I'm just feeling real tonight. Like, to tell me your worldview is based on evidence, and then tell me you disregard the most evidenced theories in the history of evidence while accepting a theory with no evidence and claiming you do so on an evidential basis is like walking up to me being 3 fucking feet tall and telling me you're a giant. I'm gonna just be like, yeah, because I don't like to pick on retarded people.
And second, as false, or perhaps as a distinction without a difference. Well, why
there
do I say charming? Because I think it's rather sweet that people of faith also think they ought to have some evidence. And I think it's progress of a kind. After all, if we had been having this debate in the mid-19th century, Professor Craig or his equivalent would have known little or probably nothing about the laws of physics and biology. Maybe even less than I know now, which is to say quite a lot in its way. And they would have grounded themselves, or he would have grounded himself, on faith, on scripture, on revelation, on the prospect of salvation, on the means of grace, and the hope of glory, and perhaps on Paley's natural theology. Paley, who had the same rooms, or had the same rooms later occupied by
He's talking about when theists were smart.
Cambridge, with its watchmaker theory of design that I know I don't have to expound to you, but which briefly suggests that if an Aborigine is walking along a beach and finds a gold watch ticking, he knows not what it's for, or where it came from, or who made it.
Boom, Satan's little helper.
He knows it's not a vegetable. He knows it must have had a designer. The Paley analogy held for most Christians for many years because they were willing to make the assumption that we were mechanisms and that therefore there must be a watchmaker. But now that it's been, here's where the presuppositionalist versus evidentialist dichotomy begins to kick in. Now it's been rather painstakingly and elaborately demonstrated to the satisfaction of most people. I don't want to just use arguments from authority, but it's not very much contested anymore, that we are not designed as creatures, but that we evolved by a rather laborious combination of random mutation.
All right,
and
I had to pay out for that Satan's little helper. That was so good.
Today, it is of course open to the faithful to say.
Come tell me how you're chosen
that
again.
All this was, now that they come to know it, now that it becomes available to everybody, now that they think about it, and now that they've stopped opposing it or trying to ban it, then they can say, actually, on second thought, the evolution was all part of the design. Well, as you will recognize, ladies and gentlemen, there are some arguments I can't be expected to refute or rebut because there's no way around that argument. I mean, if everything, including evolution, which isn't a design, is nonetheless part of a divine design, then all the advantage goes to the person who's willing to believe that. That cannot be disproved. But it does seem to me a very poor, very weak argument because the test of a good argument is that it is falsifiable, not that it's unfalsifiable. So this I would...
Stop the tape. Sorry, YouTube punk, as an usher, you're supposed to have enough pocket change to make it rain. So now your business is in the street. Also, I'm going to do separate giveaway for mods and non-mod viewers. But yeah, now people are just going to be begging for pocket change. Now the way to get redeemable pocket change is just to beg YouTube punk. It's not my fault. Myron sometimes gets a virus and he puts random numbers in. And I want to call HR, but he does that bullshit. I'll be like, Myron Bob, what was that? You can't just be giving, we don't have that kind of money in the bank. What are you doing just giving people random numbers? I was sick. I had a virus. And what the fuck you can do? How the fuck do you prove a bot doesn't have a virus? Fuck out of here. I need some help from HR. Roll the tape.
Therefore, this tactic or this style of argument, which we've had some evidence of this evening,
see, Nano knows.
I would rebaptize, or might I dare say, I would rechristen it as retrospective evidentialism. In other words, everything can, in
those
due
mods
time,
are people you should be harassing,
be made to fit. And you too are all quite free to believe that a sentient creator deliberately, consciously put himself, a being, put himself or herself or itself to the trouble of going through huge epochs of birth and death of species over eons of time, in which
my mod sent me a ton of content, guys. That's why.
At least 99.9%
and
of
they're
all
always
species,
here.
all life forms ever to have appeared on Earth have become extinct, as we nearly did as a species ourselves.
Hillary's emails is doing a lot right now,
beautiful and brilliant,
especially for theists. You know,
the National Geographic's coordinator of the Genome Project. By the way, you
Way
should
to go,
send
Hillary's
in
emails.
your little sample from the inside of your cheek and have your
you use
African
give points,
ancestry
I think.
traced. It's absolutely fascinating to follow the mitochondrial DNA that we all have in common and that we have in common with other species, other primates, and other life forms, and find out where in Africa you came from. But there came a time, probably about 180,000 years ago, when, due to a terrible climatic event, probably in Indonesia, an appalling global warming crisis occurred. And the estimate is that the number of humans in Africa went down to between 40 and 30,000. This close, think about fine-tuning, this close to joining every other species that had gone extinct. And that's our Exodus story, is that somehow, we don't know how, because it's not written in any scripture, it's not told in any book, it's not part of any superstitious narrative, but somehow the escape from Africa to cooler latitudes was made. But that's how close it was. You have to be able to imagine that all this mass extinction and death and randomness is the will of a being. You are absolutely free to believe that if you wish. And all of this should happen so that one very imperfect race,
so yeah, it's give and then the name and
should
the
have
amount.
the opportunity to become Christians or to turn up at this gym tonight. That all of that was done with us in view. It's a curious kind of solipsism. It's a curious kind of self-centeredness. I was always brought up to believe that Christians were modest and humble and comported themselves with due humility. And there's a certain arrogance to this assumption that all of this extraordinary development was all about us. And we were the intended and designed result, and everything else was in the discard. The tremendous wastefulness of it, the tremendous cruelty of it, the tremendous caprice of it, the tremendous tinkering and incompetence of it, never mind, at least we're here, and we can be people of faith. It doesn't work for me, I have to simply say that, and I think there may be questions of psychology involved in this as well. Believe it if you can. I can't stop you. Believe it if you like. You're welcome. It's obviously impossible, as I said before, to disprove, and it equally obviously helps you to believe it if, as we all are, you're in the happy position of knowing the outcome. In other words, we are here, but there's a fallacy lurking in there somewhere too. Is there not? Now, it's often said, it was said tonight.
Well, talk about circular reasoning. I mean, it's just so... Christopher Hitchens is my favorite anti-theist, and what I love about him the most is it's, again, to me, it is the humility to be honest. Look someone square in the face and say, look, this doesn't work for me. This is lazy. You know, the thing I love about teaching, right, is that when you're in that unique position, there's a certain bar of accountability, and you get to reward people for meeting it. But in order to do that, you have to be willing to also honestly assess the work of those who don't. And what I hear a lot of these theists and you know, anti-evolution people argue and talk, it's like, it just wouldn't cut it. You couldn't pass my class. I mean, just being honest with you. And I think we do too much charity. That's just my honest opinion. I think if you, again, if somebody comes up to you and they're a little person, there's a distribution of heights in the human population, a very real one. And most of us know exactly where we are on it. We can go to the doctor's office. We can take a ruler. There's a million ways we can measure it, and I'll be somewhere between 5'9" and 5'10" and a half every time. Just every time. You could get a little bit of measurement error, But I ain't ever gonna be 5'8", and I ain't ever gonna be 6 foot tall. It just ain't gonna happen. Just ain't gonna be that. Just ain't gonna be that, I promise you. Now, are you being charitable when you tell somebody 3 foot tall that they're a giant? Or are you setting them up for failure? You got a guy with a millimeter Peter who ejaculates a drop after 30 seconds of pump and chump. And you tell him he rocked your world, you came 4 times, and is he sure he doesn't want to do porn? Are you being charitable? Or are you just stroking somebody's ego to get yourself out of a fucking awkward situation? Don't come at me with fucking circular reasoning, an infallible theory, and then want my legitimate academic respect. You will not get it, ever. Roll the tape.
And Dr. Craig said it in print, that atheists think they can prove
I respect
the non-existence
people who are
of God.
not lazy.
This, in fact,
who do
very slightly but
the
crucially misrepresents what we've always said. There's nothing new about the new atheists. It's just we're recent. There's nothing particularly new. Dr. Victor Stenger, a great scientist, has written a book called The Failed Hypothesis, which he says he thinks that science can now license the claim that there definitely is no God, but he's unique in that.
Our sacraments are holy.
Bold and courageous. Here's what we argue.
Our chat's great. This is a great chat.
We argue quite simply that there's no plausible.
We need more antagonists in the
reason,
chat.
Certainly no evidential one, to believe that there is such
I don't like
an
it when
entity,
chat is too friendly with each other.
Observable phenomena, including the cosmological one to which I'm coming, are explicable without the hypothesis. You don't need the assumption.
Pause the tape.
And this objection
Rebel
itself
Nazarene, go shield the channel. Go find some more young Earth creationist friends, some more theists, some more flat earthers. You know, I want to see some gang-on-gang warfare. And somebody get some goddamn Muslims and Jews in here and Hindus so I can make fun of their silly-ass religions too. Roll the tape.
School falls into at least 2, perhaps 3 sections. There's no such thing, no such word, though there should be, as adeism or as being an adeist. But if there was one, I would say that's what I was. I don't believe.
Bro, that Bread of Life video is amazing.
No,
that's so
making
good.
the appropriate propitiations and adopting the appropriate postures and following the appropriate rituals, we can overcome death. I don't believe that.
Yeah, round up all the homies.
For rare reasons, don't. If there was such a force, which I cannot prove by definition that there was not, if there was an entity that was responsible for the beginning of the cosmos, and that also happened to be busily engineering the very laborious production of life on our little planet, it still wouldn't prove that this entity cared about us, answered prayers, cared what church we went to, or whether we went to one at all, cared who we had sex with, or in what position, or by what means, cared what we ate, or on what day.
You've done nothing to establish the truth of your Bible.
There's no reason at all why this entity isn't completely indifferent to us.
None.
You cannot get from deism to theism
at all,
except by a series of extraordinarily generous to yourself assumptions.
Pause the tape. Here's another thing I got to break down for you deists. This is why deism is, to me, even stupider than theism. Even stupider than theism. See, what theists do is I go, theist, where did you get your ridiculous, awful, totally undemonstrable, totally unevidenced ideas? And they go, I got it in this book. And then I could go read that book and be like, well, look at here. It does say all that stupid shit in here. Oh, yeah, these guys think the earth is flat, spoke into existence. Some guy died on a cross and rose from the dead, appeared to 500 people, whatever, right? But what do deists do? Oh, no, I don't believe any of that. No, I don't believe in that personal savior stuff. No. I just believe at the beginning there was a being that existed before everything that launched everything into being and then stepped out the show and just let everything unfold naturally. And where'd you get that idea from? Oh, well, I just kind of found it on my own, or, I used to be a theist, but I'm not there, or actually I am a theist, and I just use that when I'm arguing with the atheist. It's like, it has no foundation. Like, it doesn't even have a foundation in an absurd religious holy book. At least go find yourself an absurd religious holy book. Because science is never going to get you there. It's not a scientific theory. So whatever your deistic ideas are, people think scientific theory is, I come up with an idea, science hasn't disproved my idea because nobody pays scientists to investigate my silly ideas which have no actual basis in them. No, a scientific theory is something that is based on what we've already observed. It takes existing scientific theories, which are really well evidenced, right? And then builds new ideas that we can test. Your deistic ideas are not based in observation, not empirical, not testable, and don't even come from a ridiculous ancient book. Again, I think deism is stupider than theism, unless you're a dumbass theist like William Lane Craig, who goes backwards to deism only because you think we're gonna miss the okie doke where you try to fast forward to your particular theism. Like this nigga, again, drove his car into a tree day after day after day, and then got a bright idea and said, you know what if I got myself an airplane and crash that into the ground, and if I survive that, I bet you they'll pay me a lot of money. In other words, you did something even dumber to reinforce the original stupid idea you had. That's what I see. Roll the tape. Oh, you think that was a bad analogy? Go read your Bible or something. Your book is full of bad analogies. I get to use bad analogies whenever I want. Listen, this ain't even from me, y'all. This is from Kelly Shabaka's dumbass who's running for Congress.
Go read your Bible or something.
Go read your Bible or something.
Still ahead of him to show that it leads to revelation, to redemption, to salvation, or to suspensions of the natural
order. But nothing is retired as atheism, amen. Can I get an amen, Kenny?
On scientific and natural evidence, or why not, for a change of pace and a change of taste, say yes, but sometimes this same natural order, which is so miraculous, in observation, no question about it, is so impressive.
But there's no reason to believe there's anything out there. It doesn't come from anywhere. There's no source of that idea.
So with
pure speculation.
Caprice and contempt, these laws turn out not to be so important after all, as long as the truth of religion can be proved by their being rendered inoperative. This is having it both ways in the most promiscuous and exorbitant manner in my submission. Bear in mind also that these are not precisely the differences between Dr. Craig and myself, morally or intellectually equivalent claims. After all, Dr. Craig, to win this argument, has to believe and prove to a certainty. He's not just saying there might be a God.
Yeah, I need an amen, Kenny, from you guys. That's got to be our thing. Thank you, YouTube punk.
Be here and there couldn't be morality. It's not a contingency for him.
Oh my God, y'all, where was I at? I just hit the wrong button.
Is there not? Now, it's often said, it was said tonight, and Dr. Craig said it in print, that atheists think they can prove the non-existence of God. This, in fact, very slightly but crucially misrepresents what we've always said. There's nothing new about the new atheists, it's just we're recent. There's nothing particularly new. Dr. Victor Stenger, a great scientist, has written a book called The Failed Hypothesis, which he says he thinks that science can now license the claim.
YouTube punk's not even going to. YouTube punk's like,
God,
what?
But he's
That's
unique
5
in that.
stacks right there.
Bold and courageous. Here's what we argue.
What I should give
we
people
argue
for
quite
good
simply that
comments.
there's no plausible or convincing reason, certainly no evidential one, to believe that there is such an entity, and that all observable phenomena, including the cosmological one to which I'm coming, are explicable without the hypothesis. You don't need the assumption. And this objection itself,
that's the right attitude, you
falls
two
into
punk.
at least 2, perhaps 3 sections. There's no such thing, no such word, though there should be, as adeism, or as being an adeist, but if there was one, I would say that's what I was. I don't believe that we are here as the result of a design.
Yeah, I'm curious,
or
Rebel
that by
Nazarene.
making the appropriate propitiations and adopting the appropriate postures and following the appropriate rituals, we can overcome death. I don't believe that.
Pause the tape. Y'all ever wonder if religion should be more like dodgeball? I think we should do that at least with our atheist church, right? Like, it's got to be a two-way street. Like most churches, right? You could just be at home and you could be like, yeah, I'm Presbyterian, right? And anybody that's Presbyterian, oh, really? Cool, yeah. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, I like the Presbyterian doctrine. I'm like, oh, dude, cool, you can come with us. Nah, it should be like dodgeball. Like, you should have to get picked for the team, right? And we'll be like, nah, we don't want you. You dumb as fuck. Nah, we don't want you. Oh, no, but I believe the flying man. Yeah, right? I believe the flying man. I'm with you guys. He flied for our sins. He flew unaided over the Grand Canyon, right? Yeah, Pine Creek. I'm down with that. Nah, bruh, nah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, we don't. Yeah, nah, you can't. Yeah, you can't be in our church. Yeah. What do you mean? I thought you were inclusive. I thought all types of people. Yeah, all types of people. But you dumb as fuck. We just don't like you. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, we're not that inclusive, you know? Religion, y'all should pay attention. That's a good idea. Y'all gotta start weeding out the weirdos a little bit more. Be a little bit more selective. You know, learn a little something from evolution, see? You can learn from evolution. You gotta be choosy. That's what evolution teaches you. Play the tape.
For a priori reasons, don't. If there was such a force, which I cannot prove by definition that there was not, if there was an entity that was responsible for the beginning of the cosmos, and that also happened to be busily engineering the very laborious production of life on our little planet, it still wouldn't prove that this entity cared about us, answered prayers.
Oh, that's what happened.
Cared what
they get triggered by the Most High.
Cared who we had sex with, or in what position, or by what means. Cared what we ate, or on what day. Cared whether we lived or died. There's no reason at all why this entity isn't completely different to us.
I guess I didn't find it.
You
all right,
cannot
we found
get
it. We're there.
From
We're there.
deism
We're close.
to theism, except by a series of extraordinarily generous to yourself
a little bonus, Christopher Hitchens.
assumptions. The deist has all his work still ahead of him to show that it leads to revelation, to redemption, to salvation,
sped them up for you
or to
guys.
suspensions of the natural order, in which hitherto you've been putting all your faith, all your evidences on scientific and natural evidence, or why not, for a change of pace and a change of taste, say yes, but sometimes this same natural order, which is similar.
Nazarene, tell us what that means, though. Like, because it sounds like, I've been listening to some Black Hebrew Israelites, who I gotta admit, I think are the wackiest of the wacko. But they do a lot of this. Oh, I'm a servant of the Most High, Yalla Lala Balashua, El Shaddai, who's a servant of, student of, disciple of the prophet, Aka Lema. And then I'd be like, I don't even know what any of that means. But like, what do y'all believe? Like, are y'all Torah observant Jews, or do you believe in the 12 tribes, or like you believe the 12 tribes thing is no good? Do Hebrews come from Canaan or from Egypt? You know, just familiarize us with some of the basics of, I'm sure, this very well-established, credible, and definitely much more reasonable religion than all the others. Roll tape.
Miraculous, in observation, no question about it, is so impressive in its favoring the conditions for life in some ways, but it's randomly suspended where miracles are. So with caprice and contempt, these laws turn out not to be so important after all, as long as the truth of religion can be proved by their being rendered inoperative.
Look, let me tell you something, Rebel Nazarene, okay? Do you know what, you want substance from me? Links are in the description. I need to see some stacks. All right? I get paid to do research and teach. I don't do YouTube to give people substance. You want substance? I got an idea. Ooh, teacher calling me. Here's an idea. Go read a motherfucking book. Roll the goddamn tape.
This is having it both ways in the most promiscuous and exorbitant manner in my submission. Bear in mind also that these are not precisely the differences between Dr. Craig and myself, I mean, morally or intellectually equivalent claims. After all, Dr. Craig, to win this argument, has to believe and prove to a certainty. He's not just saying there might be a God, because he has to say there must be one, otherwise we couldn't be here and there couldn't be morality. It's not a contingency for him.
Right, rape can't be wrong unless my God exists. Interesting.
I appear as a skeptic who believes that doubt is the great engine, the great fuel of all inquiry, all discovery, and all innovation, and that I doubt these things. The disadvantage, it seems to me, in the argument goes to the person who says, no, I know it, it must be true, it is true. We're too early in the study of physics or biology, it seems to me, to be dealing in certainties of that kind, especially when the stakes are so high. It seems to me, to put it in a condensed form, extraordinary claims, such as the existence of a divine power with a son who cares enough to come and redeem us, extraordinary claims require truly extraordinary evidence. I don't think any of the evidence we heard from Dr. Craig, brilliantly marshaled as it was extraordinary enough to justify the extreme claims that are being made and backed by it. Hypocrisy, said La Rochefoucauld, is the compliment that vice pays to virtue. Retrospective evidentialism strikes me in something of the same sort of light. It's a concession made to the need for fact. Maybe we better have some evidence to go along with our faith, but look at what Dr. Craig says in his book.
What's the name? Satan's little helper. Satan's little helper. I don't know what happened. I don't know if you got... Satan's little helper is not salty today. She brought that thick, coarse, pink Himalayan kosher salt for that ass today. Satan's little helper ain't fucking around with y'all.
He says, I'll quote directly, he says, should a conflict arise between the witness... I mean, isn't it
oh my God, why does this keep happening to me? I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this. This actually really does happen to me a lot. I always press the wrong button and then I can't, I go to the wrong place. Satan's Little Helper, it's the not the same book you're stuck on though. Try the nonfiction section. That shit killed me. It literally made me fuck up the video and hit the wrong section. Like, that's how funny it was.
These two claims are not just mutually exclusive, but I think they're intended to compensate each other's that I appear as a skeptic who believes that doubt
is the great engine. He just said that like a second ago.
The great fuel of all inquiry, all discovery.
I got to pay attention to where we're at before I touch things.
And that I doubt these things.
Fuck up the show.
Disadvantage, it seems to me, in the argument goes to the person who says, no, I know it, it must be true, it is true. We're too early in the study of physics or biology, it seems to me, to be dealing in certainties of that kind, especially when the stakes are so high. It seems to me, to put it in a condensed form, extraordinary claims, such as the existence of a divine power with a son who cares enough to come and redeem us, extraordinary claims require truly extraordinary evidence. I don't think any of the evidence we heard from Dr. Craig, brilliantly marshaled as it was extraordinary enough to justify the extreme claims.
Wasn't even ordinary enough.
And backed by it.
It was just straight ordinary, you know?
Hypocrisy, said La Rochefoucauld, is the compliment that vice pays to virtue. Retrospective evidentialism strikes me in something of the same sort of light. It's a concession made to the need for fact. Maybe we better have some evidence to go along with our faith, but look at what Dr. Craig says in his book. He says, I'll quote directly, he says, should a conflict arise between the witness of the Holy Spirit to the fundamental truth of the Christian faith and beliefs based on argument and evidence, then it is the former which must take precedence over the latter. He adds not vice versa, but a good editor, I think, would have told you, you don't have to put the vice versa in. It's clear enough as it is. I'll say it again. Should a conflict arise between the witness of the Holy Spirit to the fundamental truth of the Christian faith and beliefs based on argument and evidence, then it's the former which must take precedence over the latter. That's not evidentialism. That's just faith. It's a priori belief. It's rephrased in another edition. It says, therefore, the role of rational argumentation in knowing Christianity to be true is the role of a servant. A person knows Christianity is true because the Holy Spirit tells him it is true. And while argument and evidence can be used to support this conclusion, they cannot legitimately overrule it. Now, then he goes on to say, the Bible says all men are without excuse, even those who are given no reason to believe and many persuasive reasons to disbelieve have no excuse, because the ultimate reason they do not believe is that they have deliberately rejected God's Holy Spirit. That would have to be me. But you see where this lands you, ladies.
Pause the tape. It's really funny because this is one of the things where I actually joke that my beef with William Lane Craig is strictly professional. And what I mean by that is, like, if I actually met William Lane Craig in real life, if he could, you know, be a little bit more dead inside and get over the fact that I, like, yell at him and ridicule him on the internet, he'd probably get over it. He's got a lot more money than I do, you know? He'd be like, yeah, it's all good, Jay. You know, no big deal. No sweat off my back, you know? Like, we'd be fine. Like, I could eat burgers with William Lane Craig. I could get a drink with William Lane Craig. I could go to church with William Lane Craig. I know that might surprise a lot of you, but here's the reason. He's of no threat to me. And it's for exactly the reason Christopher Hitchens just said. He says the quiet part out loud all the fucking time. It's just that his silly fans won't listen. And they don't care. When he faith virtue signals, they love it. And so they don't realize that it's fine to me. He literally says, oh, I don't really believe any of this evidential stuff is what's necessary. Oh, I really believe it based on faith. And you should too. It's just that when we're arguing with atheists, it can be helpful to have these arguments. He says this in debates all the time, which is giving up the game before we even play it. And so I'm basically like, yo, he conceded the whole thing. So me and him are cool. He's just running his gimmick at this point. I'm going to just destroy him real quick. And if he wants to kick back and, like, you know, get a brew and eat a burger at Chili's, like, I'm down. Because if you're silly enough to make him a hero, if he's the intellectual giant in your life, I literally feel bad for you. And you know, it's like a Trumpist. Like, we all know he's a fucking con artist. Like, at this point, it's on you. Play the tape.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the Christian apologetic, you're told you're a miserable sinner who is without excuse. You've disappointed your God in who made you, and you've been so ungrateful as to rebel. You're contemptible. You're worm-like. But you can take heart. The whole universe was designed with just you in mind. These two claims are not just mutually exclusive, but I think they're intended to compensate each other's cruelty and ultimately absurdity. In other words, evidence is an occasional convenience. Seek and ye shall find. I remember being told that in church many a time as a young lad. Seek and ye shall find. I thought it was a sinister injunction because it's all too likely to be true. We are pattern-seeking mammals and primates. If we can't get good evidence, we'll go for junk evidence. If we can't get a real theory, we'll go with a conspiracy theory. You see it all the time. Religion's great strength is that it was the first of our attempts to explain reality, to make those patterns take some kind of form. It deserves credit. It was our first attempt at astronomy, our first attempt at cosmology, in some ways our first attempt at medicine, our first attempt at literature, our first attempt at philosophy.
Pause the tape. Rebel Nazarene, the poetry of your faith, which is a joke, by the way, I just suggest you read the book. You know, all of it, cover to cover if you have to, including the ugly parts. And and if you can read the Bible cover to cover, which maybe you're gonna tell me you have already, and you can still use flowery language to describe Yahwism or Elohimism or El Shaddaiism or whatever you and the Most High subscribe to. Because obviously I'm the Most High. I should just slap whoever is calling himself the Most High upside the head for walking around here acting like they higher than me. But I probably had to get up, and my bong is kind of got a hold on me right now. It's doing nice things. But seriously, it's like, really? And see, the thing that Christopher Hitchens brings out so beautifully that most of us relate to is, who cares if there's no reason to believe this. You don't know anybody who has ever let you know anything for real about eternal life. And most of us don't think we're here by accident. Why? Because when you say stupid stuff like, oh, evolutionary biologists believe we're here just because of chance. Nope. No, we don't. Not how evolution works. And it's just sad that you have to straw man people, that you have to like, you know, just build this wholly inaccurate view of what the opposition is just to feel better about it. And then the whole thing about like, oh, we think we're just as valuable as cockroaches. No, we don't. That's why most of us are willing to step on cockroaches, but we're not willing to step on other human beings. We are human beings. So we recognize, as if, I mean, long before we knew so genetically, that we were much closer related and had much more in common with other human beings than we did with other species of animals. Just because we don't think that you need a supernatural explanation to, make sense of our origins, doesn't mean that, all of a sudden I'm no more, YouTube punk is no more valuable to me than a motherfucking light bulb. No, of course humans are more valuable to us. And again, if you literally think that about atheists, you need to go do what Satan's Little Helper said. You need to go to that library. Maybe you need to check out Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great, or Richard Dawkins' The God Delusion. You definitely need to read The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin, and maybe get a clue about what naturalists actually think, what science really is, what evolution actually says and doesn't say. Maybe learn about anthropology so you can get a clue about human origins, and then go read some of these new atheists so you can actually reflect what atheists actually think and believe. Just a suggestion. But what do I know? No substance, y'all. I have no substance. I don't ever say anything fucking useful or of substance. Roll the goddamn tape. I'm high as shit and I'm giving y'all substance. I'm trying to get my smoke on.
Of that kind.
I felt like I was just raped. I don't even want to give you substance. You forced it out of me against my will.
Is a punishment. Never mind that they've believed in astrology rather than astronomy. Even Thomas Aquinas believed in astrology. Never mind that they believed in devils. Never mind that things like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tidal waves were thought of as punishments, not as natural occurrences on the cooling crust of a planet. The pattern seeking has gone too far. And it's gone, I think, much too far with what was until recently thought of as Christianity's greatest failure, greatest of all failures, cosmology, the one thing Christianity knew nothing about and taught the most abject nonsense about. For most of its lifetime, Christianity taught that the Earth itself was the center of the universe, and we had been given exclusive dominion as a species over it. It could not have been more wrong.
And again, YouTube punk, not only made a claim about biologists and didn't support it with any names, didn't ask the biologist whose channel you're on. And maybe you didn't know, but again, like, I'm right here. You want to ask a biologist? Ask a biologist. But ask me, don't tell me. Roll the tape.
How are we going to square the new cosmology, the fantastic new discoveries in physics with the old dogmas? Well, one is the idea of this fine-tuning, about which I've only left myself 3.5 minutes. I'll have to refer some of this to later in the discussion.
I got you. But that's crazy talk, because I wouldn't put myself nearly on Christopher Hitchens' level with substance. This man is one of the most. I'll just admit I'm biased. He's one of my heroes. I think in debates, there's maybe nobody better. I miss him. You're watching this just because I miss Christopher Hitchens. I'm doing his audiobook series just because I miss Christopher Hitchens. With all the crazy shit going on in this world right now, I literally just fucking, I need more Christopher Hitchens right now. And his writing. So yeah, I wouldn't even put myself in that conversation. Roll tape.
This is essentially another form of pattern seeking on the basis of extremely limited evidence. Most physicists are very uncertain, as they have every right to be. In fact, I would say, for physicists, as they have the duty to be at the moment, extremely uncertain about the spatiotemporal dimensions of the original episode, the Big Bang, as it's sometimes called. We're in the very, very early stages of this inquiry. We hardly know what we don't know about the origins of the universe. we're viewing it from an unimaginable distance, not just an unimaginable distance in space. We're perched on a tiny rock in an extremely small suburb
That's
of a
such a
fairly
good
minor
question,
galaxy,
Nano.
trying to look to discern our origins, but also at an unbelievable distance in time. And we claim the right to say, we can see the finger of
Pause
God
the
in this
tape.
process.
Quick follow-up question to that. Here's another one. I think this is a great question. What makes you individually think that the Bible was inspired? And then another question is, and be honest, did you believe the Bible was inspired before you read it? And again, I'm willing to be charitable to someone who answers that question either way. I just want them to be honest about it. Yeah, exactly. If you don't root for the gangster in gangster movies, you're just doing it wrong. I don't know. I know. Well, where do you get the objective morality? Nah, I don't know. I'm just telling you, you're doing it wrong. That's it. Roll the tape.
It's an extraordinarily arrogant assumption. It either deserves a Nobel Prize in physics, which it hasn't yet got, I notice. I don't know any physicist who believes these assumptions are necessary, or it deserves a charge of hubris. Let me make 3 tiny, quick objections to it as it stands, and I'm no more a physicist than most of you are. I'll make these lay objections. 1, was there pre-existing material for this extra spatio-temporal being to work with? Or did he just will it into existence, the ex nihilo? Who designed the designer? Don't you run the risk with the presumption of a God and a designer and an originator of asking, well, where does that come from? Where does that come from? And locking yourself into an infinite regress. Why are there so many shooting stars, collapsed suns, failed galaxies? We can see with the aid of a telescope. Sometimes we can see with the naked eye. The utter failure, the total destruction of gigantic, unimaginable sweeps of outer space. Is this fine-tuning, or is it extremely random, capricious, cruel, mysterious, and incompetent? And have you thought of the nothingness that's coming? We know we have something now. And
pause the tape. I actually hate this. Ooh, this actually triggers me. Because he's so right about this, right? And of course, this is, with all the religious blasé and the glavinoids, they don't have to take anything serious about this because, this shit is so far off. None of us are going to be around, so it doesn't really matter, right? So we can all just say whatever the F we want about this type of stuff because, it's just so far off. But if you really do take this seriously, and think about all the ways that, by the way, I don't know if y'all know this, but these are the real goals of science, right? When you're really a naturalist and you really accept our fate, like, we're these apes stuck on this rock, hurling itself through outer space in this like neighborhood that's gonna go extinct any moment, right? Because y'all worried about climate change, duh, right? Because like I said, we're on this rock. So until we got another rock to be on, like, this is the one we're stuck on, and if we can't live here, we're fucked, right? But in the long run, we got to get off this rock, right? But we know we're hurling around a star, and stars have a life cycle. And since nothing's immortal, not even the motherfucking sun, that motherfucker's gonna explode. So when that shit explodes, being at, like, the next nearest rock is really not going to be far enough away, right? So we got to get all the way up out of here. Like, different solar system. We got to figure out how the solar system hop, dip out the universe, convert our species into another dimension. Like Lena was talking about some shit. We're going to have to get creative, all right? So while y'all sitting around with the blasé and the glavinoids, hey, Jesus is gonna come back and save me from my sins and all this shit. We're like, nigga, we gotta go. Y'all seen that movie, Don't Look Up? That shit was scary. That's what the fuck would happen. We gotta dip. We gotta go. And y'all are not helping. But here's what pisses me off about us. No, I didn't forget where I was going. You forgot where I was going. What pisses me off about this is if we don't fucking make it and the sun blows up or we get to like like say, like we get somewhere and then that shit fucks up and the fucking shit. Y'all know what's gonna happen? Y'all already know what's gonna happen. They're like, this is it. We were right. This is the apocalypse. This is Jesus coming back. We told you Jesus was going to come back and destroy everything. We told you we were right again. We were right again. Oh, this triggers me. This triggers me because they're praying for it. This is where it really reveals that you want it to happen. You want us to be destroyed. You do. Because look at all these other things. All these other things are y'all refusing to take in new information because you need to be right. You need to be right about this more than you need air. Right? You give more fuck about you holding on to your precious God ideology than you care about humanity surviving, be honest. So when literally the fucking extinction level shit happens, yo, but we told you. We told you. Bet you get on your knees and go pray now. Fuck out of here, roll the tape.
Speculate about what it might have come from, and there's a real question about ex nihilo, but nihilo is coming to us. In the night sky, you can already see the Andromeda Galaxy. It's heading straight for ours on a collision course. Is that part of a design? Was it fine-tuned to do that?
Yeah, it was fine-tuned for that shit.
We know that from the red light shift of the Hubble telescope, or rather Edwin Hubble's original discovery, the universe is expanding away from itself at a tremendous rate. It was thought that
so he can be close to us, Christopher Hitchens. What is wrong with you? Amen, hallelujah.
It's recently been proved by Professor Lawrence Krauss. The rate of expansion is increasing. Everything is exploding away even faster. Nothingness is certainly coming. Who designed that? And that's all if before these things happen, we don't have the destruction of our
we know Rebel's a troll. Come on now.
In which already there's only one planet where
we're
anything like life
practicing.
can
We're working on our
be
chops,
supported.
though.
All the other planets are too hot or too cold to support any life at all, and the sun is due to swell up,
little helper.
burn us to a crisp, boil our oceans, and die, as we've seen all the other suns do in the night sky. This is not fine-tuning, ladies and gentlemen. And if it's the work of a designer, then there's an indictment to which that designer may have to be subjected. I'm out of time. I'm very grateful for your kindness.
Let's go. All right, let's go. Hits. He laid it out. Laid it out. Why would you debate that, man? I would never. There's no amount of money in the world worth my dignity. You can never recover from this. Once you've been hitch-slapped on the internet, you're done. I don't know why Christians and people who think this guy's an intellectual giant don't realize that. I'm trying to expose you guys. Watch this beatdown so you won't. So you'll be informed.
Two basic contentions in tonight's debate. First, that there's no good argument that atheism is true. Now, far from being a point of contention tonight, as far as I understood Mr. Hitchens' last speech, he would agree with that first statement, that there is no good argument that atheism is true. He says, I simply don't have any positive reason to believe in God, but he doesn't really give an argument against God's existence.
I have no idea,
seems
really
to suggest
far.
That's impossible. But notice that doesn't prove atheism. That just leaves you with agnosticism, namely, you don't know if there's a God or not. So at best, you're left merely with agnosticism. We don't see any good reason to think that atheism is true. Now, he did make some remarks about the theory of evolution, which at least insinuated that this was somehow incompatible with theism. And I have 2 points to make about this. First, I think that the theory of biological evolution is simply irrelevant to the truth of Christian theism.
He's right about
Genesis 1 admits all manner of different interpretations, and one is by no means committed to six-day creationism. Howard Van Til,
but again, you don't have to be a
motherfucking
College, genius writes, to know that.
Is the concept of special creation required of all persons who trust in the Creator God of Scripture? Most Christians in my acquaintance who are engaged with either scientific or biblical scholarship have concluded that the special creationist picture of the world's formation is not a necessary component of Christian belief. Nor is this a retreat caused by modern science. St. Augustine in the AD 300s in his commentary on Genesis pointed out that the days don't need to be taken literally, nor need the creation be a few thousand years ago. Indeed, he suggested that God made the world with certain special potencies that would gradually unfold over time and develop. And this interpretation came 1,500 years before Darwin, so that it is not a forced retreat in the face of modern science. So any doubts that I would have about the theory of biological evolution would be not biblical, but rather scientific. Namely, what it imagines is fantastically improbable. Barrow and Tipler, two physicists, in their book, The Anthropic Cosmological Principle, list 10 steps in the course of human evolution, each of which is so improbable that before it would occur, the sun would have ceased to be a main sequence star and incinerated the Earth. And they calculate the probability of the evolution of the human genome to be somewhere between 4 to the negative 180th power, to the 110,000th power, and 4 to the negative 360th power, to the 110,000th power. So if...
Whoa, those are some really big numbers. YouTube punk, I'm done. YouTube punk, I'm done. I can't. Yo, we got to do a William Lane Craig dig and get some more samples. And we need mytho-history. We need mytho-history. I can't. YouTube punk, I can't even deal with you right now. Mytho-history is right up there with cumulative case. Actually, I'm giving you my top 3. My favorite William Lane Craig quote is actually "No married bachelors" because I think it actually represents his level of intelligence. My second is cumulative case. We have a powerful cumulative case. YouTube punk, you asshole, you made me choke on my popcorn. I swear maybe third is mytho-history. Mytho-history is my shit. All right, roll tape. Oh my goodness.
If evolution did occur on this planet, it was literally a miracle and therefore evidence for the existence of God. So...
Pause. Also, guys, this improbable stuff is lame. Even if you were right, it just wouldn't get you anywhere. It would just get you to an improbable natural reality. And if it was an improbable natural reality, then you should appreciate that more and not trivialize it with fairy tales and wishful thinking. You should not take it for granted that we know what we know. I think that is the ultimate insult to human nature. It really is. To pretend that there's some ancient wisdom where we know there was none, and yet overlook all of our hard-won achievements is just criminally disrespectful and disgusting. Yeah. I can't really deal with that. All right, I'm gonna roll it.
I don't think this is an argument for...
Oh, I know what I was gonna say. The improbable thing, right? So even if it was right, it would be dumb. But it's not improbable. Understand natural selection. That is the essential thing that you guys always miss. Oh, if you calculate the odds of this happening by chance, it'd be 1 to the 397,000,000th power. And who the hell thinks that anything that improbable would ever happen? Nobody ever said that. When you have natural selection in a limited population competing for limited resources with mutation and an actual selective advantage that results in increased reproduction, all of this shit becomes probable. That's the thing evolution does. It explains why it's all probable. It's literally the best explanation of how our existence is likely. It's what. Whoo, y'all some stupid ass motherfuckers. Roll the tape.
Atheism, quite the contrary, it really provides good grounds for thinking that God superintended the process of biological development. So the Christian can be open to the evidence to follow where it leads.
Christian.
By contrast, as Alvin Plantinga has said,
don't believe
for the naturalist, evolution is the only game in town. No matter how fantastic the odds, no matter how improbable, it's got to be true because there is no intelligent creator and designer. So in one sense, you've got to feel
Pause
a little...
tape. I didn't say it disproves your God. Said it doesn't support it. Roll it. I heard your thought. I'm the Most High Apostle. I know what you were thinking. Roll the tape.
Sorry for the atheist. He can't really follow the evidence where it leads. His presuppositions determine the outcome. By contrast, if there is a fine-tuner and creator of the universe, then already in the initial conditions of the Big Bang, you have an elaborately designed universe that permits the evolution and existence of intelligent life.
YouTube pump, there's too many names to mention.
Layers on more improbability. Now, Mr. Hitchens
Right,
says,
Rebel?
but why did God wait so long, all that waste during this time? Well, that sort of concern with efficiency is only of importance to someone with either limited time or limited resources, or both.
Like your
but in the case
dumbass,
of
William Lane
God,
Craig.
he has both unlimited resources and unlimited time, and therefore it's simply not important to do this in a quick way. Well, now, Mr. Hitchens says, but why did God wait so long before he sent Christ? Human beings have existed for thousands of years on this planet before Christ's coming. Well, what's really crucial here is not the time involved, rather it's the population of the world. The Population Reference Bureau estimates that the number of people who have ever lived on this planet is about 105 billion people. Only 2% of them were born prior to the advent of Christ. Eric Krakes of the Survey Research Center at the University of Michigan's Institute for Social Research says, God's timing couldn't have been more perfect. Christ showed up just before the exponential explosion in the world's population.
Right.
The Bible says in the fullness of time, God sent forth his son. And when Christ came, the nation of Israel had been prepared. The Roman peace dominated the Mediterranean world.
Right.
It was an age of literacy and learning. The stage was set for the advent of God's son into the world. And I think in God's providential plan for human history, we see the wisdom of God.
Pause the tape. And that's definitely in the Bible, y'all, right? Right? That's in the Bible. The Bible explains all this logic about populations and in the fullness, and it was because of the percentage of people who, at least definitely biblical. This is biblical. This isn't some shit William Lane Craig just pulled out of his ass one day. It's definitely not, right? Y'all, this is biblically sound. I haven't read the Bible in a while. Please tell me this is biblically sound, y'all. Roll the tape.
Orchestrating the development of human life, and then in bringing Christ into the world in the fullness of time. So I don't see that there are any good grounds here for thinking that this provides reason for atheism. Now, what about my arguments for theism? Mr. Hitchens had some general remarks here. He says it's difficult to get from deism to theism. Now, I want to point out that's a false use of these terms. This is simply confused. Deism is a type of theism. Theism is the broad worldview that God exists.
Look how he gets this shit ass backwards.
Theism that says God has not revealed himself directly in the world. Now, my arguments are a cumulative case for Christian theism. They add up to the belief in the God that has been revealed by Jesus of Nazareth.
Oh, my goodness.
Mr. Hitchens says, but you must prove this with certainty. Not at all. I am not claiming these arguments demonstrate Christian theism with certainty. I'm saying that this is the best explanation of the data when you compare it with other competing hypotheses. I think it's more probable than not. He quotes me as to saying the Holy Spirit's...
Pause the tape. This makes me feel bad for philosophers, right? Because this is the type of shit that makes people hate philosophy. But it's because it doesn't have the benefits of the scientific method, right? And so you have all these people who are like working hard to figure out all this sort of stuff, and then you have William Lane Craig come around and just play, pig Latin with the whole thing. And just, sort of deliberately be obtuse with the terminology and reclassify things. And then people find themselves naturally kind of confused, right? Like it's disorienting. That's the people like, wait. You're like, wait. I thought deism was like, the umbrella term for God beliefs, and then theism is a particular. And so you sit here and like he says all this stuff, and then you're like, wait. And then the next thing you know, you like spun up in thinking, and you're like impressed by him. And yeah, it's just, I don't have a solution. I'm just telling you, I literally feel bad for the real scholars and researchers and people who work hard in these fields and then don't have those sort of safeguards in their disciplines. And then they have people just come along and kind of do this type of shit to it. At least in science, we have an ability to fight back and publish good stuff and make people correct themselves and do better experiments and be like, oh, yeah, we couldn't replicate that nonsense that guy over there said. But I don't know how you do that with philosophy or theology. Roll the tape.
Is the basis for knowing Christianity to be true, and
I
affirm
Rebel,
that.
yo,
I think the fundamental...
Hey, Rebel, appreciate you. You know, always welcome here, and, you know, we're all having a good time back and forth, and appreciate you keeping it, you know, appropriate and respectful or whatever within the spirit of us talking a lot of trash. We're all grown people, but appreciate things not getting out of hand. So feel free to hop back anytime. And like I said, try to come back and convince me the earth is flat. I'd love to hear it. All right, later on. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
The way in which we know Christianity is true is through the objective inner witness of God's Holy Spirit, what I called the immediate knowledge of God himself in my fifth point. On the basis of that, we have a properly basic belief in the existence of God and the truth of Christianity. But when it comes to showing someone else that what we know through the witness of the Holy Spirit is true, here we appeal to argument and evidence as I've done tonight. And the arguments and evidence that I've appealed to are largely deductive arguments.
Craig,
this
I will
isn't
buy you a drink.
retrospective evidentialism. These are deductive arguments.
Pause the tape. Why do I say that? Why does it make a difference? He's personally honest. That's the distinction. It's where I actually have to draw the distinction. Like, William Lane Craig is a professional piece of shit, right? I will tell you that. Like, he's a willfully ignorant piece of shit in my honest opinion, right? But professionally, like, literally that's his stick. It's how he pays his bills. It's how he's built his apologetic empire. And unlike most of these apologists, unlike most people in his position, in 90+% of his presentations, his major works, I mean, he doesn't say it every fucking, 3-minute YouTube video he does, but most of the time when William Lane Craig really lays out the whole William Lane Craig bit, he always tells you that he's really all about the inner witness, the spirit of Jesus and the Bible and all of that shit. But, you got to throw in a little argument and evidence there for public consumption and when you're around the atheist. And I'm like, boop, he said it. He's actually a personally honest man. I couldn't look him in his face and be like, you're a fucking actual personal piece of shit. He's probably a really nice guy, probably a pretty reasonable human being, because as far as I can tell, he's actually being transparent with people. They just suck it on up anyway. Roll the tape.
Premises are true, then you cannot deny the conclusion on pain of irrationality because the conclusions follow with logical necessity from the premises. So the only way to deny the conclusion is you've got to show me which of the premises are false.
Personal
That's
revelation is all they have. Exactly.
With the premises in your program for these arguments, Dr.
How kind of them to admit that once in a while.
Identify which premises of the argument he rejects.
Even if they don't mean to.
It's false. If he's to reject the conclusions. Now, with respect to my cosmological argument, notice that he didn't dispute whatever begins to exist has a cause, nor did he dispute the philosophical and scientific arguments for the beginning of the universe. All he asked was the question, was there pre-existent material?
He didn't refute any of the arguments I didn't establish.
As Barrow and Tipler point out, at this singularity, space and time came into existence. Literally nothing existed before the singularity. So if the universe originated at such a singularity, we would truly have a creation ex nihilo, that is, out of nothing. And this isn't talking religion, folks. This is talking contemporary cosmology.
Wow.
So the first argument, it seems to me, is unrefuted. What about the fine-tuning argument? Here he said, well, scientists are terribly uncertain about the fine-tuning argument. Well, I think that's simply not the case. Sir Martin Rees, the Royal Astronomer Royal of Great Britain, has said, the laws governing our universe appear to be finely tuned for our existence. Everywhere you look, there are yet more examples. Wherever physicists look, they see examples of fine-tuning. Ernan McMullen, philosopher of science, says it seems safe to say that later theory, no matter how different it may be, will turn up approximately the same numbers. And the numerous constraints that have to be imposed on these numbers seem both too specific and too numerous to evaporate entirely. So that it's very unlikely that this fine-tuning is going to vanish.
Do we have that in the store? We could
away.
add that to the store,
now,
like stunned
Mr.
or something.
Hitchens responds, but we're headed toward nothingness. We're ultimately going to be doomed, and therefore the universe is not designed. Well, now this is not a very powerful objection. The temporal duration of something is irrelevant to whether it's been designed. The products of human intelligence and engineering, like computers and automobiles, will eventually decay and cease to exist, but that doesn't mean they weren't designed. I think the real objection he's getting at here is, why would God create mankind only to have it go extinct? But of course, you see, on the Christian view, that's false. That is an atheistic assumption.
Islam,
on the Christian view, life does not end at the grave.
Yeah, that's what we should refer to them as, seriously.
By raising Jesus from the dead. So the objection simply has no purchase against Christian theism. So it seems to me that the fine-tuning argument is also unrefuted. What about the moral argument? We saw that without God, there are no objective moral values. Mr. Hitchens agrees with this. And yet he himself affirms over and over again moral statements, like the moral reprobation of religious intolerance and violence in the name of religion. So he does affirm objective values, but without any basis for it.
Totally charitable opinion in a public debate.
Is a transcendent basis for the objective moral values and duties.
But again, folks, when I say go fuck yourself, William Lane Craig, because this is your professional stick, please again tell me I'm being mean. Tell me, Jay, you're picking on William Lane Craig. You're not being nice to him. You're not extending him the scholarly benefit of the doubt. The motherfucker is repeatedly on stage just being like, you atheist. Y'all can't even say that rape is wrong. Oh, what about homicide? And here's the funny part. It's the Christians that can't say slavery is wrong. Yo, Christians, so this thing right here, right, where these people get enslaved in the Bible, right, based on your objective morality, that's wrong as fuck, right? Oh, well, listen here. It was different back then. It wasn't really slavery. It was indentured servitude. No. It was, how you served and worked the land in the family back then. Yeah. No. Listen, it's that God couldn't speak to them in their cultural milieu of the time and tell them that it was wrong to do slavery. He could tell them, don't fuck a fucking sheep. Hey, y'all, stop fucking the sheep. Couple chapters later, really, stop fucking the sheep. Keep flipping through the shit. Y'all, are y'all still fucking the sheep? I done told y'all like a couple of times already to stop fucking the sheep, right? Don't make golden calves. All the fucking rules. Yes, we are fucking counter-apologists. We literally sit around and listen to Hebrew scholars tell us about the 9,200 laws in the Torah, and then Christians talk about, nah, they remixed it into 10. And then the new apologists come along, nah, but Jesus came along and he only had a couple, like, love God, love your neighbor, you know what I'm talking about? But nowhere in there was it like, don't own another person. We're like, hey, genocide sucks, right? It's pretty immoral to just like wipe out nations of people because you want their land or because you were previously enslaved by some other assholes. You know what I'm saying? Like, your last boyfriend beat you up, so you gonna shoot up everybody at the mall so you can shop in peace. That's not how this works. You understand what I'm saying to you? That is not how this works. But y'all are like, oh, no. That was our chosen land that God had given us. And we came with the, no. We didn't mean to bomb them at first. We came with the mirrors and the fucking golden plates. And where the fuck did my tambourine go? I don't know where my tambourine went. We came with the tambourines and the horns. And when we came with the tambourines and the horns, they didn't just immediately evacuate and be like, oh, the chosen people are here, y'all. We gotta go. Yeah, so we killed them all, wiped them out clean, right? You know, it would be pretty shitty if they like wiped out all of the life on the planet. Like if they just killed all humans except one family, if they just killed everything that lived except like a single couple from every species on Earth, that'd be a really immoral idea. No, see, well, the people were unrighteous, so everything had to die, right? The people were bad, so everything had to die. That makes sense, right? Because, you know, all the trees that were alive, they're definitely responsible for the people being wicked, and the dolphins, and the monkeys, and the birds, and the worms, and the motherfucking crabs. They're all totally fucking responsible for the people being evil. So fuck all of them. They should all die. That's totally immoral, right? No. God had to do it because it was part of his divine plan so man could be redeemed, right? Oh, right. Okay. Well, glad. It's all right. So we didn't agree on them couple of things. I got one for you. You're gonna totally agree with this, right? Substitutionary atonement is wrong, right? Like if I do some shit, I should be held responsible. Yeah, Jay, if you do something wrong, yo, black ass should be in jail. What the fuck? Jay, if you even think about doing something wrong, yo, black ass should be in jail, right? Oh, cool, right? So like if you sin, right, as a Christian, then like you should be held accountable for that sin, and like you should just deal with it. Oh no. See, Jesus died on the cross and I'm free from my sin. Yeah, I whacked a couple of people a couple other days. I cheated on my wife a few times. You know, I don't really pay my taxes. I kind of just lie to them so they think I don't make as much money as I do. But amen, hallelujah, I will be walls clean as the snow and be up there in heaven in eternity appear. But get up on the stage and tell me I can't say rape is wrong again. Right. That was some really charitable shit you were saying there. Roll the fucking tape.
That we both want to affirm. Fourthly, the resurrection of Jesus. Again, there was no response to this. Let me simply quote N.T. Wright in his recent study of the resurrection. He says that the empty tomb and the appearances of Jesus have a historical probability so high as to be virtually certain, like the death of Augustus in AD 14 or the fall of Jerusalem in AD 70. So we are on very solid ground in affirming these three facts that I mentioned in my opening speech, and I can't think of any better explanation than the ones that the eyewitness gave, namely that God raised Jesus from the dead. Finally, the immediate experience of God.
How about it's a motherfucking story?
Hitchens can show that I'm psychologically deranged or delusional. It seems to me I'm perfectly rational on the basis of my immediate experience of God to believe that God exists and that therefore this for me is a properly basic belief. So I think all of these arguments stand intact despite his refutation. We've seen no argument for atheism, so clearly the weight of the evidence falls on the side of the scale for Christian theism tonight.
In what fantasy world? Oh. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I shit a lot on the fucking organizers of these events and the fucking the foot soldiers that fucking goose step and insist that everybody praise these fucking theists as being on equal footing with some of our great scholars. Like y'all know what I'm talking about. When you see a debate between fucking Bart Ehrman, who for all of his foibles and the things we could critique about him is serious about what he does and does it at a high level, even if he does have his own fucking pet theories and shit, right? But like, you know, he'll get up there with some, you know, Frank Turek-like fuckface, right? And they'll be like, oh, we've seen two great Bible scholars come today and really give us the best of this tremendous question, and that shit gets irritating. But listen to this shit, y'all.
Side of the scale for Christian theism tonight.
You know what William Lane Craig got right about these motherfuckers? Den of lambs.
There is a there is a terminological problem here, which may conceal more than just terminological difficulty. The proposition that atheism is true, or that is a misstatement of what I have to prove and what we believe. There's an argument among some of us as to whether we need the word at all. In other words, I don't have a special name for my unbelief in tooth fairies, say, or witches, or in Santa Claus. I just don't think that they're there. I don't have to prove a tooth fairyism. I don't have to prove a Santa Clausism. I don't have to prove a witchism. It's just, I have to say, I think that those who do believe these things have never been able to make a plausible or intelligible case for doing so. That's not agnosticism, because it seems to me that if you don't think there is any evidence, you're wrong to take refuge in saying you're neutral. You ought to have the courage to answer the question, which one is regularly asked, are you an atheist or not? Yes, I will say, I am. You can't tell anything else about me. You can't tell anything else about what I think, about what I believe, about what my politics are, or my other convictions. It's just that I don't believe in the existence of a supernatural dimension, and I've never been shown any evidence that any process observable to us cannot be explained by more satisfactory and more convincing means.
And it's so funny, like, of course, in the spirit of Gin and Truth, you know, William Lane Craig spends a couple hours with the Blase and the Glavinoids, and he keeps thinking he's going to be slick and get away with, like, this elaborate exercise and shifting the burden of proof. And you know, Christopher Hitchens just sits there patiently, deals with the whole thing, makes his points, does what Hitchens does. And then when he gets up and, like, his response, he's like, let me just quickly take 30 seconds, shred that whole thing real quick, make sure all the reasonable people in the room are clear on exactly where we're at. All right, and moving right along. Roll the tape.
The great physicist Laplace, when showing his working model of the solar system to the Emperor Napoleon, was asked, well, your model seems to have no room for a god in it, for deity. And he said, well, Your Majesty, it still all operates without that assumption. Now, here's what you would have to believe if you thought that this was all designed. Dr. Craig gave a slight parody of what I think about this. It could be true, but you'd have to imagine, let's say the human species has been, Homo sapiens has been with us, some people say as long as 250,000 years, some say 200, some say 100,000. Francis Collins and Richard Dawkins oscillate about this. It's not a very big argument. I'll just take 100,000, if you like. You have to imagine that human beings are born. Well, actually, most of them, a good number of them aren't born. They die in childbirth or don't long outlive it. They're born into a terrifying world of the unknown. Everything is a mystery to them, everything from disease to volcanic eruptions. Everything is, their life expectancy for the first, I don't know, many, many tens of thousands of years would be lucky to be in the 20s, probably dying agonizingly over their teeth, poorly evolved as the teeth are, and from other inheritances from being primates, such as the appendix that we don't need, such as the fact that our genitalia appear to have been designed by a committee, other shortcomings of the species.
I'll be right back because my genitalia was designed by a committee.
By scarcity, by war, by famine, by competition, and so on. 98,000 years or so, heaven watches this with complete indifference. And then, we know where your children go to school, by the way. Heaven watches this with total indifference, and then, with 2,000 years to go on the clock, thinks, actually, it's time we intervened. We can't go on like this. Why don't we have someone tortured to death in Bronze Age Palestine? That should teach them. That should give them the chance of redemption. You're free to believe that, but I think the designer who thought of doing it that way was a very cruel, capricious, random, bungling, and incompetent one. The news of this, Dr. Craig talks as if, okay, but since then, there have been more people born, so it might have been a good time in terms of population growth. Well, there are a huge number of people in the world who still haven't even heard of this idea. The news hasn't penetrated to them. Or where it has, it's been brought to them by people who Dr. Craig doesn't think of as Christians, such as Mormons, for example. and it's taught to them in many discrepant and competitive and indeed incompatible and violently irreconcilable ways. And there's been a lot of argument in the church and the churches all this time about, well, okay, what is the answer to that? What about all the people who never could have heard the good news, or who never will hear it, or still haven't been reached by it, and who've died not knowing about it? What happens to them? How can they be saved? Well, the argument is that it's all somehow made retrospective. And as with so many of these arguments, I just comment on these, well, how convenient. Because if you're willing to make assumptions of this kind, then really evidence is only ancillary to what you are advancing. Now, I didn't have the chance. Oh, and just on Mr. Wright, sorry, I scrawled a note to myself. In your first round, Doctor, you said that N.T. Wright, as an impressive person, says that no explanation of the success of Christianity is possible that doesn't rest on the terms of its being true. In other words, Wright says it was so successful, it must have been, and the people were so strongly motivated to believe it that it must have been true. I regard that as a very, very unsafe assumption. Or if it is a safe one, then it must surely apply to Islam and to Mormonism. I mean, these are two very, very, very fast-growing religions, have people prepared to sacrifice enormously for it, have ancestors who were absolutely determined of the truth of it at the time, and who made extraordinary conquests in its name. If you're going to grant this for one religion, it seems to me you have to be willing, not just willing, you may indeed be compelled to make this concession for all of them. And that, I think, would be not just an unsafe assumption, but for most of you here, a distinctly unwelcome one. Now, I didn't get the chance, because I out-talked myself, and I'm sorry for it, to get to the moral dimension. And I'm interested that the word objective morality is the one that Dr. Craig chooses. Usually arguments about morality are whether morality is, so to say, absolute, or whether it's relative. As to objectivity, I think it's a very good compromise word, by the way, and I'm very happy to accept it. But the problem with morality is this, in respect of religion. You can't prove that anyone behaves any better if they refer this problem upward to a supreme dictator of a celestial kind. There are two questions that I've asked in public, and I'll try them on every audience.
Pause the tape.
They're very simple ones. First, you have to name for me...
listening to this. And we're going to have to... That was a perfect point to pause this, because this is like the Christopher Hitchens challenge that he's about to get into. Oh, and I came back to a scene that I'm still not on. Look at that, y'all. Whoopsies. All right. So the thing is, though, right? I was thinking about this. If I'm created in the image of a perfect God who doesn't need anything, again, a timeless, spaceless, immaterial perfection, ultimate, if you will. Why do I still need to piss, shit, eat, and sleep? I'd certainly, do a hell of a lot more science, make a hell of a lot more YouTube content and Twitch, and probably even have time for one of those things that I actually think doesn't exist, those mythical personal lives that people say they have, like significant others and dates and friends in real life that they actually see on a regular basis and do shit with. That's all fucking fairy tales. But anyway, I could pursue that fairy tale if I didn't have to, waste a third of the day in the bed, and then, probably another good percentage of it on the shitter and in the shower and peeing and eating and preparing to eat and showering after I shit. Y'all know the whole fucking routine. I don't gotta tell y'all. Shaving, all of this fucking nonsense that I shouldn't need if I'm creating the image of a perfect motherfucker. I ain't feeling too perfect in his image. All right? God damn it. Now, folks, what we're doing around here, since we're a growing community, is we are doing a little bit of what we like to call the YouTube perversion. See, the YouTube perversion is where you take an atheist church and you try to run it like a Christian congregation, and you believe in the gospel of prosperity. And at the end of the day, you just want people to put their money in the plate. So the links are in the descriptions. You can send me your money. I will take your money personally. You can send it to me. And I'll be like, thanks for sending me your money. I appreciate that. Or you could donate it to charity. You know, if you don't want to send me your money because I'm black and you're racist. I get it. Just donate the money to charity. All right, cool. Great. All right, folks, it is time to sing our offering song. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is the jam, that good old time feel. Let's go. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Oh, if you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Sing it with me. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Yeah. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Donate to charity. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Yes, people. Amen. Hallelujah. We're doing what churches do. You know, we gotta raise money for a good cause. You know, it's just we gotta handle the church business, folks. It's just what we do around here. Appreciate you guys. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Challenges, let's say, rather than questions. You have to name for me.
All right, here we go. This is the Christopher Hitchens challenge.
Because I try them on every audience. They're very simple ones. First, you have to name for me, or challenges, let's say, rather than questions. You have to name for me an ethical action or an ethical statement or moral action, moral statement
Thank you, too, Punk. Appreciate the hype, bro.
By a believer that I couldn't undertake or say. I couldn't state.
Text in the mail. Appreciate you saying so.
I haven't yet had an example pointed out of that to me. In other words, that a person of faith would have an advantage by being able to call upon divine sanction. Whereas if I ask you to think of a wicked act undertaken by someone in the name of God or because of their faith, you wouldn't have, or a wicked statement made, you wouldn't have that much difficulty, I think, in coming up with an example right away. The genital mutilation community, for example, is almost exclusively religious. The suicide bombing community is almost exclusively religious. There are injunctions for genocide in the Old Testament. There are injunctions and warrants for slavery and racism in the Old Testament too. There's simply...
Hey, I like the church I drum for. Those are my guys. And also, to keep it 100 about the church that I play drums for, they don't take offerings in the middle of the service, actually, ever. And I play for an all-white church. They don't pass around a plate. They don't really ever mention stuff. They do a lot of charitable stuff in the community. They're actually really dope. They actually handle their sort of financial business with members. I mean, they do encourage members to, you know, tithe and do all that stuff, but they usually do that stuff in sort of very organized ways that don't really happen in the middle of service. And I should just give them credit for that. That's just being honest about what they do. And I love my church. I don't hang out with bad Christians. That is not a good J. Bundy theorem. That's not a good J. Bundy theorem. I have amazing Christian family. I play at an amazing Christian church that I love. I love all my church friends. I believe in their vision. I love what they're doing. I just don't believe the claims. I go to Bible study. I go on the retreats. I go on the trips. I do all that to hang out with my friends. Like I said, my family. I've had amazing Christian girlfriends. Most of them were too good for me. Still amazing women who taught me a lot about life. I worked at churches. I loved all the churches I worked at. It's just not one of those deals. Roll the tape.
No way of deriving morality and ethics from the supernatural. When we come to the question of the absolute,
I hate religion. I do not hate religious people.
The most often cited one is the golden rule, the one that almost everyone feels they have in common. The injunction not to do to others as you wouldn't want them to do to you. This
wouldn't
doesn't,
do
in
this
fact,
if
come
I hated
from
religious
the Sermon on the Mount or
people.
from
I
Christianity,
wouldn't
or it doesn't
think it worth
originate
my
with
time.
it. It's certainly adumbrated by Rabbi Hillel, a Babylonian rabbi, and it's to be found in the Analects of Confucius too. But it has, since we're talking about objective, relative, and absolute, a crucial weakness in it, unfortunately. We'd like to be able to follow it, but it's only really as good as the person who's uttering it. In other words, if I say, I won't treat you as I don't want you to treat me, what am I to do when confronted with Charles Manson? I want him treated in a way that I wouldn't
Can
want
you
him
sacrifice
treated
your firstborn?
myself. Anything else would surely be completely relativistic.
Pause the tape. No, we would just be like, nah, you don't have to. We'd be like, nah, you don't have to do that. Man, imagine if God did that. If he was just like, nah, I'm good. Hey, Isaac, nah, don't do that, Isaac. Don't do that. You could just, do the whole train them up in the way they should go thing. Do that instead. Yeah. God, y'all, we should rewrite the Bible, shouldn't we? Remix.
The argument isn't at all advanced by saying that I couldn't know any of this. I couldn't have any moral promptings. I couldn't decide for myself if I see a pregnant woman being kicked in the stomach, that because she's
grew
pregnant,
up in it, Cameron.
that's obviously
it's actually
worse
comfortable to me
than if it was just a woman who wasn't pregnant being kicked in the stomach. This is part
talking
of my
and thinking about
patrimony
religion, hanging out with religious people all day is actually comes second nature to
solidarity
me.
that I need to have with my fellow creatures to make us realize that we are brothers and sisters, one with another. We are dependent upon each other. We have duties. We have
and evolutionary biologists are just as nerdy,
and that if
maybe
we didn't
worse.
have these and try and fulfill them, we couldn't have got as far as we have. We couldn't have evolved as a species. We couldn't have ever had a society. There's never been a society found where rape and murder and perjury are not condemned. And these moral discoveries long predate the arrival of anything recognizable as monotheism. It's a bit like the argument.
Yeah, I do think Elohim was originally plural.
People say, well, how do you have free will? Do you think you
Pause
do
the
have
tape. I mean, I think it's all a remix. It is a remix, right? And so I think they remixed that to suit monotheism, just like. As we get into all of the critical scholarship of the Bible, you realize all of the prophetic passages that they use to sort of prefigure the coming of Christ had absolutely nothing to do, usually with messianic figures, nevertheless, Jesus. Roll the tape.
Well, it's a very, very difficult subject indeed. Some religions say you don't, in effect, have it. That all is determined by heaven.
Oh, the going to
really
church part.
In the larger game. I
play drums.
I take that to be some of the point of Calvinism. There are some schools of Islam also that say it is only as Allah wills.
And if a church doesn't need a drummer, they don't need me.
There's no will of yours really involved, as long as you're willing
Pause
to make
the
the
tape.
process.
Also, I'm going to confess something. That's true. When I was a kid, I promised God, because I was super religious about it. I promised God if he gave me the ability and the opportunity to play drums, that I'd always be willing to play for his people. And as I've gotten older, I realized that there's a certain way in which church drummers are community drummers. They're not out playing on tour or out, playing in some club for money and taking home hot chicks or anything like that. They're literally just like a drummer who plays in a parade, right? They're like, oh, the community has this thing we do, and we kind of need some musicians to help out. You think you could help us out? And you're like, yeah, I could do that. The same way, I really want to play in a local theater. I love playing theater shows. It's just you're out in the community and you meet people and stuff. It's super fun. And then also, as an evolutionary biologist, I get to do stuff like this channel where I get to interact with people who don't believe in evolution or have challenges with science and what I do. And I find that to be an incredible opportunity. So it makes me feel weird because honestly, it's very easy for me to do. It's super fun. I love it. I still love church music. I love church drummers. I'm a huge fan of those guys, and I take what we do very seriously. I think I'll always really enjoy it. So it's a joy for me. It's easy. Roll tape.
Frustration and the obedience. So the connection between religion and free will isn't as simple, as easy as some people like to think it is. But I would say, yes, I think we have free will. When asked why,
and if I'm not playing drums, I'm behind the soundboard.
I would have to take refuge in philosophical irony and say, because I don't think we have any choice but to have free will.
Oh yeah, them soul food dinners at the service
But
hit.
At least I know at this point that I'm being
and
ironic.
They should do that. Good
and
on
that
them.
Some of the irony is at my own expense, and it's a risk I have to be willing to run. But the Christian answer is, of course you have free will. The boss insists upon it. This somewhat degrades the freedom and redefines the idea of will. And it seems to me also that there's something degrading in the idea of saying that morality is derived in the same way, that it comes from on high, that we ourselves are not good enough, that we don't have the dignity, we don't have the self-respect, we don't have the character to know a right action or a right statement when we see it or when we want to perform it. It's this servile element.
Tell me why I can't tell you rape is wrong.
It's not strictly speaking the subject of our debate this evening, I know, but I'm damned if I completely...
And pause the tape. Anybody who wants to tell me how awful people Christopher Hitchens are, or how rude or aggressive or abrasive people like him and Dawkins are, the fact that they get on stage and people say stuff like this to them on the regular basis and they don't slap them in the face should tell you all you need to know about their dignity, respect, and decorum. Roll the tape.
It's the idea that buried in the religious impulse is actually the wish to be unfree, is the wish for
bake sales. You went to really, them bake sales
authority.
I love churches like that.
Of heavenly North Korea.
Fond memories, all that stuff.
That will take our decisions away from us and commit us only to worship and praise and thank a great leader and his son, the dear leader, forever and ever and ever. I'm so glad there's no evidence that this is true. Thank you.
Yeah.
We now enter the period of cross-examination, which trial-like allows the questioner to pose and the answer only to answer and not to repeat the question.
Orange juice and glazed donuts.
6 minutes of questions begin to Dr. Craig, followed by 6 minutes of questions to Mr. Hitchens. Dr. Craig, your questions for Mr. Hitchens.
All right, let's talk first about whether there are any good arguments to think that atheism is true. Now, it seems to me that you're
Pause the tape. Actually, y'all, I'm trying to make little COVID baby steps, and one of the things I did recently was I got some, the other day I picked up like some donuts. I had some donuts delivered to my house. I know most of y'all are going like, what the hell? I don't know. I've just been weird about a lot of packaging and different stuff, and so there's a lot of different foods that I really love that I haven't been treating myself to. And I'm starting to get some. So actually, I've the last couple days I've been really excited about some donuts I've been having, but appreciate the trigger to share some random stories with you guys, break this stuff up a little bit. Roll tape.
You're ambivalent here that you say, you redefine atheism to mean a sort of atheism or non-theism.
That's what it means.
But how do you distinguish then the different varieties of non-theism? For example, what is normally called atheism, agnosticism, or the view of verificationists that the statement God exists is simply meaningless?
Well, I mean, there are different schools of atheism, as you say, but there's no claim I know how to make that says atheism is true, because atheism is the statement that a certain proposition isn't true. So I wish you'd get this bit right, because it's there you go again.
Well,
I just devoted a little time to this. I said it is not in itself a belief or a system. It simply says you can get by better, probably, we think, without the assumption that no one who wants you to worship a God has ever been able to come up with a good enough reason to make you do it.
Pause the fucking tape. This is what I think so many people in our community are missing. And I call it the essential asymmetry for a lot of us. A lot of us used to be believers. It means we do know what you believe. We do understand it. We know about that life. We know the claims. We've read the books. We've looked into it. And many of us are atheists. Not because we wanted to be atheists, but because we went looking for answers as Christians, and we had to be honest with ourselves about the result of that process. And when you strawman us like this, and you misrepresent our opinion, and you misrepresent our stance, and you tell us all this dumb shit, you were abused by the church, and you just want to sin, and how do you have an objective basis for morality, and what about the argument from teleology and ontology and all of this? You are slapping me in the face and calling me a liar. So just come out and tell me I'm not as smart as you are. I misread the Bible and I didn't get the right interpretation. and then tell me about all of this evidence that you have that clearly makes it reasonable to believe in a God, because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it. So I wish if all these damn evidentialists and historicists and all of these motherfuckers, the realists and the precepts, all of you motherfuckers with the deep philosophy, I wish you would share. Because we get a whole lot of the Fred Astaire dancing and the twisting and the turning and the ducking and the jiving, but we don't get this. And you miss the fucking plot with me. You miss the fucking plot with me, because I am not an atheist who set out to disprove Christianity. I'm a Christian who had to acknowledge he did not have sufficient evidence to support my own faith at tremendous personal cost to me. Please tell me what I missed. And yes, I will give you $100 of my own money if you can. That's just called the U.S. Champions Open Challenge. But I don't anticipate I'll be parting with any dough this evening. Roll tape.
Now, so the point is, though, that on your definition of atheism or non-theism, it really embodies a diversity of views, such as agnosticism, what is normally called atheism,
Satan's little helper.
Or this
I feel you on that.
Verificationism. Now, which of those do you hold to within this umbrella of atheism? Are you
exactly
an atheist
soar
who
with
asserts
us
the proposition God does not exist, or do you
Love it,
simply
chap.
withhold belief in God in the way the agnostic does?
Right. On some days, I'm a great...
That's honest.
No, I'm not going to do you that much of a favor. On some days, I'm a great admirer of Thomas Huxley, who had the great debate with Bishop Wilberforce in Oxford at the Natural History Museum about Darwinism in the mid-19th century, and who was known as Darwin's bulldog. We would now say Darwin's pit bull, and who completely trounced the good bishop. But I can't thank him for inventing the term agnostic. And I can't thank him for some of his social Darwinist positions either, some of which are rather
now, I need an answer to this. My time is fleeting.
Because I think agnosticism
now
is
we got to
evasive.
get expedient.
To me, yes. If you talk about the power of the Holy Spirit and so forth, to me that is meaningless. It's to me. I'm sorry. I've tried. It's white noise. It's like saying there is only one God and Allah is His messenger. It's gibberish to me. There are many of us. I'm sorry.
Oh,
there are
you're
just
out
many
of edibles.
of whom this is the case. It may be true. It is true.
Okay, I got to press you here because time is fleeting.
Feel free.
What is your view exactly?
Press away.
Do you affirm God does not
I think
exist?
once I have said that I've never seen.
Go read your Bible or something.
Does that offer you any consolation? Satan's little helper. Can you imagine? Oh, you did punks that emphasis on white. Y'all are so. Oh, my chat is vicious. But look. Imagine when you're out of that fucking stash, right? And you're literally ready to break something or like straight punch somebody in the face, and you're complaining to a Christian friend like, "Oh my God, I'm out of weed," and they're like,
"Go read your Bible or something."
Nigga, I am about to choke the shit out. Oh my goodness, I would be so triggered. Roll tape.
Seen any persuasive evidence for the existence of something, and I've made real attempts to study the evidence presented and the arguments presented, that I will go as far as to say, have the nerve to say, that it does not therefore exist, except in the minds of its, except in the Henry Jamesian subjective sense that you say of it being so real to some people in their own minds that it counts as a force in the world. Yes.
Okay, so you do affirm then that God does not exist. Now, what I want to know, and do you have any justification for that?
I think I've come unwired in some horrible way.
You're fine.
Are you sure?
Do you have any arguments leading to the conclusion that God does not exist?
Well, I would rather. I think I'm wondering if I'm boring.
What up, no name?
I would rather say. I'd rather state it in reverse and say I find all the arguments in favor to be fallacious or unconvincing. And I'd have to add that
What's up, Rebel? Welcome back, man. Hey, Rebel, thanks for coming back after your shower. We appreciate that. Hope you're feeling fresh and clean.
But I would be very depressed if it was true. But that's a quite different thing. I don't say of atheism that it's at all morally superior.
We out here reviewing one of the classics. We're gonna put it in our library. We can at least
be acquitted on the charge of wishful thinking.
We'll say we've done it.
I wonder if that's the case. Would you agree that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence?
Well, you know, I'm not sure that I would agree.
Ooh, debating William Lane Craig.
Let's
what
turn
a
to
treat.
the moral argument and talk about that
what
a little
a treat.
bit. I think you've misunderstood the moral argument.
Given the stakes, Doctor.
Bro, that's because it's
given the stakes.
incoherent.
We're not talking about unicorns or tooth fairies or leprechauns here. We're talking about an authority that would give other human beings the right to tell me what to do.
Yeah, the late night crew has been up late.
For a claim like that, if
I'm also going to be starting stuff a little bit earlier. I'm trying to move stuff up to like 10.
Not a small question.
No, it's certainly not.
I want to get my sleep schedule a little bit better and get ready for the semester.
Your evidence had better be absolutely magnificent, it seems to me.
After teaching the mornings in the fall.
It's the lack of magnificence, I think, that began to strike me first.
One final question, Doctor.
Okay, well, let's go to the moral argument. It seems to me there that you've misunderstood the argument in that we're looking for an objective foundation for the moral values.
Pause the tape. Also, guys, just to let you guys know, it's officially July 12th by a couple of hours here. My birthday is August 12th. I'll be turning 36. I'll be streaming every day between now and then, trying to get this money, y'all. We're gonna try to raise $100 for the International Bipolar Foundation. So what that means is, here's what we're gonna do. Whatever you guys raise, I'm gonna make up the difference. So if you guys raise like $50, then I'll pay the other 50, and we'll donate $100 to the International Bipolar Foundation on my birthday. I'm bipolar, so I figured we'll do this for our first charity initiative. And then if you guys make it to the $100, if we can actually raise $100 in the next month, or the rest of the $100 in the next month, then I'm gonna match it, and then on my birthday I'm gonna donate $200. So I'm just really excited about this, and I'm gonna be streaming every day just to kind of celebrate. And there's gonna be all types of different streams, and we're gonna be making videos and releasing more content. And we're gonna make a push just to get our channels going and grow a little bit and have some fun with it. All right, and so also to mention that I'm gonna be moving to like 10 o'clock on a lot of nights, so that we're starting a little bit earlier. I'll be teaching again in August, and I'll be teaching on Monday and Wednesday mornings, and I'm hoping to be streaming my class like I've been streaming some of my work. So you'll also be getting some work streams from me and some more streams during the daytime. And if you got to go to bed, I appreciate that. I know we're up past a lot of people's bedtimes. And if you can catch the rewatch, great. If not, then we appreciate your time and appreciate you guys coming through the chat. I was going to break this up into parts, but I don't have to get up particularly early tomorrow, so I think we'll get through it, and we'll just go ahead and knock it on out. But thank you guys so much, and just wanted to let you guys know what was going on this month. All right, let's go.
That we both, I think, want to affirm. It's not a matter of whether or not we can know what is right and wrong, or that we need God to tell us what is right and wrong.
Let's get it.
It's rather that we need to have some sort of an
excited.
objective
It's going to be a celebration.
foundation for right and wrong.
Fun.
Wouldn't you agree, on your view, it's simply the sociobiological spin-offs of the evolutionary process, and that therefore these do not provide any sort of objective foundation for moral values and duties?
That could be true, yes. That could well be true. Yeah, I don't want to be too much of a reductionist, but it's entirely possible that it is purely evolutionary and functional. One wants to think that there's a bit more to one's love for the fellow creature than that. But it doesn't add one iota of weight or moral gravity to the argument to say, but that's because I don't believe in a supernatural being. It's a non sequitur.
Mr. Hitchens, your questions for Dr. Craig.
Calmly explained. I would go off.
You said
that moral shit pisses me off.
The career of Jesus of Nazareth involved a ministry of miracles and exorcisms. When you say exorcism, do you mean that you believe in devils
to the fire,
too?
baby?
What I meant there was that most historians agree that Jesus of Nazareth practiced miracle working and he practiced exorcisms. I'm not committing myself, nor are historians committing themselves to the reality of demons, but they are saying that Jesus did practice exorcism.
Y'all, I've been trying to get Gin and Truth. I've been leaving him comments. I hit him up on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. I'm going to keep hitting him up. He's actually really friendly when I do get him. He's just hard to get. But I want to start doing some stuff with him. His Counter-Apologetics are wonderful. He does social and political stuff. He's a big influence on me at this point. But yeah, I'm going to keep working. I'm not going to take him off my list until I get to do something with him. And then when I get to do something with him, I'm going to just not give up until he agrees to do a whole lot more with us. But yeah, I'm a super fan, and I wanna try to merge communities. All right, back to this blase and the Glavinoids. Roll the fucked up ass tape with this motherfucker.
And he practiced healing.
So you believe that Jesus of Nazareth caused devils to leave the body of a madman and go into a flock of pigs that hurled themselves down the Gadarene slopes into the sea?
He's the male version.
Do I believe that's historical? Yes.
Right. That would be sorcery, wouldn't it, though?
No, it would be an illustration of Jesus' ability to command even the forces of darkness, and therefore an illustration of the sort of divine authority that he was able to command and exercise. This, as I say, is
you just said that he claimed. The claim is that he did it.
Unprecedented sense of divine authority that Jesus of Nazareth had, that he even could command the forces of darkness, and that
now
they would
all
obey.
he can.
So whether you think he was a genuine exorcist or that he merely believed himself to be an exorcist, what is historically undeniable is that he had this radical sense
historically undeniable
of divine authority, which he expressed by miracle working and exorcisms.
Right.
Those words did a lot of work.
He was born of a virgin.
Yes, I believe that as a Christian.
Unbelievable.
I couldn't claim to prove that historically. That's not part of my case tonight. But I as a Christian, I believe that.
Pause the tape. I just want people to understand something that I'm just saying this honestly. I discount somebody seriously in biological conversation with them at that point. That's a no-go for me. It's a no-go for me. And I'm not, I realize a lot of these things I say, they're not me like telling you guys, like, I don't know, I don't feel like I'm grandstanding. What I'm doing, because I'm very early in my career, you guys got to remember it's August, right? Not even August yet. Okay, I graduated in August. I just finished I just finished graduate school less than a year ago, right? So I'm a first year postdoc. And so as I am just embarking on my career of research and teaching in evolutionary biology, and I just did my first conference presentation about my dissertation research, right? Video, check it out on the J BUNDY channel. But it's like you're realizing kind of the weightiness and the responsibility that comes with the job. And for me, it's like, dude, we got to have serious evidence to genuinely accept that someone was born to a virgin, because it fundamentally violates the laws of physics. And if you tell me that it's a thing that happened in history and you don't understand, again, Hitchens' razor, right, which is, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, I'm not saying that I'm not going to continue the conversation with you. It's just in my head, we're firmly in the camp of philosophy and theology. And anything you say about the sciences, I'm just taking as, tangential to your metaphysical perspective, because I just can't. You've just told me you don't take the biology science game seriously. And that's what you told me. You just told me it doesn't matter to you. And I know a lot of people are saying, that may not be charitable of me because people have to be committed to that. Look, I was once committed to it. But, you got to grow up. And if you're going to throw around biology and you're going to throw around science and you're going to throw around your critique of evolutionary biology, all right, man, then expect the critique to come back. Expect the counter critique. Expect, evolutionary biologists like me to critique your horse shit. You should expect that, right? The scholar on scholar, truthfulness.
You believe in the resurrection, but
me finding your work
as a matter of biblical, what shall we call it, consistency. It's said in one of the Gospels that at the time of the crucifixion, all the graves of Jerusalem were opened, and all the tenants of the graves walked the streets and greeted their old friends. It makes the resurrection sound rather commonplace in the greater Jerusalem area.
It says that's in the Gospel of Matthew, and that's actually attached to a crucifixion narrative.
That's what it said. It says at the time of the crucifixion.
Yes, that's right. At the time of the crucifixion,
and I'm a hardcore
Darwinist. Appearances of Old Testament saints in Jerusalem at the time. This is part of Matthew's description of the crucifixion scene.
Pause the tape. By hardcore Darwinist, I mean fundamentally evolution is the process that he came up with. We call it Darwinian evolution. I think I say Darwinist because, again, I studied that we call it Darwin's Law. That's Darwin's Law is the name of the class I teach, right? And so we believe, Darwin's sort of theory of evolution is the foundation for evolutionary theory, which literally extends beyond biological evolution, right? I do evolution in computers because to have an evolving system, you need to have variation, inheritance, and selection happening over time in a population, right? That gets you change over time in a population with those things at play. And so that's the Darwinian mechanism. But with that being said, the field of evolutionary biology has grown leaps and bounds since then, and it's remarkable to compare it to theology, which is still it's been practiced for so much longer, but still can't come up with anything that you all agree on. But more to the point, I think for me, being a Darwinist means I really like Darwin. Like, I'm fascinated by his writing and his personality and, learning a lot of, about his sort of biography. And I'm a really big fan of some Darwin impersonators I know, and I've done a lot of Darwin stuff events. So I'm like a Darwin fanboy. But the reason I mention that is because it's funny, like, people who really get this understand that the field has largely moved on since Darwin, right? And a consequence of that is most evolutionary biologists and biologists, by and large, aren't hardcore Darwinists. They're just not. They think of Darwin as like, yeah, cool. Yeah, that was Darwin. All right, cool. And they think of mostly like, yeah, he wrote like the good theory stuff and, like kind of wrote an old book. So you got to kind of be like a evolutionary theory weirdo. Like, you got to be super into evolutionary theory, and then like the history of evolutionary theory, and then like Darwin's role in that history, and then his human idiosyncrasies. And so then most people in our field see people like me as like one of those weirdo Darwin nerds. Like, literally, that's how they see me. Like, oh, they call us like Darwinophiles. Like they make up little like fucking, degrading nicknames for people like me. And I'm just confessing to you guys that I'm actually literally one of those people. Like, Darwin's one of my favorite authors, and because he rambles a lot like me, because he's passionate. He's consumed by the evolution. He's consumed by it, and it's radically transforming to his whole. I'm not going to get into it. Let's just get back to the shit. Just get back to the shit.
I mean, do you believe that?
I don't know whether Matthew intends this to be
Don't get me talking about Darwin. I'll literally never shut up.
This to be taken literally. I've not studied it in any depth, and I'm open-minded about it. I'm willing to be convinced one way or the other.
See, the reason I'm pressing you is this because, we know from Scripture that the pharaohs, magicians, could produce miracles. In the end, Aaron could outproduce them.
Blind man disciple. There's more believers that accept evolution than atheists in the world. That's amazing.
Great miracles can be performed. It doesn't prove the truth of the doctrine of the person who's performing them. Or would you not agree to that?
Not necessarily. I think that's right.
So somebody could be casting out devils from pigs, and that wouldn't prove he was the Son of God.
Right.
I think that's right. In fact, there were Jewish exorcists. The only point that I was trying to make there was that this was illustrative of the kind of divine authority that Jesus claimed, especially since he didn't cast them out.
His point was that there's a story. Literally, that's his point, y'all. His point is that, according to the story, Jesus was a fucking miracle worker. Really, William Lane Craig? Oh, really? How many fucking degrees did you get from Scrooge McDuck Bible University? Oh, 1,400? And what did you learn in all them fucking dissertations you wrote? Oh, that Jesus claimed to be a miracle worker? Oh, well, most of us that read that don't even fucking know if that's true, but really? We've never fucking heard that shit before. You mean like when he was putting mud on people and healing the sick and casting demons into the pigs and raising Lazarus for the dead and walking on water? Oh, really, William Lane Craig? Jesus claimed to be a miracle worker? Go fuck yourself, William Lane Craig. Roll a fucked up ass tape.
In God's name, where he didn't perform miracles by praying to God, he would do them in his own authority.
Look how he says it so like it's so profound.
Jesus exercised
I'm telling you something you don't know.
Simply unheard of at that time.
Oh, wow, William Lane Craig.
For which he was eventually
crucified. Look at the body language.
Because it was thought to be blasphemous.
It's so profound. Do you understand, Christopher Hitchens?
Well, it was thought to be blasphemous to claim to be the Messiah, to be exact. I mean, the people who got the closest
to that was so funny to analyze real quick.
The Jewish Sanhedrin thought that his claims were not genuine. So remember, if you're resting anything on eyewitnesses, the ones who we definitely know were there.
Why do you keep violating Satan's little helper?
I think I've got a rough idea. Assuming you make that assumption,
all right, let me see what I can do with this fucked up ass bot.
Presuppositionalist case, I can see what you're driving at.
Well, no, I'm not a presuppositionalist.
I've got another question for you, which is this. How many religions in the world do you believe to be false?
I don't know how many religions in the world there are, so I
Well, could you name... All right. Fair enough.
I've got to make exceptions for regulars.
That was a clumsily asked question, I admit.
For words.
Do you regard any of the world's religions to be false?
Excuse me?
Do you regard any of the world's religions to be false preaching?
Yes, I think, yeah, certainly.
Would you name one then?
Islam.
Right, that's quite a lot.
Pardon me?
That's quite a lot.
Yes.
Do you think it's moral to preach false religion?
No.
All right, I'm
so religion is
responsible
for quite a lot of wickedness in the world right now.
Certainly.
Right.
I'd be happy to concede that. I would agree with that.
So if I was a baby being born in Saudi Arabia today, would you rather I was me or a Wahhabi Muslim?
Would I be? You'd rather be what?
Would you rather it was me? It was an atheist baby or a Wahhabi baby?
I don't have any preference as to whether you would.
You do. As bad as that. Okay. Sorry, I've only got a few seconds. It's a serious question. I shouldn't squander it. Are there any Christian denominations you regard as false?
Certainly.
Could I know what they are?
Well, I'm not a Calvinist, for example. I think that certain tenets of Reformed theology are in.
But what the fuck does it mean to be you're not a Calvinist? Because if you come at me with some shit like you don't believe, it's all predetermined by God, then I think when these Christians go at undermining each other's, because, they don't like the house of cards the other team built or whatever, with their internal conflicts, they actually eat at the heart of their entire faith. They're like, oh, you Calvinists who believe it's all fucking predetermined by God as though God had infinite foreknowledge of the whole shit. Hang on a second, Calvinist. Shut the fuck up. Atheist. No, God spoke it into existence because he had infinite foreknowledge of everything, you stupid mother. They literally, they talk out both sides of their mouth. They do one thing to, undermine the fucking other, theist. And then when we point that shit out, they literally argue the same thing to us. We didn't just see them do that shit to the other fucking theists.
Incorrect.
It's hilarious.
More in the Wesleyan camp.
Oh,
myself.
more in the Wesleyan camp.
These are differences among brethren. These are not differences
amongst brethren,
on which we need to put one another in some sort of a cage. So within the Christian camp, there's a large diversity of perspectives. I'm sure there are views that I hold that are probably false, but I'm trying my best to get my theology straight.
Evil, so evil, everyone thinks that it's good, Nano.
Recognize that none of us agree on every point of Christian doctrine, on every dot and tittle.
Before Mr. Hitchens succeeds in launching another series of religious wars among Christians, let's get to the responses. 7 minutes are each. Dr. Craig, it is your 7 minutes.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's so funny, It's so funny. But no, Lucifer is a fallen angel, just another extra magical being. That all makes the model so much simpler somehow.
Well, I think it's very evident that in tonight's debate, we've not heard any good reasons to think that what is normally called atheism is true. That is to say, the belief that God does not.
Guys, oh my goodness. Wait a second. Y'all are going to see a little bit of how the sausage is made. Y'all got to see a little bit of sausage making. 133. We have not seen any good reason to think. Wait, let me make sure I get that right. Oh, it's so good. That's such a good one.
Exists is any good reasons to think that what is normally called atheism.
Yeah. We've not seen any good reasons to think. Guys, when I get these William Lane Craig quotes, all right, what I do is I make sure that I've taken in the surrounding context, all right, and that I'm not quoting him out of context, because I would never want to do that. As you guys have seen throughout the evening, I have way too much respect for William Lane Craig. Way too much respect.
That is to say, the belief that God does not exist. Mr. Hitchens withholds belief in God, but he's unable to give us any argument to think that God does not exist, which is what is called positive atheism.
And then he gets corrected and he says it again, right? He's been corrected on it 3 times tonight.
But I've already responded to that. What's crucial there is not the number of years, it's the population. And only 2% of the population of the earth has existed before Christ.
Fighting very hard.
And during that time, God is
and
not
apparently he's very good
at
that, and that's what scares me.
Rather, he is preparing humanity, preparing the world for the advent of Christ, so that in the fullness of time, Christ would come into the world. And those people who lived apart from Christ, God cared for them as well and provided for them. The Bible says,
which is why he loses the debate, Nano, because he resorts to infallibility every time.
Namely his eternal power and deity has been clearly perceived in the things that have been made. Paul says that from one man, God made every nation of men, that they should inhabit the whole earth. And he determined the times set for them and the exact places that they should live. He did this so that men would seek him and perhaps reach out for him and find him, for he is not far from each one of us, for in him we live and move and have our being. So that those who lived before Christ were covered by the death of Christ, they were covered by his atoning sacrifice, and God will judge them on the basis of the information.
It's this idea, intelligent design creationists do this all the time against evolution, right? They're gonna put up a whole bunch of nonsense, and anything where evolution can't explain some detail or there's some unknown thing, they go, oh, well, then that's like we said, it's just a theory. Clearly doesn't explain everything, then intelligent design creationism wins by default. Oh, okay, hang on a second, I have a question. Yeah, what's your question, you stupid dumb biologist? Which intelligent design creationism? Because there's kind of a bunch of... No, you know which one we're talking about. The one with the American rock and roll Jesus. Oh, sorry. All right, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. All right, roll tape.
That they had in their response to general revelation. Similarly, for those who haven't heard of the gospel yet today, they will be judged on the basis of the information that they do have and how they respond to that. And aren't you glad that you don't have to judge them? You can leave this up to the hands of a just and holy and merciful God who will judge people on the basis of how they respond to the revelation that they do have. So we've not heard any argument tonight that God does not exist. Now, by contrast, I've given 5 arguments to show that Christian theism is
Pause
true.
The tape.
First,
listen,
we saw
Rebel,
the cosmological...
Rebel, I got it. Rebel, first you brought some substance out of me earlier. Okay, I see what you did there. And now you're bringing some compassion out of me. You know, I really am a minister. I'm descended from like 5 generations of preachers. I could literally do this. I could do like a 24-hour stream and I would be fine. I would just like sit here. I'd start playing replays for a while, go off, jerk off in my room, splooge all over myself, come back, put on my PlayStation. Just keep going, you know, sleep for a few hours. Ask the chat. The chat will tell you, don't tempt this nigga. This nigga will literally just be live for like 92 hours straight for like literally no reason. Why? Because I'm a minister. I'm serious. I'm out here in the missionary field. And so, Rebel Nazarene, you know, you a crazy motherfucker, but you're new here to our community, and I want to touch your soul. I want to save you from Yahweh. So the first thing I want to leave you with tonight, I want you to really think about this, because this is a special message just for you. I know you think the Bible is the good book. It's holy, it's sacred. I got news for you. The Bible's not a good book. It's not a good book. Don't tune in to Hot Program, because if you watch Hot Program on my other channel with my one black friend every Sunday live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, you're going to think, because he loves the Bible. He's an atheist, and he can be like, look, even atheists love the Bible. No. Don't listen to him. He's that one guy in every group that's way too friendly. Don't listen to him. Do not listen to these atheist Bible nerds. They are flag-waving phonies. The Bible is a terrible book. So when you come through the chat and you drop verses on us, we might look them up real quick. Okay, we might, but we're kind of resistant. And it's because the Bible is painful to read. It's like, oh, I got to go find the verse, and then they want to read the context, and then they want to have then you got to go read the other 3,200 verses in the verse tree so you can understand the proper theological passage of the, oh my goodness, the Bible is just the worst. So listen, I didn't mean to get too serious on y'all, but Rebel Nazarene, I really do want to save you from Yahweh. I really do. And so I need you to just take this seriously. Next time you're on a shit, just give me that. Give me one good shit. All right, the next time you got to take a really good shit, right? Just sit there and think, I'm just gonna, for the period of this shit, think about if the Bible is actually really a good book. All right, I appreciate y'all. In the name of Darwin Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you. Roll tape.
Logical argument. Mr. Hitchens has not disagreed with either of the premises of this argument, and so we have good grounds for believing there's a personal creator of the universe. As for the teleological argument,
are you saying the ancient people were smarter than today's dumbass theists?
With respect to the fine-tuning being well established in science, and that the fact that we're going toward nothingness, as he puts it, is an atheistic assumption, not a Christian assumption, and therefore doesn't do anything to disprove design. Now, what about the moral argument? Here he says that you have to prove that people would behave better if they believed in God. That's not the argument. I hope that's clear to everyone. The argument is that without God as a transcendent foundation for moral values, we're simply
Pause the fucked up ass thing. Nigga, what is a transcendent foundation? Why do y'all motherfuckers just literally just get to be like hocus? They literally just get to say hocus pocus, a transcendent foundation. Name one motherfucking thing that has a transcendent foundation. I'll wait. Roll a tape.
In sociocultural relativism. Who are you to judge?
Here we go. Sociocultural relativism.
Who are you to judge that the ethic of ancient Hinduism was wrong? Who are you to judge that the Afrikaner apartheid is wrong? This is all just the result of sociocultural evolution. And there
invalid
is no
epistemological bullshit
standard apart from God, and that's what God delivers for us. Now, Mr. Hitchens says, name one moral action that an unbeliever could not take. Well, that's trivially easy. If God exists, there are all kinds of moral duties that we have that the unbeliever could not recognize. At the panel discussion last week in Dallas, when Mr. Hitchens demanded that someone name such an action, a pastor on the panel immediately
worshiping your own ego. Yeah, Satan's little helper. Preach, Satan's little helper. Amen, hallelujah. I feel the spirit of doubt up in Satan's little helper's comments.
A believer would take. even more fundamentally, what about the first and greatest commandment? You shall love the Lord your
Running
God
from
with
your
all your
own
heart,
words.
with all your strength, with all your mind.
We'll wait for that
is an
long
action
list of
that only a
biologists. He's
believer
typing
can
it.
take.
He's typing
No
out all the
unbeliever
names.
can
It's a really long
discharge
list.
even this most fundamental of moral duties. But in any case, all of this is beside the point with respect to the moral argument. The point is that on atheism, there are no moral obligations for anybody to fulfill. In nature, whatever is right, and Mr. Hitchens is unable to provide any sort of objective foundation for moral values. Massimo Pigliucci is a philosopher of biology.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Y'all know that name was funny. Ooh. The fucked up shit is that the funniest thing William Lane Craig said all night with all that bullshit he said, the funniest thing he said all night to me was something that's actually true. Like, the one thing he actually said that's true sounds like he just made that shit up. Massimo Pigliucci. Oh my God. Oh, that's too good. Oh, that's too good. I hear that again. Oh, it's too
moral
good.
values.
We have a powerful
Massimo Pigliucci is a philosopher of biology. This is what he has to say. He says on atheism, there is no such thing as objective morality.
Wow.
Morality in human cultures has evolved, and what is moral for you might not be moral for the guy next door, and certainly is not moral for the guy across the
God's
ocean.
about
And
to
what
come
makes you
on
think
me.
that your personal morality is the one and everybody else is wrong? What we call homicide
Running for
or
Congress
rape, he said,
in an Alaska
is very,
near
very
you.
common among different kinds of animals.
Unbelievable.
Lions, for example, commit infanticide on a regular basis.
What?
You're offering me a bribe. What you have just done is illegal. And in this state, if convicted, you could be fined up to $5,000 or spend 6 months in a correctional facility.
Offering bribes. Guys, speaking of bribes, I just offered what did I offer him? I think I offered him 50 million pocket change a year with the $50 million signing bonus, so that I could sign James Apperson to the First Church of the Flying Man. Oh my goodness, I will not be stopped. I am taking over the internet. The crew is getting stronger and stronger every day. Theists, it's time to be very, 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 very scared. Roll the tape.
What we call homicide or rape, he said, is very, very common among different kinds of animals. Lions, for example, commit infanticide on a regular basis. Now, are these kinds of acts to be condoned?
What does that mean?
I didn't even know what that
What
means
is rape?
because the lion doesn't
What is a
understand what
woman?
morality is.
What
Morality,
is
he says,
consent?
is an invention of human beings. It's just a convention that human beings have adopted to
It's
live
just a
together,
word we
but it
use.
has no objectivity. And that's what I offer
linguistic
Mr. Hitchens tonight,
contract, so
is
to
a solid,
speak.
transcendent foundation for the moral values that I think he so desperately wants to
What
affirm.
the fuck is a transcendent
What about
foundation?
the resurrection of Jesus? Here he misunderstood N.T. Wright's argument. N.T. Wright's argument is not that the success of Christianity means that it's true. That would have...
No, there's no character limits for... What are you talking about? He's an usher. If he wants to put up like 1,900 wall of text that you gotta scroll through for like an hour so you can read a whole sermon in the chat, it's just like, amen. He just felt the need to sermonize. He just wanted to drop a quick sermon in the chat. He could do that around here. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't talk to my ushers like that. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
apply to Islam and Mormonism.
When the
Rather,
spirit of doubt
N.T.
hits
Wright's
you, you gotta
argument is that
testify.
the origin of the disciples' belief that God had raised Jesus from the dead is so un-Jewish, it is so uncharacteristic, that you have to explain what would bring them to adopt so radical a mutation of Jewish belief as belief in a dying Messiah and a rising Messiah.
200 characters.
And
That's
he says
a YouTube
the only thing
thing
he can think of that would explain this is the empty
I don't give a
tomb
fuck about
and the
that.
post-mortem appearances of Jesus. And that's why Wright concludes that these have a certainty that is comparable to the fall of
Pause
Jerusalem.
the tape. Also, go see what you can get away with in the Discord. It'd be sweet if you could actually get around that by sending the message through the restream, but it probably won't work. It'll probably cut it off or something. I don't even know. Roll the tape.
In AD 70. So you've got to get the argument right if you're going to deal with it. And in fact, I think the only explanation of these facts is the one the disciples gave, that God raised Jesus from the dead. Finally, the immediate experience of God has remained untouched. God is real to me. And unless I'm delusional, I'm perfectly within my rational rights to believe in God on the basis of this experience, just as I believe in the reality of the external world or the reality of the past on the basis of my experience. So I think in sum we've got 5 good reasons for believing that Christianity is true.
Videos coming.
No reason to think atheism is true, and therefore I think Christianity is clearly the more rational worldview.
See, this is that bullshit, Christians. This is that bullshit. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I couldn't fuck with y'all. Like, for me, like, all right, I'm going to just put it to you like this, and I mean this 100%. If y'all motherfuckers are supposed to be all about, you know, doing the right thing and the transcendent foundation of morality and doing what's right, the right thing to do is to admit that Christianity is not the most rational position. Like, this is what I love about some of the more, I feel like, congregational Christians. I want to use a respectful term. Some people who I feel like are more about walking in the Christian life, living in Christian community with other Christians, actually having a serious relationship with Jesus and, you know, striving to be virtuous, right? Like, for a lot of them, like, they don't have to say that bullshit. And I respect them for that. They'll be like, oh, yeah, no, I don't think Christianity is the most rational position. Like, no. I believe that, you know, because, like, God wanted to redeem the world. He sent his only begotten son and, you know, impregnated a virgin. And he rose after 3 days from the dead. It's totally, it's totally like God magic. You know, but, you know, Jay, I believe it. You know, it's what I believe. And I've seen, you know, what the difference it makes in my life and then the life of others. And, you know, and honestly, like, this is why people who talk shit about my church or don't understand how I'm a church member, they're like that. Like, they don't. Not saying every one of them, but for the most part, like, they don't have to put on the pretense of all of this. And I actually just find that so much more honest. When you sit up here and you just do this whole circle jerk thing for all of this time, and then you sit up here and try to say things like, oh, it's the most rational position, or we have the most evidence. Like, bro, you missed the plot by so far that you're honestly not worth taking on good faith because you're not acting in good faith. What you just said is not a good faith summation of what the fuck we just witnessed tonight. Roll the tape. And the funny thing is he would admit that to you. He just would be like, oh, but that's not my argument tonight. It's not my job tonight. My job tonight, all right, I'm doing my job. And he'd be like, oh yeah, he'll admit it. If you just gotta make him, poke him a little bit.
I think it's you'll correct me if I'm wrong, it's Tertullian, isn't it, who says,
Rebel, you're a Christian with all of that most high disciple of humala you came up in here with?
The very improbability of the thing, the very unlikelihood of it, the unlikelihood that anyone would fabricate such a thing, for example, that a Jew could be brought to believe something so extraordinary, is testimony to its truth. I'm sure there can't be anyone who doesn't think that's a little too easy, a little too facile. I myself, for example, have followed the career of a woman known vulgarly in the media as Mother Teresa, an Albanian named Agnes Bujashu, a Catholic fanatic operating in
Hold on to your buttholes, Christians.
And I watched every stage of her career as a candidate for, and then the recipient of beatification.
Hold on to your buttholes, liberals.
Canonization. The canonization will require, and as the Vatican demands, the attestation of a miracle performed by her posthumous intercession. And the miracle's already been announced. A woman in Bengal, fortunately already a devout Catholic, by pressing a medal of Mother Teresa to her stomach, made a tumor go away, or so she says. All the witnesses to this have since recanted. All the doctors have given a much better explanation of how she was cured, of the swelling and the growth and what the medicines were, and so
Liar,
they're still stuck with it.
but
they have to go ahead with this process which will lead to countless untold suffering in India, because it will appear to license the bogus charlatanry of shaman medicine and intercessory medicine rather than the real thing. All of this will have to be gone through this awful display in the name of faith. And I just happen to have watched it at every stage, and I can tell you, it's depressingly easy to get a religious rumor started. You can count on an enormous amount.
It's actually a very good reason to time someone out.
Credulity among illiterate, frightened, ill-educated populations. There isn't a literate, written down, properly attested witness of any real sort in the Gospels. It is, and you may as well admit it and stick to it because it's what you're good at. It involves an act of faith. Second, on the matter of my moral question. Yes, it's true that Doug Wilson said that tithing was something I couldn't do, but then, I'm not moving the goalposts here, I don't think I'd regard giving all my money to the new St. Andrew's Church as a moral act. The only challenge that I've had so far that I really couldn't get out of, I should share it with you, was I was told, well, you couldn't do this. You couldn't say, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. No, but nor could you, as people of faith. You wouldn't dare. It would be blasphemy for you to do it. There's only one person who can do that, even on your account. So with respect, ladies and gentlemen,
I just wanted to check to see if I could do it. But yeah, go ahead, guys. Don't hesitate to.
Be a moral person, despite my unbelief, and it has certainly not been demonstrated that unbelief will guarantee you against.
And you can ban repeat offenders.
I'll say it again. That
pause the tape.
Will ensure you.
Also, guys, a lot more of my stuff, as you guys saw today with Cliff, will be leaning towards my professional content. Now, if I get to stream my class, I'm gonna have to do that on my on probably a different channel. But I like the idea of that stuff being heavily modded, right? I actually, the more and more this channel grows, I want it. I don't mind people, having all types of disagreements and, having fun and getting rowdy. But the main reason a lot of that stuff is really annoying is because it just takes up space, right? I'm not done editing the bots commands, but a lot of you that have been watching for a while notice I've even cut down a lot of the bots, timer commands, right? So that we just try to keep the chat clean. But yeah, as I do more professional stuff and work stuff, and as we, have guests on and, do more hangouts, it's definitely better to time out people who are not engaging sincerely. And definitely people who are spamming in any way, shape, or form. But you can, we give somebody like Rebel a little bit of a warning and a chance to do better before banning them. But I'd rather you guys ban people quickly and time people out quickly than to let people ruin the experience for the people who are engaging the way we consider appropriate. All right, roll tape.
Wickedness. You mentioned things like apartheid and Nazism. Well, let me just run it by you. Partly this often comes up because people say, what about the crimes and wickednesses of the secular world?
Hang on a second, pause tape. I also don't care about view numbers. I know that that's counterintuitive, but my thing is I want this community to grow the right way, not the fastest way. And so I don't care. I have spent so much time as a streamer streaming for 0 people that I would rather stream for 3 of you who are having a great time and doing our thing than 30 people who are just being bullshit and spamming the chat. Like I don't care. A lot of times I'm not even looking at the number. I had to remind myself to turn it on so that I can even see it. And the only reason I see it is so that if the number does something cool, I can incentivize the chat. Otherwise, I could give a fuck how many people are watching. Roll the tape.
The apartheid system in South Africa was actually a creation of the Dutch Reformed Church. It was justified theologically as the giving of a promised land to one Christian religious tribe, in which everyone else was supposed to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. It wasn't until the Dutch Reformed Church, under pressure, agreed to drop their racist
that is the question. What do you believe and why do you believe it? It's always on the table.
Dictatorship in Greece in 1967 to 74 was proclaimed by the Greek Orthodox Church as a Greece for Christian Greeks. The Russian Orthodox Church at present, maybe this is one of the churches you don't recognize as Christian, I don't know, but it's currently become the bodyguard of the Vladimir Putin dictatorship in Russia. They are now producing, the Russian Orthodox Church, actual icons with halos around them of Joseph Stalin for distribution to extreme Russian nationalists and chauvinists for whom the church has become the spiritual sword and buckler. In Nazi Germany, prayers were said every year on the Führer's birthday by order of the churches for his survival and well-being. The first concordat signed by Hitler and by Mussolini in both cases was with the Vatican. If you take out the word fascist from any account of the 1920s and 30s, any reputable historical account, and you insert the words Christian right wing or actually Catholic right wing, you don't have to change a word of the rest of the sentence. And the third member of the Axis, the Japanese Empire, was led by someone who actually claimed he was himself a god, and to whom everyone in Japan was a serf and had to admit his godhead and divinity. And it was said...
I didn't... Satan's Little Helper, say more about this, because I feel like I missed that. Because I feel like I was with the guys the other day, and they were talking about what they're trying to do cultural, ethnic cleansing of, Russian people with Russian heritage in our lands or whatever. But say more about that. Not to say that they're mutually exclusive, but I just, I haven't, probably because I think the mainstream media tries to avoid touching religion with a 10-foot pole. I mean, they hardly want to talk about the religion's role in the shit going on with Roe v. Wade to show you how far it has to go for them to even mention it. Roll the tape.
To all of them, where would we know without the
Emperor?
the
church backing him up, the Orthodox
How would we know
church.
what the right action was?
I see.
Without him, there would be screwing in the streets. There would be chaos. No one would know their bearings.
Yeah, you
Without
can join
our
the
God,
stream.
We would be rudderless. Many Japanese people, in fact,
let me get through this. The rest of this.
Pitiful
first,
to report, still actually believe that. Now,
because who knows what will happen at that point?
I want to say, in other words, that religion is the outcome of unresolved contradictions in the material
not, then
world.
You can always
that if you make the assumption that it's
any other stream.
man-made,
I'll be streaming every night.
Then very few things are mysterious to you. If you make the assumption that religion is man-made, then you
and I normally won't do
know
anything this long.
Why? It would be obvious to you why there are so many religions.
Almost
when
as
you
a
make
rule,
the assumption
but
that
I wanted
it's
to do this
man-made,
tonight.
you will understand why it is that religion has been such a disappointment to our species. That despite innumerable revivals, innumerable attempts again to preach the truth, innumerable attempts to convert the heathen, innumerable attempts to send missionaries all around the world, that the same problems remain with us. That nothing is resolved by this. That if all religions died out,
Pause the tape. It's not the verses, Nazarene. It's just we want conversation and we want to hear your thoughts, and it's frustrating because a lot of us have read the Bible, so we want to know what you think rather than just copying and pasting passages from the Bible.
All were admitted to be false, instead of, as all believers will tell you, only some of them are false.
Perhaps we should start saying a citation is not an argument.
Proposition that religion are either all of them true, or none of them true, or only one exclusive preachment is true. And none of these seem to me coherent, and all of these seem to be the outcome of a man-made cult. Assume that all of them were discredited at the same time, all of our problems would be exactly what they are now? How do we live with one another? Where indeed do morals and ethics come from? What are our duties to one another? How shall we build the just city? How shall we practice love? How shall we deal with the baser, what Darwin called the lowly stamp of our original origins, which comes not from a pact with the devil or an original sin, but from our evolution as well? All these questions, ladies and gentlemen, would remain exactly the same.
They should, well, then make sure they all come with your
from the idea of a
commentary.
celestial dictatorship, and you've taken the first step to becoming free. Thank you.
That would help. Reply. I think of it as like a science paper, right? You should properly cite your sources and pay respect to others when you use their material, but just a endless string of others' material will not pass as original work, right? So we want to know what you think. So just accompany the passages with your additional thoughts as best you can. And it would be better to do more of the thinking and less of the quoting. We don't care what the Bible passages are. So actually, I would say do more of the commentary without the without the Bible citation is the goal. That'd be even better. All right, roll tape. All right, what is next?
Closing argument, 5 minutes.
Oh, the closing argument for William Lane Craig. I guess it'd be rude to skip his closing argument, huh? Oh, they do question and answer. That's good. It's a good part of this, actually.
In
this
my
is a good
final
debate.
speech, I'd like to try to draw together some of the threads of this
Not
debate
because William
and see
Lane
if we
Craig
can
is
come
good,
to
because
some
I like making fun of
conclusions.
him.
First, have we seen any good arguments tonight to think that God does not exist?
Not from you.
No, I don't think we have. We've heard attacks upon religion, Christianity impugned, God impugned, Mother
Understated.
Teresa impugned, but we haven't heard any arguments that God does not exist. Mr. Hitchens seems to fail to recognize that atheism is itself a worldview, and it claims alone to be true, and all the other religions of the world false. It is no more tolerant than Christianity with respect to these other views. He asserts that he alone
Which clearly
has
speaks
the
to the
true
influence of the
worldview,
flying man
atheism.
in popular
The only
culture.
problem is he doesn't have any arguments for this worldview. He just asserts it. So it seems to me that if you're going to have a worldview and champion it tonight, you've got to come to a debate prepared to give some arguments, and we haven't heard any. He did have an argument about evolution.
William Lane Craig, the ubiquity with which superheroes fly serves as multiple independent attestations to the validity of the presupposition that Myron flied for our sins. Amen, hallelujah.
But when I explained that, it actually turned out to be supportive of theism. Evolution actually provides evidence for the existence of a designer of the universe. So we've not heard any good arguments to think that atheism is true. Now, I presented 5 reasons to think that theism is true. And this is what God, or the God hypothesis, does give you. He asks, what does it give us? It explains a broad range of human experience, philosophical, ethical, scientific, historical, experiential. I find the attraction of the God hypothesis is that it is so powerful in making sense of the way the world is. For example, the God hypothesis explains the origin of the universe.
There's just been so many claims,
Mr. Hitchens has completely
Nazarene.
dropped this point in tonight's debate when we saw that, in fact, scientific and philosophical evidence points to a beginning of the universe out of nothing, and therefore to a transcendent personal creator of the cosmos. The teleological argument, the fine-tuning that is established in the initial conditions of the universe, not to speak of in the biological complexity that then ensued. And again, Mr. Hitchens has dropped that in the course of the debate tonight. So we have a creator and an intelligent designer of the cosmos. Thirdly, the moral argument. We saw that without God, there are no objective moral values. And here Mr. Hitchens has consistently distorted the argument.
We're
He's
all
portrayed the
fascinated,
argument as,
Nazarene. We
how
want to get
would
to
we
know you better.
Moral values if we didn't believe in God. We don't need to believe in a tyrant in order to find moral values. Unbelief doesn't produce wickedness. That is all irrelevant. The point is that there is no foundation on a naturalistic worldview for the moral values and duties that we both want to affirm. And he agrees with that. This is what he says, and I quote.
Here we go with the no values
He says,
again.
our innate predisposition to both good and wicked behavior is precisely what one would expect to find of a recently evolved species that is half a chromosome away from chimpanzees, primate, and elephant, and even pig societies show considerable evidence of care for others, parent-child bonding, solidarity in the face of danger, and so on. As Darwin put it, any animal, whatever, endowed with well-marked social instincts would inevitably acquire a moral sense or conscience as soon as its intellectual powers had become as well developed as...
You know what that means? The evolution of morality is what, fuckface motherfuckers, dumbass pieces of shit, hoe bags? What? It starts with a P, ends with the R. Probable. You know, when you're all like, how could a primate evolve a sense of morality? How about you didn't even have to be primates to have a sense of morality? Motherfucking birds have a sense of morality, which means dinosaurs probably had a sense of morality. Nigga, all you gotta do is be a hypersocial species, which like a goddamn, like, uncountable number of species happen to be. It's incredibly likely that you would evolve a sense of morality, which is why we see it ubiquitously throughout nature. You ignorant. Oh my goodness. This is why I can't watch TV anymore. This is what I do for entertainment. I can't watch stand-up comedians because you guys are funnier. I can't watch dramas because you guys bring more drama. I can't watch as much professional. I still watch. Y'all be thinking it's crazy, but when I get off these streams, I usually eat and I literally go watch professional wrestling for a couple hours before I go to bed. But I be watching even more professional wrestling, but sometimes you guys honestly cut better promos and your character work is way more committed. Way more committed character work. I will give William Lane Craig that. The motherfucker cut a promo, he got the costume, he got the site, and he do be putting the present, he do be on brand. He do be on brand. I give him that. And I do want to choke the shit out of him, which is really compelling. You know, it's gripping. It's like you have me. Like I want to analyze like 10-minute clips, 5-minute clips. I had a bunch of short clips lined up, a bunch of fun hopping around the interwebs, but nope. When William Lane Craig gets on the motherfucking screen, I am locked in for hours wanting to just do all sorts of violence to this man, okay? And what about me? I want to watch The Handmaid's Tale. I want to watch some Marvel movies or something. But nope, this fucking doofus. The Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Trumps. It's too many crazy people. Y'all gotta stop. Leave the entertaining to the entertainers. Hashtag stand by entertainers. God damn.
Man, that is the sociobiological explanation of morality. The problem is that moral sense that develops in pig societies, chimpanzees, baboons, and Homo sapiens is illusory on atheism because there are no objective moral duties or values that we have to fulfill, and that's what the theist can offer Mr. Hitchens. And so I want to invite Mr. Hitchens
Omar
to
from
think
The
about
Wire is one of the
becoming a
greatest
Christian
characters
tonight.
ever.
All of
Do not. You're no Nazarene.
Honestly, if he is a man of goodwill.
Pause the tape. Nazarene, you're like the rower from some Hanna-Barbera Bible tale. All right, y'all, sneak peek, y'all. I want to start doing some I want to start doing some YouTube perverted animation based counter-apologetics. Hang on. Let me show you guys my Google Chrome here. Let's see what we got. Where did my other bookmarks go? No. I'll show y'all later. But we're gonna be revisiting some of your childhood favorite Jesus animated series.
Where it leads all of the evidence tonight has been on one side of the scale. And he wants to affirm objective moral values, so why not adopt theism? The resurrection of Jesus has gone unrefuted.
One book.
The argument is not that it's too improbable.
All these people have one book.
The argument is that you need a historically sufficient explanation to explain why the disciples came to believe this. And there isn't one apart from the empty tomb and appearances. It's not a matter of rumor because the empty tomb was public knowledge in Jerusalem. It would be impossible for Christianity to flourish in Jerusalem in the face of an occupied tomb. Finally, the immediate experience of God. If there's anybody watching or listening to the debate tonight who hasn't found God in a personal, experiential way, then I want to invite you as well to think about becoming a Christian. I became a Christian as a junior in high school, and it changed my entire life. And I believe that if you'll look into it honestly with an open mind and an open heart, that it can change your life as well.
Woo! So hard, dude. We got it. We made it. All right, let's roast this motherfucker. I mean, let's ask some really nice questions, very politely. Nope, can't stand this guy. Nope, don't want to look at you.
Thank you so much. It's
been
great listening to you both. My question is for Mr. Hitchens. Mr. Hitchens, in your book, God is Not Great, you say that, quote, there are 4 irreducible objections to religious faith, end quote. The third being that religious faith, quote, is both the...
All right, guys, now, I don't know what you guys are thinking here, but I feel like there's a lot of jokes made about a lot of politicians and sort of public figures who, some people say look like thumbs. And I think it's really unfair because, like I said, they're public figures, right? So look at this guy, right? If we're gonna say this about public figures, right? Does this not look like a thumb with spectacles right here? I mean, look. If you would laugh if somebody said it about a politician, it's fair to pick on a public he's asking a question in the video. It's not my fault. He looks like a fucking thumb, all right? Y'all see it.
Result in the cause of dangerous sexual repression, end quote. So here's my question for you. Is it good that the Bible prohibits humans from having sex with animals?
At least he read his book.
Or is that an example of dangerous sexual repression?
Good point. That is a good point. Family tree is a stock of asparagus.
The allusion I was making was not to the man-made in the ordinary sense nature of religion, that you can tell from studying some of its codes that it's humans that are inventing it. That's why so many of the injunctions in the Old Testament
which is what his dumb ass thinks about every other religion ever. And now I'm not being hyperbolic.
But it's more that it's men-made, that it's designed to keep women in subordination.
But could you answer the question? Do you think the Bible is right to prohibit humans from having sex with animals?
Not really.
I don't know of any good advice about having sex with animals.
There you go. I don't know.
Look, there are things that if people do,
fuck a sheep if you want. Put a condom on.
And
I give 2
cannibalism
fucks
is
if you fuck
another.
a sheep.
If you do them, you'll die out. A society that permitted it would. There were societies in New Guinea.
And if your wife is down with that and you can raise a family and fuck sheep, good for you.
There's a terrible disease that you get called kuru if you do it. And
actually, no. I changed my mind. Listen, the reason I don't think you should fuck sheep is because I don't think a sheep can consent to being fucked by a human. And I'm not sure how a sheep would signal to a human that they want to have sex. Now, you might think I'm taking this thought experiment too far, but when you talk to theists like we talk to theists, as you can see, they ask you the question like, "Hey, man, do you think it's okay to fuck a goddamn goat?" So here's my dumbass. They'd be like, "Hey Jay, we've heard that you're a biologist who's also a YouTube counter-apologist." I'd be like, yeah, that's true. Hey, you want to have a debate the religious person? We're like, yeah, I guess that's fair. You know, they're probably a reasonable person. All right, cool. All right. So I'm prepared to, you know, answer some questions about evolution, you know, my past, maybe some stories they've heard about me, you know, maybe explain the tree of life or something like that, or the evolutionary mechanisms and things, you know, shit I'm good at, right? And then I get up on stage like poor Christopher Hitchens here, and I'm sitting there, and the fucking audience members, I got a good question. I got a question. Hey, Mr. Biologist, I got a question for your dumb ass. You think it's okay to fuck a sheep? Oh, well, you don't know. Science doesn't know everything. Told you, God wins. Checkmate, atheist. You know, so I guess I got to think about this now, you know. And at first I was kind of like, if you want to fuck your sheep, go ahead. But in the spirit of feminine energy and all that is wrong with Roe v. Wade and everything the fuck that's going on, no, it's not okay to fuck a sheep because you can't communicate with the sheep. And if you can't communicate with the sheep, you don't know that the sheep wants to fuck you. How hard is that? Holy shit. Stop fucking the sheep.
Seems to be.
What are we talking about?
If you like, there are some rules that are self-enforcing. That's not what when I was talking about sexual repression, I was talking about the enormous number of prohibitions on sex between men and women, and on the evident fear of female sexuality.
Yeah. Rebel, don't use foul language. We don't know you like that. You don't have those kind of privileges around here.
Things of this kind.
Dr. Craig, your assessment of that question and answer.
You shouldn't be fucking cursing around here like that, you motherfucking piece of shit.
Apart from God, whatever is in nature is right.
You profane ass motherfucker. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you.
Thing barred in nature if there is no sort of objective moral code. So the question is a good one because it illustrates that here is a guideline for sexual expression that is very good for human beings and not something that's meant to be repressive or harmful to human beings. In fact, the studies I've seen says that religious people have more fun with sex than people.
Anybody dumb enough to believe this smug ass nigga that Christians do it better? This Christians do it better bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
People who are not religious.
I'm not even gonna bother with that shit.
Shows that they are more sexually
Some
satisfied
things are self-evident,
and so forth. So
fuck out of here.
The question makes a good point.
I think I have to.
Remember that hot Christian porno you were watching last night? Remember? And then the night before that, what were you doing the night before that? Oh, you were watching some hot ass Christian porno, weren't you? Night before that, what'd you splooge all over yourself to? Oh, the fascination of Christian sex, right? Right. Fuck out of here.
Another bite of this. This tempting cherry. You see, if it's true that, as I think it is, that nature is pretty indifferent, pretty callous, pretty random, then who is the designer? Many people say concerning the ban on homosexuality, for example, in the Old Testament, they'll say, well, homosexuality is against God's law and it's against nature's law. Well, in that case, why does nature see to it that so many people are born homosexual? Or, if you want to frequently rephrase it, why does God have so many of his children preferring sex with their own gender?
I love it.
It doesn't help. It doesn't...
Pause the fucking tape. You know, every once in a while, when I got a girl I really like, who I'm not sure how she's going to take the pro wrestling thing, you know, or if she'll be down to watch a pro wrestling event with me, I once in a while slide in. You know, I'm offering to watch some very muscular, scantily clad men wrestle one another. You know, I will stick it in there. You know, we've a lot of us wrestling fans have a list of what we call. We read these little things called ways to make your girl watch wrestling with you. You know what I'm saying? And that's on the list. I ain't even gonna front with you. Look, babe. I just want you to watch a bunch of really buff, oily men in their underwear pose down and bash on each other, all right? Will you just love me for me, all right, babe? Goddamn.
Clarifying and elucidating this, it doesn't help to assume a supernatural authority. Whereas, if you look at the reasons given by Maimonides and the other sages for the
Pro wrestling is childish. That's why I watch it. It literally makes me feel like I did when I was a boy.
Sensation.
Very sharp analysis
which
there.
I don't think even.
It's like what I love about it.
Well, I'll leave it there. It's explicitly designed, in other words, to reduce a sexual pleasure, make it more of a painful duty than a
self-infantilization.
Well, you asked for it.
I don't want to grow up.
Misrepresent myself. I was a student
I'm a wrestling kid.
Graduated.
Hopefully, I'll get tenure and I'll never have to. And then I can do this. Oh man. Can y'all imagine if I get tenure? Can you imagine the sexy boy entrances if I get tenure and they have that much of a hard time firing me? Y'all, I'm gonna be out on the internet all types of naked. I ain't even gonna lie to you. The OnlyFans page is just gonna be, oh my goodness. Can y'all imagine the celebration when Jay finally makes it to full faculty? The internet is gonna get shut down. It's gonna be so much shit I do that gets me canceled so fast, but it won't matter. It won't really matter at that point, right? It won't really. I really won't give a shit. You know what I'm talking about? I'll be all the way. I'll be so far past fuck it, y'all won't even recognize me.
Somewhat by the skin of my teeth, but Mr. Hitchens, you stated that some of your most strongly stated
boning animals.
That,
Listening to this made one of
results
boning
of religion, violence,
ridiculous
death, destruction, the motivation being religion, discredit those who would promote a belief in God. However, I think there's an imbalance there in that the nuclear bomb was created by physicists and is the most demonstrable violence perpetrated on mankind. So I wonder how you respond to that.
Well, physics isn't an ideology. Physics isn't a belief system. It's a science.
Well, I think that would be subjective.
I mean, you could.
That would be. It's not subjective. Oh my goodness.
The Marie Curie discovering radium makes.
This is what I mean about y'all being wrong and failing science class.
Different. I mean, it's not.
It's just an incorrect answer. God, I love that. Oh God, I love that. I can't do that on the internet, but man, if you take my class, I will grade your ass.
Talking about are specific religious injunctions to do evil, to mutilate the genitalia of children, for example. Physics
isn't a worldview. Oh, that's debatable. No, wrong. Fucking wrong.
Dr.
Try
just
again.
mentioned, with whom I crossed swords several times this year, and recently in Dallas. I happened to
not
be
up for
mentioning to him
debate.
about the commandment to exterminate the Amalekites in one of our debates, and he said that commandment is still valid. If there were any Amalekites, it would be his job to make sure that they were all put to the sword. And some of the virgins left over for slavery, purposes better imagined perhaps than described. I think this is a very serious problem. I'm not taking refuge in the commonplace that sometimes religious people behave badly. That would discredit religion. That would be a very soft option. I'm saying there are specific biblical, scriptural injunctions to do
Thank
evil.
you. Oh no, Christopher Hitchens, because you can't read, being one of the most famous journalists on the goddamn planet.
Atheists who have done evil in the world.
No, you don't know what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't mean that when it says that.
The Trotskyites, the Stalinists, have they done more damage in your view and more evil than the Christians?
Nope,
well,
not even close.
This is a debate, Hugh, that I don't want to get into because I think it's irrelevant.
Like all the fucking arguments you've been bringing up all night? Great.
I mean this. I'm interested.
So glad you want to talk about what's relevant now.
Of these worldviews, more than I'm interested in the social impact.
Can I bang Jan? That's a really important question. Question number 2, can I bang Jan? Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you heard me the first time. Number 3, should you delete your channel? Number 4, why the fuck did you put that tie on? Number 5, should you ban yourself from interviews forever? See how I just came up with 5 very, very relevant things we could have been talking about this whole time? These would have all been great things you could have been talking about, William Lane Craig. Missed fucking opportunity. But for real, can I bang Jan though?
Impact. And you cannot judge the truth of a worldview by its social impact. That's just irrelevant. Bertrand Russell, in his essay, Why I'm Not a Christian, understood this.
Boy.
Russell said, you cannot assess the truth of a worldview by seeing whether it's good for society or not. Now, the irony was, when Russell wrote that back in the 20s, he was trying to refute those who said that you should believe in Christianity because it's so socially beneficial to society. It was just the mirror image of Christopher Hitchens' argument, where saying you shouldn't believe in it because it's socially detrimental to human culture. But I think Russell's point cuts both ways because it's a valid point. You can't assess the truth of a worldview by arguing about its cultural and social impact. There are true ideas that may have had negative social impact, and therefore we have to deal with the truth of these, the arguments for and against them, and not get into arguments about has Marxism or Chinese communism been responsible for more deaths than theism in the 20th century.
No, I before Rage quit ban. What you say there. I mean, I just wanted to say that I think I
want to add mercy bans too. Let me know if you need a mercy ban.
I would much prefer
from William Lane Craig. I would understand.
The tribe that thought it was hearing these
I guess
instructions
you might need a Christopher Hitchens mercy ban, but I'll give those out in the future. I'll time you out for a little bit.
I think it's overwhelmingly
if you get too triggered by the content.
The need to seek and claim divine approval for the war of greedy extermination.
I might also mercy ban myself at times.
And racist conquest that it was going to undertake anyway.
Oh, y'all, wait, hold on real quick, because this is going to end and then y'all are going to dip. So I got to make sure we do this before this ends real quick, because I know how you YouTube perverts are. I know you're just using me because you've been wanting to rewatch this debate. All right. Wait. January 6th hearing. See, we've been supposed to be doing YouTube pervert stuff this whole time. What? Another hearing Tuesday. 1 p.m. I need to go to bed. And I got a meeting at like 3 or something like that. All right, y'all. We're gonna when I get up, we're gonna be doing this tomorrow afternoon. We're gonna be breaking down the coverage. I don't know if we're going to do it live or after or whatever.
Issuing that commandment, whether it was morally good or otherwise, as a matter of truth. But I would add in it, and I think the concession is very well worth having, that there is absolutely no proof at all that Christianity makes people behave better.
Wait a minute, I didn't concede that. What I said, I wasn't going to argue that because it's irrelevant, but by no means did I concede that. And I do appreciate as well the way you framed the issue about the Canaanites. I think you're quite right in saying that this is not an issue about whether or not God exists. Rather, this is a question about biblical inerrancy. Did these ancient Israelites get it right in thinking that God had commanded them to do these things, or did they, in their nationalistic fervor, think God is on our side and do something which, in fact, they weren't commanded to do by God? So that this isn't an issue between atheism and theism. This is an issue about biblical inspiration and inerrancy, and that's an important issue, but it's not one that is on the floor tonight.
Our next student question.
Hi, my question is mainly directed at Mr. Hitchens, but Christian theism, as
what
with all theisms that claim a revelation, say that the purpose of human existence is to serve God, and Dr. Craig might want to expound on that in some way. But Mr. Hitchens, as an atheist with no transcendent being giving you a reason for existence,
here we go. I got no purpose in life,
right? What is the best way to live life, or what is motivation for living life, or what is the purpose of your existence without
He's a student, though. He's a
being
student, though.
This
is what I got to be nice to him.
Well, I find it.
He thinks he's being slick, though.
Where I find it hard to accept the grammar of your question. It's as if I was only willing to concede supernatural. You want to say transcendent.
An apologist fighting game, we're working on it.
Then my life would have purpose.
No,
I think
like an actual one? No, I
totally
totally feel you.
To me, at any rate, I'll have to just make the confession. This is as real to me, subjectively.
We are
going
to do a WWE tournament, though.
Apprehension of the divine. I don't get your point at all.
Dr. Craig, one of the written questions says, and I think it is consistent with the question from the audience, you have written that life without God is absurd, but I know unbelievers who are living fulfilling moral lives. In what way is their life absurd?
Okay, let me respond to that and
like
to the
Tekken,
question. I would say that the
purpose
of life for which God has created us is not to serve God, Remember, Jesus said, I have not called you servants, I have called you friends. And I think the Westminster Confession gets it right when it says the purpose of human existence is to glorify God and enjoy Him forever. God is...
What the fuck is this praise the dear leader bullshit? No, guys. It's not to be a servant. The dear leader wants you to be his friend. So your purpose is to live in the fulfillment of his presence and to enjoy him. Well, why the fuck would I want to do that? Like, listen, y'all are on some Stepford Wives bullshit. Some what do they call that shit? The syndrome, Stockholm syndrome or whatever the fuck. Yeah, that's what y'all got. The Stockholm syndrome. Y'all should stop that. You should not do that. It makes you. All right, here's what the thing I'm gonna say this. It makes you look like you don't value freedom. I know you do your little bullshit tap dance about free will and all that stuff, right? But at the end of the day, all of this is really about serving, right? You just want to call Jesus Lord. Like you need to call Jesus Lord, which is weird because you need to have this eternal life that there's literally just no reason to think that it's even possible, right? But in essence, you just go straight to the most ridiculous, pathetic, and servile of compromises. Oh, give me eternal life, and I'll serve you forever. I'll serve you forever. I don't care if I never get to do anything or never get. It's not about me. What the fuck? And I don't want to. I know this sounds ridiculous to people, but I want to die. I don't know why people think this is so hard to understand. Like, yeah, I don't want to die painfully. Like, I don't want to go through dying. I'm afraid of the process by which I might experience horrible dying, which, by the way, fuckface, I just believe in the right to die. So basically what I believe it should be my right to do is I should go to the doctor and the doctor should be like, Jay, I got some bad news. You're fucked, right? And we should have a little bit of conversation. And you should be like, how long do you think I got left? And like, what do you think our options are? But he's like, yeah, no matter what we do, you're pretty much fucked. You got a little while left. All right, so be like, doctor, look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to like throw me a big ass party. If I can still handle it, I'm going to get high as shit. I'm gonna like lay down with my lady friend or whatever I got situation going on at the time. I'm gonna have everybody gather around the bedside. Look, I'm gonna put on a wrestling pay-per-view. Y'all could say some friendly shit real quick. All right, look, Doc, shoot me up with the juice. Hit me with the juice. All right, it's been Jay and the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you. Poof. You know what I'm saying? And I'm out. You know what I mean? So I ain't really with all that dying, without my dignity bullshit. And I don't believe there's a God that gave me life, and so I believe it should be my right to end my life when me and my doctor decide it's time to do so. My family can go fuck themselves because it's not their decision, right? So, I'll consult them. Hey, look, it's really time for me to go, y'all. Consider this our consultation. All right. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's real talk, though. But I want to die. This whole idea of, you could get to live forever and serve God in all his glory. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'll like live what I got, take what I get, try to make sure the end isn't too rough. Been nice knowing you, and I'm out. I don't want to live forever. That shit just literally doesn't appeal to me. It's like offering me a porcupine sandwich. I'm like, oh, cool. You want to eat a porcupine sandwich? Like, you have at that. I don't know why the fuck on earth you want to eat a porcupine sandwich, but cool. Good for you. Have fun with that. No, I don't want your porcupine sandwich. So stop trying to convince me that I don't have a basis for morality so you can suck yourself off and make me eat a porcupine sandwich. I'm just not going to do it. Roll the tape.
It's the fulfillment of human existence. It is in fellowship eternally with God, the source of infinite goodness and love.
Infinite goodness. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about the infinite.
Of human existence.
Who cares?
And freedom is to be found.
This is the Doug apologetic, counter-apologetics they don't get. Welcome to the Church of the Flying Man. We don't have to hit y'all. We can hit y'all with the heavy-handed substance and the evidence and the irrationality and the philosophy and the evidence and the science and the flavonoids and the blase. We're really great at all that. But at the end of the day, we have so many secret higher level ninja counter-apologetics in the Cult of the Flying Man. And we start with the shit that makes y'all feel stupid. Like, one, y'all just sound dumb, so we don't care. And y'all like, and they just don't know how to deal with that. And then, the argument from so what? Whatever. All right, cool story, bro. We love the argument from cool story, bro. That's how we get down. Cool story, dude.
Theism, life is meaningless.
Life is meaningless. Objectively.
This is the same distinction that we're talking about with regard to moral values. I'm saying that on atheism, there is no objective purpose for human existence, as Mr. Hitchens recognizes.
Well, guys, that's the end of the broadcast. There's no objective meaning of life. I'm canceling the channel. My life is over. Gotta go. I mean, who do these stupid motherfuckers think they are? Like, nigga, nobody gives a shit about this. I mean, I didn't want to bomb on them too hard early, or else people would just be like, well, then why are we gonna watch the debate? I wanted you to hear how stupid he is first, but now that we're reaching the conclusion, I gotta let you guys know what a stupid motherfucker. What a bunch of dumb shit to say. Let's go.
Actually, the universe will grow cold, dilute, dark, and dead as it runs down toward maximum entropy and heat death, and all human existence and life will be extinguished on an atheistic view of the future of the universe. There is no purpose for which the universe exists. The litter of a dead universe will just expand into the endless darkness forever, a universe in ruins. Now, of course, one can still live one's life as an illusion, thinking, well, the purpose of life is to say, hit 40 home runs and steal 40 bases every year, in the major leagues, and you draw the meaning of your existence from
that.
The tape. But that's not...
Pause it. Rez, I hear you bitching. I don't care if YouTube Punk abuses his power. I don't care if he's a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite. You know what abusing your power feels like? It feels fun. It feels fun. It really does. Go ahead, YouTube Punk. Hope it feels good to you, bro. Amen, hallelujah. Praise,
not really
praise
the meaning
Myron.
Of your existence. That's just a subjective
We're all about the gospel
illusion.
Of prosperity and abuse of power.
Your existence on atheism is objectively meaningless.
We just want to
sin. That's the distinction that I was making. Again, it's between
we just want to have a good time sinning
and mere subjective illusion.
Well, I think
speaking of sin,
has it been exactly the wrong way around? You see, as I was beginning to say earlier, we didn't have time in the question period.
Smoke some more dope.
I wouldn't say that atheism was morally inferior. I wouldn't concede that for a second. I don't want to make a claim for its superiority either, but there may be a slight edge here. We don't believe anything that could be called wishful. In other words, we don't particularly welcome the idea of the annihilation either of ourselves as individuals.
I've blacked them a long time ago.
And we'll have left and we're not coming back. Or of the entropic heat death of the universe. We don't like the idea, but there's a good deal of evidence to suggest that that is what's going to happen. And there's very, very little evidence to suggest that I'll see you all again in some theme park. One nice and one nasty experience. There's absolutely no evidence for that at all. So I'm willing to accept, on the evidence, conclusions that may be unwelcome to me. I'm sorry if I sound as if I'm spelling that out, but I will. Now, you want to know what makes my life meaningful? Generally speaking, it's been struggling myself to be free, and if I can say it without immodesty, Mr. Hewitt kindly said it for me, too flatteringly beforehand, but trying to help others to be free too. That's what's given a lot of meaning to my life and does still, the solidarity.
Universe don't give a rat's ass.
As free as I am, partly by luck and partly
by
apparently
some people just can't get over that.
Own efforts and the efforts of others. Well, one obstacle to liberty,
because
and that's why I mentioned it.
Pause it, because even if your God exists, right? it means he's done. Like, I'm gonna tell you some shit real quick. Hang on. Put me on camera. I haven't been taking up enough screen real estate in a while. You know? Let me tell you, Christian, something. I got a laundry list of things that could, I could say, go fuck yourself to your God. But I'm gonna just give you one right now. Its name is COVID-19. So your dumbass God is sitting up there with the cure. Nah, I'm not going to give it to you. I've got morally sufficient God reasons to allow the world to endure a pandemic, all in a plot to extol and extrapolate so that I can have more glory. Yep. Definitely that transcendent foundation of morality. Absolutely. Fucking-lutely. How would I know what right and wrong is? There's totally a good reason to not tell us the cure for COVID-19. It's a really swell guy your God is for, he knows, as you guys say, scientists can't solve everything, right? Science can't answer all the questions. Those fucking scientists try as hard as they might. There's just those gaps that those silly scientists can't fill. And God's like, yeah, I can help you out. But nah, you guys haven't been worshiping me right lately. You know, if you guys were worshiping me a little bit better, I'd consider it a little stronger. But nah.
History and in the present day that is the poisonous role played by fellow primates of mine who think they can tell me what to do.
I will not get over it.
In the name of God, because God's told
That's
them
why
that
I'm
they have
here.
this power.
I'm here because your God won't give us the cure to COVID-19.
Right
if he would just do that, I would literally delete my channel.
If you really ask the religious, where do they want
There you
power?
go.
And what's
There's the
world
miracle
they care
compromise.
About? The next one,
cure for COVID-19, and Jay Bundy goes bye-bye.
Because they too know
that's all God's got to do.
Well
I'll go away.
This is the only life we've got.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. It seems to me that on the basis of the resurrection
I just got attacked by a moth. I'm done. Bye.
For the hope of immortality, this is the foundation upon which the Christian hope is predicated.
You tonight.
So again, it gets back to whether or not one has good grounds for thinking that Jesus was who he claimed to be and that God raised him from the dead. Because if he did,
I don't want forever.
There is hope of immortality.
Part of the thing we appreciate is that we can't do those things forever.
You in a different form. If there's going to be
that's what makes them valuable. They're limited. They're precious. They're rare.
In the end, all injustices will be cancelled.
In the great infinity,
all tears dried, all
the moments of our lives are incredibly rare and precious.
In this brief veil of
Very
tears? Why
few.
do the churches want power in the here and now? Why do they want to legislate for things like abortion or sexuality?
That's why you stay up till 4 o'clock in the morning to broadcast, because it's a rare opportunity to do such a thing with your friends in this lifetime. You get one life to live. Watch a great debate with your friends, have a drink, have a smoke, chill out with your puppy, because you never fucking know.
Or morality. Why bother? I mean, isn't it just as much the case, as Dostoevsky says about atheism, that without God all things are possible, that with God all things are thinkable too?
Not at all. As Dostoevsky said, if there is no immortality, all things are permitted, he said, because it all ends up the same. It all
Study
comes
the Torah
out in
with
the
God forever. Yeah, seriously.
But if there is a God who exists, who loves human beings and has created them in his image and endowed them with intrinsic moral value and unalienable rights, then you have every reason to treasure other persons as ends in themselves. And the desire of pro-life persons to champion the lives of the unborn or the lives of the dying isn't a power grab, Mr. Hitchens. It's because they genuinely care about the lives of innocent human beings that they believe are being wantonly destroyed. So
I agree with that. And that right there is the whole deal, folks. That's why you gotta hate the religion and not the religious person. No matter how much you disagree with that person, you got to remember, under our worldview, they're a victim of a terrible idea that, worst of all, isn't even fucking true. The terror that they live under, And even the ones who don't live under terror, right? Again, it's the dear leader, you know, the love of Jesus, you know, the perfect relationship with the person that they've never seen, touched, or held, or can't take them to the mall and buy him a fucking pretzel, you know? He walks with me and he talks with me and does everything except walk with me and talk with me. You know what I'm talking about? I got a boyfriend named Jesus, but he goes to another dimension, you know? It's just, you got to remember they're victims, you know? That's the moral of the story. Roll the tape.
Agreed, but there are perfectly good humanist motives for doing all those things, and if you want to have a reason for caring about the survival and health and well-being of others, the idea that you might depend on them for the only life you've got, and they on you for solidarity, is just as good an explanation for right action. But per contra, if people think God is telling them what to do, or they have God on their side, what will they not do? That's what I meant by the reversal of the Dostoevsky question. What crime will not be committed?
Yeah, we're having fun with Rebel.
To justice and to reason and to humanity is not regularly committed by people
been spamming Bible verses,
that it is God's will that they do that.
If they commit such atrocities, it is only because they act inconsistently
and
with
making
their
lots of
worldview
claims
rather than in line with it.
no substantiation.
Jesus would not have been a guard at Auschwitz.
But then again, that's what apologists
someone
do.
Who would take away the human rights of another person. You need to ask what kinds of actions are sanctioned by a worldview. And on atheism, as Dostoevsky said, it seems everything is permitted.
Yeah,
humanism,
I know, right? Same.
Without God as a basis for humanism is just a form of speciesism.
The best way to Bible
bias
study.
in favor of your own species. I think Christianity
Y'all are such Bible nerds.
The real basis
I really don't
for
like
humanism.
reading the Bible.
Auschwitz is the outcome.
I'd honestly rather watch a baseball
in which
game.
The Christian Church,
I don't watch a lot of baseball games, if you know what I mean.
Believed that the Jewish people had called for the blood of Jesus of Nazareth to be on their head for every generation. It's only in one verse in the Bible, I know, but it happens to be the verse the church picked up on. I don't say Jesus would have been a guard there. That's not the point. The point is that this is not an aberration of religion. It is a scriptural injunction, as is the one to kill the Amalekites, as is the one to mutilate the genitals of children.
Yeah, and as much as I try to show restraint to people who are active in the chat, I also try to show a lot of restraint to my mods, so I kind of let my mods flex on people a little bit, because, you only live once, you know, gotta abuse your power once in a while, you know, that's like I said, we all just want to sin.
The issue is would Jesus have been a guard at Auschwitz? Because
and I do it too. I'm a quick banner. If you say some shit I don't like, I might ban you. That's the game around here. You get to try to flame us. You get to tell us you don't agree. You get to tell us we're stupid. But some of us have elevated privileges. And if you say something you might say one thing in this chat I don't like, and I will literally just ban you. That's the nature of the game, right? It's like they're like you play in the game and you level up and there are some bosses and you get to get a new life and you start over at the level again. But then there's like some big bosses and they just kill you once and it's like one death, game over, and you're done. And then you can contact me on social media or something and request an unban and I'll consider it, you know?
They were acting inconsistently and in defiance of the ethic of Jesus.
I just kind of like banning people once in a while. It really does feel good. You guys got to start YouTube channels and try it.
Friendly history of Christianity says that up to 50 to 60% of the Waffen-SS were practicing, confessing Catholics in good standing. No one was ever threatened with discipline by the church, with excommunication, for example, for taking part in the final solution. The only Nazi ever excommunicated by the church was Joseph Goebbels, and if you like, I'll tell you why.
To the student.
His wife was a divorced Protestant.
Yeah, he will put a person backstage or kick him out the studio quick. LPP doesn't play around.
Hi, I'd just like to thank both of you guys for being here. And in the interest of fairness, I know I'm playing devil's advocate here.
He's real quick with it.
I think since almost all of the questions are going to be directed towards Mr. Hitchens, I think we should have one for Dr. Craig.
They're all for both of us.
For Dr. Craig, what do you think about Epicurus' argument that if God is omnibenevolent, omniscient, and omnipotent, if he knows about kids in Africa and that are born with AIDS, what do you think about him suggesting, him not intervening and him not changing that fact? That's a question that I've always struggled with, so I'm just wondering.
Yes, Christians dropping F-bombs.
Expand on that, and I'd also like your input on it.
The problem.
Pause the tape, Nano. Well, sorry, this is serious behind-the-scenes production business. Nano, if you send me a Christians dropping F-bombs, we could do a cursing pastors part 2 for late night counter-apologetics, which will be epic.
Evil and suffering has been greatly discussed by philosophers, and I think there's been genuine progress made.
Greatly discussed by philosophers
in
this progress.
Problem. I think it's important to distinguish between the intellectual problem of suffering and the emotional problem of suffering, because these are quite different from each other. In terms of the intellectual problem of suffering,
yes, like your intellectual neediness and your emotional neediness,
so yourself,
which is what I started with.
Claiming, as Epicurus
his emotional
did,
dissonance,
that the existence of God is logically incompatible with the evil and suffering in the world. If that's what the atheist is claiming, then he's got to be presupposing some kind of hidden assumptions that would bring out that
just the ones you tell us, omnibenevolence,
because these statements are not explicitly contradictory. The problem is no philosopher in the history of the world has ever been able to identify what those hidden assumptions would be that would bring out the contradiction and make it explicit.
Everybody knows
On the contrary, you can actually prove that these are logically compatible with each other by adding a third proposition, namely that God has morally sufficient reasons for permitting the evil.
Oh, we got to time it out. Wait, we need a timestamp. We need a timestamp. What's that, 2:15:30 or some shit like that? Yeah, we got to put that time. We got to add that to the store. And that's gonna be a lot of pocket change. You're gonna need a lot of pocket change to be able to afford to redeem morally sufficient reasons. Why? Because especially you theists out there, I gotta make sure that you gotta do a lot of cool stuff and that you gotta really commit a lot of time to our atheist church before you theists get to trigger morally sufficient reasons. I know how much you guys are just gonna and I'm gonna have to put a timeout on that and a cool down period, because you guys are kind of I know a lot of you theists are, you know, you've been kind of laughing and chuckling along with us tonight, but secretly you're William Lane Craig fans. You think I haven't really said much of anything tonight, and mostly William Lane Craig's been laying in the smack, and me and Christopher Hitchens has just been looking like an idiot, and I've just been kind of triggered by my atheist hero being made to look so silly, so I've just been making a buffoon of myself, and you've just been laughing along. And so I know you want to trigger this morally sufficient reasons, especially you rebel Nazarene. Every time we go to criticizing your God and his stupid, you would be like, he has morally sufficient reasons. I'm going to make it hurt.
For permitting the
I'm
evil
going to make you
in the
pay
world.
for it.
As long as that statement is even possibly true, it proves that there's no logical incompatibility between God and the suffering in the world. So the atheist would have to show that it is logically impossible for God to have morally sufficient reasons for permitting the evil and suffering in the world.
We're spreading
and
those
no atheist
nano
has ever been able to
videos.
do that. So the logical version of this problem, I think, is
You should watch
widely
Nano's
recognized to have
videos.
failed. Those atheists who still press the problem, therefore press it as a probabilistic argument. They try to say that given the evil in the world,
Rebel
it's
Nazarene, what is
improbable
somebody's...
that God exists. Not impossible, but improbable.
What does this have to do with
again,
anything?
The difficulty there is that the atheist has to claim that if God did exist, then it is improbable
we tend not to gender people unless
permit
they
the evil and suffering
would
in
like
the
to
world.
be gendered. You know
And
what I'm
how
saying?
could the atheist possibly know that? How could the atheist
For instance, dude, what do you guys think about me? What do you guys think about me? What do I look like? Did you guess the sexy boy? Did you guess the sexy boy with the eye at the end? That's kind of cute, guys. You know that's a special category. You know it's a special category. Don't what? What? Slap a motherfucker upside the head to tell me I ain't a sexy boy. I got this pretty hair. You know what I'm saying? So you don't know. You don't know. You never know.
That God would
And you
not,
don't
if
know
he
what's
existed,
under this
permit
robe.
the evil and suffering in the world. Maybe he's got good reasons for it.
I got all kinds of
Maybe,
interesting
like in
genitalia
Christian
under
theism,
this.
God's purpose for human history is to bring the maximum number of people freely into
like
his
they said,
kingdom
designed
to
by
find
committee.
salvation and eternal life. And how do we know that that wouldn't require a world that is simply suffused with natural and moral
Bender's dumb, I'm a
suffering?
sissy.
It might be that only in a world like that, the maximal number of people would freely come to know God and find salvation. So the atheist would have to show that there is a possible world that's feasible for God, which God could have created, that would have just as much salvation and eternal life and knowledge of God as the actual world.
Pause the tape. If you're not, with all this fucked up Roe v. Wade shit, if your feminine energy is not fucking raging at all times, I don't care if you're the most cis, het, fucked up person who lives in a cave and has only ever seen or thought about a woman on TV or read in books. Like, if you are not just fucking, if you are not having a perpetual estrogen alert with this shit, something is wrong with you. Roll the tape.
But with less suffering. And how could the atheist prove such a thing?
We are all as
speculation.
feminine as
So the
possible
problem is
right
that
now.
As an
Our
argument,
reproductive rights are
the
being
problem of
stolen
evil
by the Supreme Court. What the fuck is going on?
probability judgments.
What the fuck is
which
going
are
on?
Very,
I'm freaking
very
out, y'all.
ambitious, and which we are simply not in a position to make with any kind of confidence. Now, I recognize that that philosophical response to the question doesn't deal with the emotional problem of evil. And I think for most people, this isn't really a philosophical problem. It's an emotional problem. They just don't like a God who would permit suffering and
no, you
pain
can't
in
be
the world.
asking
And so
people
they
all
turn
these
their
types of
backs on him.
questions.
What does
It's not
Christianity have
appropriate
to say to
questions to
this
be asking
problem?
someone
Well,
on YouTube.
I think it has a lot to say. It tells us that God is not some sort of an impersonal ground of being or an indifferent.
How about you start with, do I want French or honey mustard dressing on my salad?
Tyrant who folds his arms and watches the world
People
suffer.
are rude.
Rather, he is a God who enters into human history in the person of Jesus Christ. And what does he do?
False dichotomy here.
On the cross, Christ bore a suffering of which we can form no
you gotta
conception.
share that.
Even
Share
though
that
he
with
was
us in the
innocent,
community
he
videos,
bore
Nano. I want to check it
the
out.
penalty of the sins of the whole world. None of us can comprehend what he suffered. And I think when we contemplate the cross of Christ and his love for us and what he was willing to undergo for us, it puts the problem of suffering in an entirely different perspective. It means, I think, that we can bear the suffering that God calls upon us to endure in this life with courage and with optimism for an eternal life of unending joy beyond the grave because of what Christ has done for us. And he will give us, I think, the courage and the strength to get through the suffering that God calls upon us to bear in this life. So whether it's an emotional issue
it's so weird.
or an intellectual issue,
That's why people
I
still
think
take
ultimately,
entrance exams.
Christian theism can make sense out of the suffering.
Boomers
and
had
evil of
to,
the
so
world.
so do you.
As the clock winds down, I reserve the last question for
Same
myself.
reason we can't get student
Just
loan
on
debt
that
relief
point,
or anything
when the
else.
Vatican asked me to testify against Mother Teresa, I discovered, which I did, I discovered that the office of devil's advocate has been abolished now.
Unfortunately.
So I come before you as the only person ever to have represented the devil pro bono.
There it is. There it is.
Last question.
Yeah, now, I
was the
was
wrong
very intrigued
button.
by that reply.
That was the wrong
and
button.
largely agree with it. If I was a believer, I would not feel God owed me an explanation. I'm not one of those atheists who thinks you can go around complaining. I mean, if you make this...
Now, I think this is so true under both world views. This is why a lot of times when you hear me in conversation with theists that I actually want to take seriously, or I want to grant things to, like Rebecca, who I want to listen to charitably, you'll hear me, like if you check out our conversation with our hot program, you'll hear me grant a lot. I'm not trying to be funny or just bend over to be nice to somebody. I'm granting that a lot of the things that they kind of toss up and throw out to God mystery, as long as they're willing to do that honestly, it's like, yeah, that's a valid theological position. God's got, honestly, even right up to the God has morally sufficient reasons to do whatever, fucking insert terror here. Like, it's a valid argument. It's just a fucking stupid one. And it doesn't hold up. And I think I've got morally sufficient reasons to believe that your God's reasoning isn't morally sufficient. You feel me? Oh, y'all like that? Y'all like that? Y'all thought I was going to say some fucked up shit because I was stoned, but then I kind of pulled that out kind of clean right there, right? Roll tape.
Assumption that there is a deity, then all things are possible. You just have to be able to make that assumption. At our debate in Dallas the other day, I mentioned the case of Fraulein Freisel, the Austrian
I just
woman who was imprisoned in a dungeon by her father for a quarter of a century,
murder,
incestuously raped and tortured and kept in the dark with her children for 25 years. And I asked people to imagine how she must have beseeched
I clapped his ass,
how
y'all.
she must have begged him, and how the children
I just
must
killed
have,
him.
and
I
how
just
they
killed. He's
must have
dead.
prayed,
I just murdered an animal in front of you. Murdered it, killed it,
25
intentionally.
Years. And
come and get me.
Douglas Wilson's reply to me was, God will cancel all that, and all those tears will be dried. And I say, well, if you're capable of believing that, then obviously what that woman went through and her children went through was perfectly worthwhile. And her father was all that time, without knowing it, and apparently not particularly wishing it, an instrument of the divine will. And as I have said to you before this evening, had occasion to say, you're perfectly free to believe that if you wish.
To conclude.
I do.
You could, Mr. Hitchens, you've got 4,000 people here.
Send me a link to it. I'll start we should start a debates recommendation
at
channel.
At Westmont.
So that when we want to do something long format like this.
At Notre Dame, at every great Christian university in the United States. Why do you think so many people come out to see debates with accomplished people like Dr. Craig and you?
It's a time for this great question to come up again. I think there are two reasons
As it is
for
today.
it. One is the emergence of a very aggressive theocratic challenge in various parts of the world. We are about to see a long-feared nightmare come true, the acquisition of apocalyptic weaponry by a messianic regime in Tehran. Which is
like there's an angel whispering
and ruining a formerly great civilization. We see the forces of Al-Qaeda and related jihadists ruining the societies of Iraq, of Afghanistan, Pakistan. We see Jewish settlers stealing other people's land.
The American insurrectionists,
in the hope that this will bring on a messianic combat and the return of the Messiah. And even in our own country, we're not free from people who want to have stultifying nonsense taught to children in school and in science class. So,
hey, Christopher Hitchens, check this out. The Supreme Court of the highest land, bro. I know you ain't gonna believe this shit because you're dead, bro. They just actually overturned Roe v. Wade. No, Christopher Hitchens, this is not a fever dream, bro. Bro, this is real life in 2022. I promise you. Oh, BT Dubs, Donald Trump was president.
There's that. It's in the news all the time. And then there's the existence of a very small group, of which I'm very proud to be a part, that says it's time to take a stand against theocratic bullying and is willing to go anywhere to debate these matters and put these great questions to the proof. So, thank you for giving me the chance.
Yeah, I would...
Rolling in his grave, seriously. Yeah, I may have seen it, but yeah, I'll check it out. I love Hitchens debates.
I would answer
Except I hate the part with the Christians.
differently.
That's the part that's like I have to suffer
what we're
through.
seeing is the fruit of modernity. In the Enlightenment, the church and the monarchy were thrown off in the name of free thought and unshackled human inquiry. And the thought was that once mankind was freed from the shackles and bondage of religion, that this would produce a sort of humanistic utopia.
Yeah, can we try it? Please, can we try it? Please. All I want for Christmas is...
The worldview is that mankind is reduced to meaninglessness, valuelessness, and purposelessness.
Sure, whatever, but can we try it, though?
Therefore, the question of God's existence has become all the more poignant in our age because we're beginning to question, I think, the fruit of modernity and questioning scientific naturalism. I'm privileged to be part of a revolution in Christian philosophy that has been going on over the last half century.
In Christian philosophy.
That has literally transformed the face of Anglo-American philosophy. As the scientific, naturalistic, atheistic worldview has been challenged,
challenged
of reason and philosophy.
in the name of
the theistic worldview.
Unbelievable
reasserted. And I believe that we're seeing a tremendous groundswell of interest.
Literally, he dances, right? He does this dance where he fills a statement with reasonable sounding language, but then every point where he has to insert a key word, he takes a carefully selected bloviation that keeps him away from, a sort of commitment, right, that would put anything actually at stake for him. It's very crafty, but again, I'm not going to say intelligent because it's in service of being on some bullshit. So again, you don't get credit for concocting an elaborate plan to do something stupid. Masterminds has to be both you concocted the elaborate plan and what you were trying to do, if you would have executed it, would have actually been really fucking clever. Concocting an elaborate plan to do some bullshit does not win you a Nobel Prize, my friend.
Among lay people, as this revolution is beginning to filter down to the man in the street. So I would see
None. He has not made one single argument this whole time that he's substantied with anything.
Assumptions
we should be kinder to
have been so evident
our
in the
Hebrew
20th century,
friend,
and I'm
because they're just doing the same thing.
To a tremendous renaissance in Christian
maybe
thinking
William
and
Lane
Christian
Craig.
faith.
Maybe they're William Lane Craig fans. That's probably why they started watching. I successfully trolled them with William Lane Craig.
5 quick observations.
I'll be
and
making
some
love to the
instructions.
YouTube algorithm,
Number 1,
y'all.
no good society prohibits debates such as this one. Number 2, only confident faith welcomes them. Only extraordinary universities stage.
Oh, see that, y'all? How he snuck? He snuck? Oh man, only an extraordinary university like this one. Oh, I told y'all this is a Scrooge McDuck. This is more like the community college wing of the Scrooge McDuck state system.
Them. And only.
Fuck out of here.
Only
y'all
very
suck.
accomplished scholars and intellectuals can make them interesting and entertaining. Please join me in welcoming and thanking our panelists.
Woo! All right, folks, that's going to do it. Look, folks, what's great about this is you might think I'm being rude to Biola, but I am, right? Because I work at a university. That's what we do. It's called good old intercollegiate rivalry, okay? We talk shit. We say your school sucks. Boo Biola, boo Biola. Bring that shit to the University of Minnesota. Go Gophers. We will whoop some Biola ass all day long and twice on Saturday, if you feel me. All right, this was super fun. I'm gonna go to bed because I wanna get up tomorrow and be a YouTube pervert. I wanna cover the insurrectionist, resurrectionist coverage, okay? So we got to stay up to date on the latest treasonous affairs in America. So I'm probably not going to get up for the start of that because I want to sleep. Yeah, that's why, because I want to sleep. Yeah. And I don't have a meeting till 3, so I want to sleep till like 2, and I think they start the coverage at 1. So we might miss a while of it, or I might have to start the stream after my meetings, and so then I'll sort of stream some of the news coverage or whatever. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to talk about hopefully some January 6th coverage. We'll also get into some fun clips. I want to do some gaming, and so I'm also going to do some programming. So what I'll probably do is find a long insurrectionist coverage broadcast. Maybe I'll rewatch the whole trial thing or whatever they're going to do. Maybe I'll do that. I'll wait till after my meetings. I'll rewatch the whole hearing. You guys can rewatch it with me. I'll do some programming and some coding while I do that. So we'll do like a code counter-apologetics and chill. People can call in. But yeah, man, the YouTube perversion is going to be deep this month. I want all your money, okay? All of your money, because I'm trying to raise $100 between now and my birthday for the International Bipolar Foundation. So if you don't like me, and you think my content is trash, what you should do is put your money in the plate at that donation link right there, and people like me can get help, okay? We can get better medication, more research for bipolar, better trained therapists, all of the things that crazy people like me need, and then we wouldn't be such YouTube perverts, okay? So if you hate me, you can support your hatred of me by donating to this cause, okay? And before we end the stream, I got to get ready to eat some spaghetti and watch some wrestling, and all of that is much better if I'm in airplane mode. So we're going to get in airplane mode. Now, folks, I want to take some time to thank my chat. It's been a very long time here, and I really appreciate all you guys. Even our troll, Rebel Nazarene, was one of the first people here in the chat. We tried to give out 1 million pocket change for being first in the chat, 500,000 for being second, 250 for being third. YouTube Punk, Satan's Little Helper, Nano, No Name, Tux. Give it up for my man Myron Bot, Lena, Hillary's emails. Of course, I know Hunter Biden's laptop is there lurking in the background. I see you, Hunter Biden's laptop. We appreciate you. All the Stone Cold Steve Austin fans, what? 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 No, really, the person's name is what? What up, what? I see you. We appreciate you being in the chat. All the lurkers, YouTube Punk, of course, all the lurkers who didn't come through the chat and you just watch or you rewatch, I really appreciate that. Please answer the question of the day in the comment section. The question of the day is, does God exist? If yes, why? And if no, congratulations, that's the correct answer, okay? Now listen to this song, airplane mode.
Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane and she
oh yes, it's Liberty Bell. The most beautiful United States championship in the history of Word Wrestling Entertainment.
Never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you.
I ain't gonna lie to you, this is what champions do. It inspires us. We gotta just enjoy some quality time with the championship. Oh, so precious, so precious. Folks, it's been fun. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm streaming every day this month. In the name of the Darwin and the Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you. Poof.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young.